Before we begin tonight's story, I want to take just a moment to connect with all of you listening right now. If you're enjoying this content, using those hype points on the video truly helps this channel more than you could possibly know. It makes a real difference in reaching others who might need these stories. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review helps out so much as well. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. And of course, if you enjoy the content and haven't already, consider subscribing. It means the world to us. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when everything depends on a single voice. Not the voice of a king seated on a throne of ivory and gold. Not the voice of a general commanding armies across conquered lands. Not even the voice of a high priest standing before crowds in ceremonial robes. Sometimes the most important voice belongs to someone history almost forgot to write down. Someone living quietly in a modest home. Someone who never sought power or influence. Someone whose only credential was this: they listened when God spoke. This is the story of Huldah, a woman whose name appears only briefly in scripture, a prophetess who delivered a message that changed the course of a nation, and a reminder that God does not always speak through the loudest or most powerful. Sometimes truth arrives through someone the world would overlook entirely. In the ancient world, prophets were crucial intermediaries between the divine and human realms. They spoke for God when kings needed guidance. They interpreted signs when the people were confused. They delivered warnings when judgment loomed. They offered hope when despair threatened to overwhelm. But prophets came from unexpected places. Amos was a shepherd and a dresser of sycamore figs before God called him to prophesy against Israel. Elisha was ploughing with 12 yoke of oxen when Elijah threw his mantle over him. Jeremiah was young and uncertain, protesting that he did not know how to speak. And Huldah was a woman living in the second quarter of Jerusalem, married to the keeper of the wardrobe, going about her daily life until the moment arrived when God needed her to speak truth to power. Her story unfolds during one of the most critical periods in Judah's history, a time when the kingdom teetered on the edge of judgment, a time when generations of compromise and rebellion had accumulated into an enormous debt that would have to be paid, a time when one young king's genuine heart for God created a brief window of faithfulness before the inevitable collapse, and at the centre of that moment stood Huldah, delivering the word of the Lord with clarity, courage and compassion. Chapter 1. A nation that forgot its law. The kingdom of Judah had drifted, not suddenly, like a ship torn from its anchor in a storm, but slowly, like sand shifting beneath still water. Generation after generation the distance grew. The Temple of Solomon still stood in Jerusalem, its limestone walls catching the morning sun, its court still filled with the sound of sacrificial rituals and priestly duties. But true worship had faded like morning mist burned away by noon. The people still came to offer sacrifices. They still observed festivals. They still spoke the language of devotion. But their hearts had wandered to other altars, other gods, other promises. On the high places scattered across the hills surrounding Jerusalem, incense rose to Baal and Asherah. In private homes, small idols sat in corners and niches. Practices forbidden by the covenant had become so commonplace that few even questioned them anymore. The law given at Sinai, the commands delivered through Moses, the words that were supposed to be written on doorposts and taught to children, recited at rising and at rest, had been buried under years of compromise and forgetfulness. It was not that the people had rejected God outright. It was something more subtle and more dangerous. They had simply stopped paying attention. To understand how Judah reached this point requires looking back several generations to the reign of King Hezekiah. Hezekiah had been one of Judah's most righteous kings. He had removed the high places, broken down the sacred pillars, and cut down the Asherah pole. He even destroyed the bronze serpent Moses had made, because the people had begun burning incense to it, treating it as an idol rather than remembering it as a sign of God's deliverance. Hezekiah trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel, and Scripture says there was none like him among all the kings of Judah after him, nor among those who were before him. He held fast to the Lord and kept his commandments. During his reign, Judah experienced remarkable deliverance. When the Assyrian army under Sennacherib surrounded Jerusalem, threatening to destroy the city and carry away its people, Hezekiah prayed, and God sent an angel who struck down the Assyrian army in a single night. Sennacherib withdrew in humiliation and was later killed by his own sons. Jerusalem was saved because of Hezekiah's faithfulness, but then Hezekiah died, and his son Manasseh took the throne. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned for 55 years in Jerusalem. It would be one of the longest and most destructive reigns in Judah's history. Manasseh did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, following the abominations of the nations whom the Lord had driven out before the people of Israel. He rebuilt the high places that his father Hezekiah had destroyed. He erected altars for Baal and made an Asherah pole, just as Ahab king of Israel had done. He worshipped all the host of heaven and served them, bringing astrology and star worship into the religious life of Judah. But Manasseh went even further. He built altars in the house of the Lord itself, the temple that was supposed to be dedicated exclusively to the worship of the one true God. In both courts of the house of the Lord, he built altars to all the host of heaven. He burned his sons as an offering in the valley of the son of Hinnom, following the horrific practices of the Canaanites. He practiced fortune-telling and used omens and sorcery. He dealt with mediums and necromancers. He did much evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. The carved image of Asherah that he made, he set in the house of God, the very place where God had said his name would dwell forever. It was a systematic dismantling of everything that made Judah distinct among the nations, everything that defined their covenant relationship with God, everything that protected them from the judgment that had already fallen on the northern kingdom of Israel. Manasseh seduced Judah to do more evil than the nations whom the Lord had destroyed before the people of Israel. The Lord spoke through prophets, warning Manasseh and the people, but they would not listen. Scripture records that Manasseh also shed very much innocent blood, filling Jerusalem from one end to another. Tradition suggests he may have even been responsible for the death of the prophet Isaiah, though this is not explicitly stated in biblical text. What is clear is that Manasseh's reign created spiritual devastation so profound that even his later repentance could not undo all the damage. Late in his life, after being captured by the Assyrians and carried away in chains to Babylon, Manasseh humbled himself before God. In his distress he prayed to the Lord, and God heard his plea and brought him back to Jerusalem. Manasseh then knew that the Lord was God. He removed the foreign gods and the idol from the house of the Lord, and all the altars he had built on the mountain of the house of the Lord and in Jerusalem. He restored the altar of the Lord and offered sacrifices on it, but by then the spiritual infrastructure of Judah had been corrupted for decades. An entire generation had grown up with idolatry as the norm. The priesthood had been compromised. The teaching of the law had been neglected. The practices forbidden by the covenant had been woven into the fabric of daily life. When Manasseh died, his son Amon took the throne. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned only 2 years. He walked in all the ways his father had walked before his late life repentance. He served the idols his father had served and worshipped them. He abandoned the Lord, the God of his fathers, and did not walk in the way of the Lord. The servants of Ammon conspired against him and put him to death in his own house. But the people of the land struck down all those who had conspired against King Ammon, and they made his son Josiah king in his place. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, a child thrust onto the throne of a kingdom spiritually adrift, a boy who had lost his father to assassination, a young king inheriting the accumulated spiritual debt of his grandfather's wickedness and his father's continuation of that path. No one could have predicted what would happen next. Chapter 2. The Awakening of a Young King. Josiah began his reign in a kingdom that had forgotten what faithfulness looked like. The temple still stood, but it had been defiled by generations of compromise. The priests still performed their duties, but the law that should have guided them had been lost. The people still identified as followers of the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, but their daily lives reflected a syncretism that blended covenant faith with pagan practices. For the first years of his reign, young Josiah likely followed the guidance of advisors and regents who helped him navigate the complexities of ruling. But something was stirring in his heart. Scripture tells us that in the 8th year of his reign, while he was still young, he began to seek the God of David, his father. Josiah was 16 years old, an age when many young people are still finding their identity, still figuring out what they believe and why they believe it. But Josiah made a choice that would define the rest of his life. He sought God, not the gods of his grandfather Manasseh, not the religious compromises that had characterized Judah for decades, but the God of David, the shepherd king who had walked with the Lord wholeheartedly. By the time Josiah was 20 years old, in the 12th year of his reign, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of the high places, the Asherah poles, the carved idols, and the cast images. This was not a symbolic gesture. This was a comprehensive campaign to remove every trace of idolatry from the land. The altars of the Baals were broken down in his presence. He cut down the incense altars that stood above them. He broke in pieces the Asherah poles, the carved images, and the metal images. He made dust of them and scattered the dust over the graves of those who had sacrificed to them. He also burned the bones of the priests on their altars and cleansed Judah and Jerusalem. This burning of bones on altars was a deliberate act of defilement, making those altars permanently unfit for worship according to the purity laws of Israel. It ensured these sites could never again be used for idolatrous practices. Josiah did not limit his reforms to Judah alone. He extended them into the former territories of the northern kingdom of Israel, which had been conquered by Assyria over a century earlier. In the cities of Manasseh, Ephraim, and Simeon, and as far as Naphtali, he tore down the altars and the Asherah poles. He beat the carved images into powder and cut down all the incense altars throughout all the land of Israel. Then he returned to Jerusalem. It was an ambitious undertaking for a young king. The high places had been part of the religious landscape for generations. Many of them were ancient, going back to the time before Solomon built the temple. Some people viewed them as legitimate places to worship the Lord, not understanding or not caring that God had commanded his people to worship him only at the place he would choose, which was Jerusalem. Others had turned them into centres of pagan worship, mixing devotion to the Lord with offerings to Baal, Asherah, and other deities. Josiah recognized that true reform required their complete removal. There could be no compromise with idolatry, no blending of covenant faith with pagan practices, no allowance for the kind of syncretism that had led Judah to the brink of judgment. As he worked to restore outward faithfulness, Josiah must have sensed that something deeper was needed. The people were complying with his reforms, but were their hearts truly turning back to God? Or were they simply following the commands of a zealous young king, going through the motions of religious observance without genuine transformation? In the 18th year of his reign, when Josiah was 26 years old, he made a decision that would change everything. The temple itself needed restoration. Decades of neglect had left the structure in disrepair. During Manasseh's reign, when altars to foreign gods had been erected in the temple courts, the maintenance of the building itself had been neglected. If the people were to worship the Lord properly, the house of God needed to reflect that commitment. Josiah sent Shaphan the scribe to Hilkiah the high priest with specific instructions. The money that had been collected from the people, brought into the house of the Lord by the Levites who were the keepers of the threshold, was to be given to the workmen. These funds had been gathered from Manasseh and Ephraim, and from all the remnant of Israel, as well as from all Judah and Benjamin and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. It was a substantial sum, reflecting contributions from across the territories Josiah controlled. The money was to be given to the workmen who had oversight of the house of the Lord. They would pay it to the workers who were working in the house to repair and restore it. Carpenters and builders would receive payment for their labour. They would also purchase timber and hewn stone to repair the buildings that the kings of Judah had let go to ruin. The men who were doing the work were faithful in their duties. Over them were appointed Jahath and Obadiah the Levites, descendants of Merari, and Zechariah and Meshullam, descendants of Kohath, to have oversight. The Levites who were skillful with instruments of music were also involved. They were over the burden bearers and directed all who did work in every kind of service. Some of the Levites were scribes, officials, and gatekeepers. It was a comprehensive restoration project, engaging people at every level of skill and service. The work began in earnest. The sound of hammers and saws echoed through the temple courts. Stone dust filled the air as masons repaired. Crumbling walls, the smell of fresh timber mingled with the scent of incense from the altar. Slowly, methodically, the physical structure of the temple was being restored to its proper state. But something far more significant was about to happen. Chapter 3. The book that changed everything. Hilkiah the high priest supervised the restoration work with careful attention. As high priest, he bore responsibility for ensuring the temple functioned properly as the center of Israel's worship. The building's physical condition mattered because it reflected the honor due to God. A temple in disrepair suggested neglect of the God who dwelt there. During the work, Hilkiah and the workers cleared out storage rooms and chambers that had not been accessed in years. Some of these spaces had likely been sealed during Manasseh's reign, when the temple had been filled with idolatrous altars and pagan symbols. In one of these chambers, covered in dust and forgotten, Hilkiah found a scroll. He carefully unrolled it, revealing columns of text written in the ancient Hebrew script. As he began to read, Hilkiah realized what he was holding. This was not just any scroll. This was the book of the law, the Torah itself. The 5 books of Moses that contained the covenant between God and Israel, the commands given at Sinai, the history of how God had delivered his people from slavery in Egypt, the laws that were supposed to govern every aspect of their lives, the promises of blessing for obedience, the warnings of judgment for rebellion. How long had this scroll been hidden away? How many years had it sat in darkness while the nation drifted further from the very words that defined who they were supposed to be? Hilkiah's hands may have trembled as he held the scroll. This was not simply a historical artifact. This was the voice of God, preserved on parchment, rediscovered at the exact moment when Judah was attempting to find its way back to faithfulness. The high priest immediately understood the significance of what he had found. He sent word to Shaphan the scribe requesting his presence at the temple. When Shaphan arrived, Hilkiah placed the scroll in his hands with words that carried enormous weight. "I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord." Found, as if it had been lost, and it had been, not in the sense that no copies existed anywhere in the kingdom, but in the sense that its authority had been lost, its teachings had been ignored, its commands had been forgotten or deliberately set aside. For generations, Judah had been operating without reference to the covenant that was supposed to define their relationship with God. Shaphan took the scroll and read it there in the temple. The words were familiar in some ways, echoing stories and laws that had been passed down through oral tradition. But seeing them written, complete, preserved as the authoritative word of God, gave them new weight. Shaphan recognized immediately that King Josiah needed to hear these words. He brought the scroll to the palace and first reported to the king about the temple restoration project. "Your servants have emptied out the money that was found in the house of the Lord and have delivered it into the hand of the overseers and the workmen," Shaphan told Josiah. It was a routine update about the progress of the construction work. Then Shaphan mentioned, almost as an afterthought, the extraordinary discovery. "Hilkiah the priest has given me a book," and Shaphan read from it before the king. The words filled the throne room. Shaphan likely began with Deuteronomy, the book that contained Moses' final speeches to Israel before they entered the Promised Land. It was a covenant renewal document, calling a new generation to commit themselves to the Lord and warning them of the consequences if they turned away. The blessings for obedience were glorious. If Israel walked in God's ways, they would be blessed in the city and blessed in the field. Their crops would flourish. Their livestock would multiply. They would defeat their enemies. Other nations would see that they were called by the name of the Lord and would stand in awe of them. God would make them the head and not the tail, always rising higher and never falling lower. But the curses for disobedience were devastating. If Israel turned away from the Lord and served other gods, everything would reverse. They would be cursed in the city and cursed in the field. Plague and disease would strike them. Drought would destroy their crops. Their enemies would defeat them in battle. They would become a horror, a proverb, and a byword among all the peoples. The Lord would scatter them among the nations. They would find no rest for the soles of their feet. They would serve other gods of wood and stone. Their sons and daughters would be given to another people while they looked on helplessly. The covenant concluded with a stark choice: life and death, blessing and curse. Choose life, Moses urged, by loving the Lord your God, obeying his voice and holding fast to him. As Shaphan read these words aloud, Josiah listened with growing horror. Every curse described in Deuteronomy applied to Judah: the idolatry that Manasseh had normalized, the turning to other gods, the shedding of innocent blood, the failure to teach the law to the next generation, the mixture of pagan practices with worship of the Lord. All of it was explicitly forbidden in the very book being read before him. And the consequences for such behaviour were spelled out with terrifying clarity. Josiah looked around his throne room, thinking of the kingdom he ruled. The northern kingdom of Israel had already fallen to Assyria, its people carried away into exile, scattered among the nations, just as Deuteronomy had warned. Judah had been spared so far, but how long would that last? The nation had broken the covenant in almost every way possible. If God's word was true, and Josiah believed it was, then judgment was not just possible. It was inevitable. It was already overdue. When Shaphan finished reading, silence filled the throne room. Then Josiah stood. He reached for his royal robes, the garments that marked him as king of Judah, and he tore them. The sound of ripping fabric broke the silence. It was the ancient gesture of grief and horror, a physical expression of internal anguish. The king of Judah stood before his officials with his garments torn, exposed and vulnerable before the word of God. "Great is the wrath of the Lord that is poured out on us," Josiah said, his voice breaking with emotion, "because our fathers have not kept the word of the Lord, to do according to all that is written in this book." The realization was crushing. They had not simply fallen short of God's standards, they had violated a covenant. They had broken solemn promises. They had earned the judgment described in the very law now in their possession. And if Deuteronomy was to be believed, that judgment would be catastrophic. Josiah did not waste time in self-pity or despair. He immediately gave orders to his most trusted officials. "Go, inquire of the Lord for me and for those who are left in Israel and in Judah," he commanded, concerning the words of the book that has been found. He wanted to know if there was any possibility of averting the disaster, any path forward, any hope for a nation that had strayed so far from its covenant with God. "For great is the wrath of the Lord that is poured out on us, because our fathers have not kept the word of the Lord to do according to all that is written in this book." Chapter 4. The Delegation to the Second Quarter. Josiah chose his delegation carefully. These would be the men who would seek God's answer about the fate of the nation. Hilkiah the high priest, who had discovered the scroll, Ahikam son of Shaphan, a trusted official from an influential family, Abdon son of Micah, also called Achbor in some accounts, Shaphan the scribe himself who had read the law to the king, Asaiah, a servant of the king known for his loyalty and discretion. These were not minor functionaries. They were among the most important men in the kingdom, each carrying significant responsibility and influence. The fact that Josiah sent such a high-level delegation demonstrated how seriously he took this moment. This was not a routine inquiry. This was a nation standing at the edge of judgment, desperately seeking to know if there was any path forward. In circumstances like these, kings typically sent for the most prominent prophets, the ones who had regular access to the palace, the ones whose names were known throughout the kingdom, the ones whose words commanded immediate attention. Jeremiah was already prophesying during this time, though he was young, having been called to prophetic ministry in the 13th year of Josiah's reign. Zephaniah was also active, delivering messages of coming judgment against Judah. Either of these prophets would have been obvious choices to consult, but the delegation did not go to them. Instead, they went to a woman named Huldah. We do not know how they knew to seek her out. Perhaps she was already recognized in certain circles as someone who heard from God and spoke his words faithfully. Perhaps Hilkiah or another priest had sought her counsel before on matters of spiritual discernment. Perhaps it was simply divine guidance, the Lord directing them to the person he had chosen to deliver this crucial message. Whatever the reason, the 5 men made their way through Jerusalem's streets to the second quarter. This was a newer section of the city, expanded during the reign of Hezekiah when Jerusalem's population had grown significantly. It was a residential area, home to families of various professions and social standings. Not the wealthy elite district where the most powerful families built their estates, but not the poorest sections either. A solid, respectable neighbourhood where people went about their daily lives. Huldah lived here with her husband Shallum. Shallum was the son of Tokath, son of Hasrah, and he held the position of keeper of the wardrobe. This was a meaningful role, responsible for maintaining the priestly garments used in temple service, but it was not a position of political power or public influence. It was specialised work that required attention to detail and respect for the sacred objects in his care, but it did not place Shallum or his wife in the inner circles of royal authority. When the 5 officials arrived at Huldah's home, there was no elaborate protocol, no palace guards, no formal receiving hall, just a modest residence where a woman of God lived quietly, going about her daily rhythms of prayer and household duties. The men knocked, and when Huldah came to the door, they identified themselves and explained why they had come. They described the discovery of the Book of the Law in the temple. They recounted how it had been read before King Josiah. They explained the king's response, his horror at realizing how far Judah had strayed from the covenant. And they asked if she would inquire of the Lord on behalf of the king and the nation. Huldah welcomed them into her home. She did not express surprise at receiving such a high-level delegation. She did not defer to male prophets or suggest they should consult someone more prominent. She simply received their request as someone accustomed to hearing from God and speaking his words. She invited them to sit while she considered what they had told her. Then she prayed, seeking the Lord's guidance on what to say to these men who carried the weight of a nation's future on their shoulders. Chapter 5. The Word of the Lord. Through Huldah did not make them wait long. When she spoke, her words carried the unmistakable authority of divine revelation. "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel," she began. Those opening words established the source of what was to follow. This was not Huldah's opinion. This was not her interpretation of Scripture or her theological perspective. This was the word of the Lord himself, spoken through her as his chosen vessel. "Tell the man who sent you to me," she continued, acknowledging Josiah without using his title, reducing him in this moment to simply a man standing before God's judgment. "Thus says the Lord, behold, I will bring disaster upon this place and upon its inhabitants, all the curses that are written in the book that was read before the king of Judah." The judgment was coming. Everything written in Deuteronomy about the consequences of covenant breaking would be fulfilled. Huldah did not soften this truth. She did not hedge or qualify. She did not suggest that perhaps God would overlook their rebellion, or that the warnings were merely hypothetical. She confirmed what Josiah feared. Judah had earned the judgment described in the law. Then she explained why. "Because they have forsaken me and have made offerings to other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath will be poured out on this place and will not be quenched." The cause was unmistakably clear. The people had chosen other gods over the Lord who had delivered them from Egypt. They had turned their backs on the covenant that defined their identity as God's chosen nation. They had built altars and burned incense and offered sacrifices to deities who had no claim on them, who could not hear their prayers, who offered them nothing but empty promises. And they had done this deliberately, persistently, across multiple generations. This was not an innocent mistake. This was willful rebellion, and the consequences would be severe. The wrath of God would be poured out on the place, meaning Jerusalem itself, the city that bore God's name, the location of his temple, and it would not be quenched. Once it began, the judgment would run its full course. The delegation sat in silence, absorbing the weight of these words. They had come hoping for a different answer, perhaps. A word of reassurance that Josiah's reforms had turned aside God's anger. A promise that the disaster could be avoided if the people truly repented. Instead, they received confirmation that judgment was inevitable. But Huldah was not finished speaking. Her message had a second part, directed specifically at the king who had sent them. "But to the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, Thus shall you say to him," she continued. Now her tone shifted slightly, moving from pronouncement of judgment to acknowledgement of Josiah's heart. "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, regarding the words that you have heard, because your heart was tender and you humbled yourself before God when you heard his words against this place and its inhabitants." Huldah paused, letting them absorb this crucial recognition. God had seen Josiah's response to the law. When the young king heard the words of covenant and recognized how far the nation had fallen, he had not made excuses. He had not blamed previous generations for leading the nation astray. He had not tried to minimize the severity of Judah's rebellion. He had not suggested that surely God would be lenient given the circumstances. Instead, he had humbled himself. He had torn his robes in grief and horror. He had wept before the Lord. His heart had been tender, responsive to God's word rather than hardened against it. And God had noticed. "And you have humbled yourself before me and have torn your clothes and wept before me. I also have heard you, declares the Lord," Huldah continued. This was the pivot point of the prophecy. Judgment was still coming to Judah. The disaster described in Deuteronomy would still occur. The consequences of generations of covenant breaking could not be simply erased. But Josiah's personal response mattered to God. His genuine grief and repentance had been seen and acknowledged. "Behold, I will gather you to your fathers, and you shall be gathered to your grave in peace," Huldah said. This was the promise of mercy within the larger context of judgment. Josiah would die before the disaster came. He would be spared from witnessing the destruction of Jerusalem. He would not see the temple he had restored being burned. He would not watch his people being led away into exile. The phrase, "gathered to your grave in peace," did not necessarily mean he would die peacefully in old age. In the ancient Near Eastern context, it meant he would die and be properly buried, receiving the honor due to a faithful king, rather than dying in the chaos of invasion and seeing his body dishonored by enemies. "And your eyes shall not see all the disaster that I will bring upon this place and its inhabitants," Huldah concluded. The judgment was certain, but it was delayed. One generation would be spared because of one king's faithfulness. It was a message that held together both truth and compassion, justice and mercy, consequence and grace. Huldah delivered it without hesitation. She did not apologize for the harsh words of judgment. She did not try to soften the message to make it more palatable for these powerful men. She did not adjust the prophecy based on political considerations or worry about how it would be received. She simply spoke what God had given her to say, exactly as he had said it. The 5 officials sat in silence for a moment after she finished. Then they rose, thanked her for her faithfulness in delivering God's word, and prepared to return to King Josiah. They carried with them a message that would shape the final years of Josiah's reign and determine the direction of the entire nation for the generation to come. As they walked back through Jerusalem's streets toward the palace, each man must have wrestled with the implications of what they had just heard. Judgment was coming. Their children or grandchildren would witness the fall of Jerusalem. The temple would be destroyed. The people would go into exile. Everything that made Judah distinct among the nations would be stripped away. But for now, because of Josiah's tender heart, they had time to walk in faithfulness, time to restore proper worship, time to teach the law to the next generation, time to live as God's covenant people, even if only for a few more years. The question was, what would they do with that time? Chapter 6. The King's Response. When the delegation arrived at the palace and stood before King Josiah, they delivered Huldah's message word for word. They did not soften it. They did not add their own interpretations. They simply repeated what the prophetess had spoken under the inspiration of God. First came the message of judgment. Disaster would come upon Jerusalem and its inhabitants. All the curses written in the book of the law would be fulfilled. God's wrath would be poured out and would not be quenched. The cause was clear. The nation had forsaken the Lord and turned to other gods. Then came the personal word for Josiah. Because his heart had been tender, because he had humbled himself before God, because he had torn his clothes and wept. God had heard him. He would be gathered to his grave in peace. his eyes would not see the disaster coming upon the land. Josiah listened without interrupting. When the men finished speaking, the young king sat in silence for a long moment. He could have responded in many ways. He could have questioned why judgment was still coming despite his extensive reforms. He could have argued that it was unfair for his generation to pay for the sins of Manasseh and earlier kings. He could have demanded to know if there was any way to stop the disaster entirely. He could have despaired, thinking that if judgment was inevitable, there was no point in continuing the reforms. But Josiah did none of these things. Instead, he accepted the truth of God's word and immediately took action to ensure that his generation would walk in faithfulness, regardless of what came after. If disaster was inevitable for Judah in the future, he would make certain that the present generation lived in covenant obedience. If his eyes would not see the judgment, he would use the time he'd been given to restore true worship and teach the law to his people. Josiah commanded that all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem be gathered. These were the leaders of the cities and towns, the heads of families, the men of influence who shaped public opinion and communal practice. If the nation was going to turn back to the Lord, it would require leadership at every level. When the elders had assembled, Josiah announced that there would be a public reading of the book of the law, not just for the royal court, not just for the priests and Levites, but for the entire nation. Every person who could make the journey to Jerusalem was summoned: the people of Judah, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the priests and the prophets, all the people, both great and small. Social status did not matter, occupation did not matter, age did not matter. Everyone needed to hear the words of the covenant. On the appointed day, the king went up to the house of the Lord. The crowds filled the temple courts, spilling out into the surrounding areas. There had likely never been such a gathering in Jerusalem since the dedication of Solomon's temple, centuries earlier. Josiah stood in a prominent place, visible to as many people as possible. Then he began to read aloud from the book of the covenant that had been found in the house of the Lord. His voice carried across the assembled multitude. He read the commands about loving God with all their heart and soul and might. He read the warnings about turning to other gods. He read the promises of blessing for obedience, describing fertile fields and numerous children and victory over enemies. He read the curses for disobedience, detailing plague and drought, and military defeat and eventual exile. He read about the festivals they were supposed to observe. He read about justice for the poor and vulnerable. He read about the year of Jubilee and the Sabbath rest. He read about the priestly duties and the sacrificial system. He read Moses' final speeches, calling Israel to choose life by obeying the Lord. The reading likely took hours. People stood or sat in the temple courts, listening to words that many of them had never heard before. These were not abstract religious concepts. These were the terms of the covenant that defined who they were as a nation. This was the constitution of their relationship with God. This was the foundation that had been lost and was now being recovered. When Josiah finished reading, he did something remarkable. He stood by the pillar, the traditional place where kings made solemn pronouncements, and he made a covenant before the Lord. He vowed to walk after the Lord, to keep his commandments, his testimonies, and his statutes, to do so with all his heart and all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant written in the book. It was a personal commitment, the king binding himself publicly to obedience. But Josiah did not stop there. He made all who were present in Jerusalem and in Benjamin join him in the covenant. This was not forced compliance at the point of a sword. This was a communal decision, the people of Judah collectively recommitting themselves to the covenant their ancestors had made with God at Sinai. The inhabitants of Jerusalem acted according to the covenant of God, the God of their fathers. It was a moment of national rededication, a turning point, a declaration that despite generations of unfaithfulness, this generation would choose to follow the Lord. Josiah then intensified the reforms that he had already begun years earlier. He removed all the abominations from all the territory that belonged to the people of Israel. Anything associated with idolatry was destroyed. Anything that competed with exclusive worship of the Lord was eliminated. The work was thorough and uncompromising. He made everyone who was present in Israel serve the Lord their God, not through coercion, but through leadership that modelled faithfulness and called the people to remember who they were. Scripture records that all his days the people did not turn away from following the Lord, the God of their fathers. For the remaining years of Josiah's life, Judah walked in covenant faithfulness. But Josiah was not content with simply removing idolatry. He wanted to restore the positive practices of covenant worship. In the 18th year of his reign, the same year the book of the law was discovered, Josiah celebrated the Passover to the Lord in Jerusalem. The Passover lamb was killed on the 14th day of the first month, exactly as prescribed in the law. Josiah appointed the priests to their offices and encouraged them in the service of the house of the Lord. He instructed the Levites who taught all Israel and who were holy to the Lord to put the holy ark in the house that Solomon had built. The ark had apparently been moved at some point, perhaps hidden to protect it during the worst years of Manasseh's idolatry. Now it was being restored to its proper place. "You need not carry it on your shoulders," Josiah told them. "Now serve the Lord your God and his people Israel." He gave detailed instructions for the organization of the Levites according to their divisions, following the written directions of David and Solomon. He wanted everything done properly, according to the pattern established when worship was at its height during Israel's golden age. Then Josiah made an extraordinary contribution from his own resources. He provided for the lay people lambs and young goats from the flock to the number of 30,000, for Passover offerings for all who were present. He also gave 3,000 bulls. These were from the king's possessions. His officials also contributed willingly to the people, to the priests, and to the Levites. Hilkiah, Zechariah, and Jehiel, the chief officers of the house of God, gave to the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 lambs and young goats and 300 bulls. Conaniah also, and Shemaiah and Nethanel his brothers, and Hashabiah and Jeiel and Jozabad, the chiefs of the Levites, gave to the Levites for the Passover offerings 5,000 lambs and young goats and 500 bulls. The generosity was remarkable, ensuring that everyone, regardless of economic status, could participate fully in the Passover celebration. When the service had been prepared, the priests stood in their place and the Levites in their divisions according to the king's command. They slaughtered the Passover lamb. The priests threw the blood that they received from the hand of the Levites. The Levites flayed the sacrifices. They set aside the burnt offerings to give them to the groupings of the fathers, houses of the lay people to offer to the Lord as it is written in the book of Moses. Everything was done according to the law, not modified for convenience, not adjusted for contemporary preferences, exactly as God had commanded through Moses centuries earlier. They roasted the Passover lamb with fire according to the rule. They boiled the holy offerings in pots, in cauldrons and in pans. They carried them quickly to all the lay people. Afterward they prepared for themselves and for the priests, because the priests were busy offering the burnt offerings and the fat parts until night. The Levites prepared for themselves and for the priests. The singers, the sons of Asaph, were in their place according to the command of David, Asaph, Heman, and Jeduthun, the king's seer. The gatekeepers were at each gate. They did not need to depart from their service, for their brothers, the Levites, prepared for them. So all the service of the Lord was prepared that day to keep the Passover and to offer burnt offerings on the altar of the Lord according to the command of King Josiah. And the people of Israel who were present kept the Passover at that time and the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days. The celebration was extraordinary. Scripture says that no Passover like it had been kept in Israel since the days of Samuel the prophet. None of the kings of Israel had kept such a Passover as was kept by Josiah, by the priests and the Levites, by all Judah and Israel who were present, and by the inhabitants of Jerusalem. It had been centuries since Israel had celebrated Passover with such faithfulness to the original instructions. Generations had passed since worship had been conducted with such attention to the details prescribed in the law. This was not merely a religious festival. This was a nation remembering its identity, recalling the night when God had passed over the houses marked with blood, celebrating the deliverance from slavery in Egypt, recommitting to the covenant established at Sinai. For 7 days the people feasted and worshipped. They told the old stories to their children. They sang the ancient songs of deliverance. They offered sacrifices according to the prescribed pattern. And they did it all under the leadership of a king whose tender heart before God had created space for his generation to experience covenant faithfulness. Chapter 7. The Legacy of Faithfulness. The years following the Passover celebration were marked by continued reform and restoration. Josiah did not allow the momentum of that moment to fade. He understood that spiritual renewal required constant attention, ongoing teaching, and persistent removal of anything that competed with wholehearted devotion to the Lord. The high places that had been torn down stayed destroyed. The idols that had been ground to powder were not rebuilt. The altars to foreign gods remained defiled and unusable. The book of the law that had been found in the temple was not returned to a storage room and forgotten again. Instead, it became the foundation for teaching and instruction throughout the kingdom. The priests and Levites were charged with reading from it regularly, ensuring that the people heard God's word and understood what it required of them. Parents were reminded of their responsibility to teach the law to their children, to talk about it when sitting at home and when walking along the road, when lying down and when getting up. The commands of Deuteronomy about making God's word central to daily life were being taken seriously for the first time in generations. Josiah also worked to strengthen the infrastructure of worship. He ensured that the priests had what they needed to perform their duties properly. He maintained the temple in good repair. He organized the Levites according to their divisions and assignments. He encouraged the musicians and gatekeepers and those responsible for various aspects of temple service. The goal was to create a sustainable system of worship that would outlast his own reign, that would continue to call the people back to covenant faithfulness even after he was gone. But even as Josiah worked to build spiritual infrastructure for the future, the shadow of Huldah's prophecy remained. Judgment was still coming. The disaster described in Deuteronomy would still fall upon Jerusalem and its inhabitants. The reforms, as thorough as they were, could not erase the accumulated debt of generations of rebellion. Josiah knew this. Huldah had made it clear. Yet he continued his work with urgency and faithfulness, making the most of the time God had given him. In the larger context of ancient Near Eastern politics, these were also turbulent times. The Assyrian Empire, which had dominated the region for over a century, was in decline. Egypt, seeing an opportunity to expand its influence, was making military moves northward. Babylon was rising as a new power, challenging Assyrian supremacy. The great empires were shifting, and smaller kingdoms like Judah found themselves caught in the middle of these power struggles. In the 31st year of Josiah's reign, when he was 39 years old, Pharaoh Necho of Egypt marched north to support the remnants of the Assyrian army against the rising Babylonian threat. His route took him through territory controlled by Judah. Josiah made a fateful decision to intercept him. The reasons for this decision are not entirely clear from the biblical text. Perhaps Josiah saw an opportunity to assert Judah's independence. Perhaps he was concerned about Egyptian troops passing through his territory. Perhaps he had made political calculations about which empire to align with. Whatever his reasoning, Josiah gathered his army and went out to meet Pharaoh Necho at Megiddo, a strategic location that had seen numerous battles throughout Israel's history. Necho sent messengers to Josiah, trying to avoid conflict. "What have we to do with each other, King of Judah?" the message said. "I am not coming against you this day, but against the house with which I am at war. And God has commanded me to hurry. Cease opposing God, who is with me, lest he destroy you." It was an unusual claim for an Egyptian pharaoh to make, suggesting that the God of Israel was directing his military campaign. Whether Necho genuinely believed this or was simply trying to avoid an unnecessary battle is unclear. But Josiah did not turn back. He disguised himself and joined the battle at Megiddo. He did not listen to the words of Necho, which some interpreters suggest may have genuinely been from the mouth of God, warning Josiah to stay out of this particular conflict. During the battle, archers shot King Josiah. The king said to his servants, "Take me away, for I am badly wounded." His servants took him out of the chariot and carried him in his second chariot and brought him to Jerusalem. And he died and was buried in the tombs of his fathers. All Judah and Jerusalem mourned for Josiah. Jeremiah also uttered a lament for Josiah. All the singing men and singing women have spoken of Josiah in their laments to this day. They made these a rule in Israel. They are written in the laments. The death of Josiah at age 39 was a tragedy for Judah. The king who had led the most thorough religious reforms in the nation's history was gone. The man whose tender heart before God had delayed judgment for a generation had been killed in battle. Yet, in a mysterious way, his death also fulfilled Huldah's prophecy. She had said he would be gathered to his grave in peace, that his eyes would not see the disaster coming upon the land. In peace did not mean he would die peacefully of old age, but rather that he would die and be properly buried before the judgment fell. He would not witness the horrors that were coming, and indeed, within the biblical historical narrative of the period, Josiah's death represents the end of Judah's time of reprieve. The kings who followed him did not walk in his ways. His son Jehoahaz reigned only 3 months before being deposed by Pharaoh Necho. Necho installed another of Josiah's sons, Jehoiakim, as a puppet king. Jehoiakim did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, returning to many of the practices Josiah had worked so hard to eliminate. The religious infrastructure Josiah had built began to crumble. The law that had been rediscovered and celebrated was again neglected. The covenant commitment that had been renewed was broken. Within 2 decades of Josiah's death, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, would besiege Jerusalem. The temple would be plundered, its sacred vessels carried away to Babylon. The king and many of Judah's leading citizens would be taken into exile, and a few years later, after a rebellion against Babylonian rule, Nebuchadnezzar would return with his armies. This time there would be no mercy. Jerusalem would be destroyed. The temple that Solomon had built and Josiah had restored would be burned. The walls would be torn down. The city would be left in ruins. The people who survived would be carried away to Babylon, leaving only the poorest of the land to remain. Everything Huldah had prophesied came to pass. The disaster fell upon Jerusalem and its inhabitants. All the curses written in the book of the law were fulfilled. God's wrath was poured out and was not quenched, but Josiah did not see it. His eyes were spared from witnessing the destruction of everything he had worked to restore. And his generation, the people who had stood in the temple courts and heard the law read aloud and made covenant with God, had experienced something precious. They had known what it meant to walk in faithfulness. They had celebrated Passover as it had not been celebrated in centuries. They had worshipped the Lord without the competing altars to false gods. They had been given time, a gift of grace in the midst of inevitable judgment, to live as God's covenant people. Josiah's faithfulness could not prevent the judgment that was coming. The consequences of generations of rebellion could not be undone by one king's reforms. But his faithfulness still mattered. It mattered to God, who saw his tender heart and responded with mercy. It mattered to his generation, who experienced covenant faithfulness because of his leadership. It mattered to history, which remembers him as one of Judah's greatest and most righteous kings. And it all began with the discovery in the temple and a message from a prophetess in the 2nd quarter of Jerusalem. Chapter 8. Huldah's place in sacred history. After delivering her prophecy, Huldah disappears from the biblical narrative. We do not know if she lived to see Josiah's reforms fully implemented. We do not know if she witnessed the great Passover celebration. We do not know if she delivered other prophecies that were not recorded in Scripture. We do not know when she died or where she was buried. Scripture preserves her words for that one crucial moment, then returns her to the quiet obscurity from which she emerged. Yet her brief appearance in the biblical text carries profound significance. In a story dominated by kings and priests and scribes, all men operating in the public spheres of power and religious authority, God chose to speak his definitive word about Judah's future through a woman. Not just any woman, but one who lived quietly in a residential neighborhood, married to a man with a specialized but not politically powerful position, known in certain circles as a prophetess, but not commanding the public platform of prophets like Jeremiah or Zephaniah. When the most important question facing the kingdom needed an answer, when the king and his highest officials desperately sought to know what God was saying, they were directed to Huldah. This choice reflects something fundamental about how God operates. He is not constrained by human hierarchies or cultural expectations about who can speak with authority. He does not limit his voice to those who hold official positions or public platforms. He speaks through whom he chooses, and his primary qualification is not prominence, but faithfulness. Huldah's prophecy was not questioned or second-guessed. The delegation did not return to Josiah, suggesting they should verify her words with a male prophet. They did not express doubt about whether a woman could truly speak for God on such a crucial matter. They simply delivered her message as the authoritative word of the Lord, and Josiah acted on it accordingly. This suggests that Huldah's authority as a prophetess was already recognized and respected, even if she did not operate in the same public manner as other prophets. Her track record of faithfully delivering God's words had established her credibility. When the moment came for the most important prophecy of that generation, she was the one God directed them to consult. The content of her message also demonstrates important qualities of prophetic ministry. Huldah did not soften the hard truth of coming judgment to make it more palatable. She did not allow political considerations to shape her words. She did not try to tell the king what he wanted to hear or what would preserve her own position and safety. She simply delivered what God had given her to say. Judgment is coming, and here is why. But the king's response matters to God. At the same time, her message held together justice and mercy in a way that reflected God's character. The judgment was certain, but it was also delayed because of Josiah's tender heart. The consequences of sin were real, but God's recognition of genuine repentance was equally real. This balance between truth and compassion, between pronouncing judgment and acknowledging the significance of a righteous response, required spiritual maturity and careful discernment. Huldah delivered both aspects without either cancelling out the other. Her prophecy also demonstrated the complexity of how God works in history. Josiah's faithfulness mattered, but it could not undo the consequences of previous generations' choices. His reforms were genuine and valuable, but they could not prevent the disaster that Manasseh's wickedness had set in motion. One generation's righteousness created space for blessing in their own time, while not erasing the judgment that was still coming later. This is a theologically challenging reality that Huldah communicated with clarity. She did not give false hope that Josiah's reforms would save the nation permanently. She did not suggest that perhaps if they were faithful enough, the judgment could be avoided entirely. She stated plainly that the disaster was coming, while also affirming that the present generation's faithfulness still had meaning and value. It meant they would experience God's blessing in their lifetime. It meant Josiah would be spared from witnessing the destruction. It meant that even in the context of inevitable judgment, relationship with God still mattered. This nuanced message required someone who could hear God clearly and deliver his words accurately, without adding their own interpretations or adjusting the message based on what they thought people needed to hear. Huldah proved to be exactly that kind of prophet. Her inclusion in Scripture also serves as a reminder that God's work often happens through people whose names are not widely known. For every Moses or David or Isaiah whose stories fill multiple chapters, there are numerous faithful servants whose contributions are mentioned briefly or not at all. The priests who maintained the temple through difficult times. The parents who taught their children to follow the Lord even when the surrounding culture promoted idolatry. The prophets who delivered God's words in their local communities without ever addressing kings or writing books. The teachers who passed down the traditions and stories that preserved Israel's identity. Huldah represents all of these faithful but not famous servants of God. Her moment of prominence came when it was needed, and then she returned to the quiet faithfulness that characterized her life. But that one moment was enough to change the trajectory of a nation. In the centuries since Huldah delivered her prophecy, her story has continued to resonate. She stands as evidence that God values faithful obedience over public recognition, that he uses women as well as men to speak his truth. That genuine authority comes from hearing God clearly, not from holding official positions, that one person faithfully delivering God's message can impact an entire generation. The Jewish tradition has honoured Huldah's memory. According to the Talmud, one of the gates of Jerusalem was named the Huldah Gates, located on the southern wall of the Temple Mount. These gates provided access to the temple courts, and tradition suggests they were named after the prophetess, whose words led to the restoration of proper temple worship during Josiah's reign. Every person passing through those gates was, in a sense, following in the path that Huldah's prophecy had helped create. In Christian interpretation, Huldah is often cited as an example of women in ministry and prophetic leadership. Her story challenges assumptions about who can speak with divine authority and reminds the church that God's Spirit is poured out on both sons and daughters, as the prophet Joel proclaimed and Peter reiterated at Pentecost. She demonstrates that faithful service to God is not limited by gender, social status, or public visibility. But perhaps most importantly, Huldah's story points beyond herself to the God who spoke through her. She did not seek to make a name for herself or build a following. She did not use her moment of prominence to establish a school of disciples or write prophetic books under her own name. She simply delivered God's word faithfully and then stepped back into obscurity. This is the mark of true prophetic ministry, making much of God's message rather than the messenger. Huldah understood that she was a vessel, not the source, a conduit, not the origin, a servant entrusted with delivering a message, not an authority speaking from her own wisdom. And because she understood this, God could use her for his purposes without her getting in the way. Epilogue. The Voice History. Almost missed tonight. As you prepare for rest, consider how easily Huldah's story could have been lost. If the writers of 2 Kings and 2 Chronicles had not been so careful to record exactly who delivered the prophecy that shaped Josiah's final years, her name might have disappeared entirely from history. The books could have simply said, "The king sent to inquire of the Lord," without specifying who provided the answer. Or they could have said, "A prophet in Jerusalem," without naming her. But God made sure her name was preserved. Huldah, a woman who lived in the 2nd quarter, wife of Shiloh, keeper of the wardrobe, a prophetess who spoke the word of the Lord when it mattered most. Her story reminds us that God sees and remembers faithful service even when the world overlooks it. That quiet faithfulness in obscure places can matter more than public prominence. That being ready when God calls is more important than being constantly visible. Huldah did not spend years building a platform or establishing her credibility through dramatic public prophecies. She lived faithfully, listened carefully to God's voice, and spoke truthfully when the moment arrived. And when 5 desperate men knocked on her door carrying the weight of a nation's future, she was ready. She had not prepared for that specific moment, but she had prepared her heart through years of faithfulness. She had not rehearsed what she would say, but she had cultivated the ability to hear God's voice clearly. She had not positioned herself for influence, but she had made herself available to be used by God for his purposes. When the moment came, she delivered truth with clarity and courage. Judgment is coming because the nation has broken covenant. But the king's heart matters to God, and mercy is available even in the context of inevitable consequences. It was a message that changed everything. Josiah responded by leading the most thorough religious reforms in Judah's history. The book of the law became central to national life again. Passover was celebrated as it had not been celebrated in centuries. An entire generation experienced the blessing of walking in covenant faithfulness with God, all because a woman was faithful to deliver God's message exactly as it was given to her. As you close your eyes tonight, think about your own life. The places where you serve that no one sees, the faithfulness you maintain when there is no audience, the quiet acts of obedience that feel insignificant, the moments when you listen for God's voice without knowing if he will ever ask you to speak on his behalf. All of it matters. God sees every act of faithfulness, no matter how small or unnoticed. He is preparing you through ordinary obedience for purposes you cannot yet imagine. And someday, perhaps when you least expect it, a moment may come when everything depends on whether you're ready to speak truth with courage and clarity. That moment might not involve kings and kingdoms. It might be a conversation with a neighbour who is searching for hope, a word of encouragement to a colleague who is discouraged, a challenge to a friend who is making destructive choices, a stand for truth when everyone else is compromising, a prayer offered on behalf of someone who desperately needs God's intervention. Whatever form it takes, the moment will require the same qualities Huldah demonstrated: faithfulness to hear God clearly, courage to speak truth without softening it, wisdom to hold together justice and mercy, humility to point to God rather than yourself. These qualities are not developed in the spotlight. They are cultivated in quiet places, through ordinary faithfulness, by people who live in the 2nd quarter rather than the palace. They grow in hearts that remain tender before God, even when the surrounding culture has grown hard. They mature through consistent obedience when no one is watching or applauding. Huldah's story tells us that this kind of faithfulness does not go unnoticed by God. He sees, he remembers, he honours, and when the moment comes, he calls on those who have proven faithful in small things to speak his truth in consequential moments. You may never have your name recorded in sacred scripture. You may never be consulted by kings or shape the direction of nations. You may live your entire life in obscurity, known only to a small circle of family and friends. But if you cultivate faithfulness to God, if you learn to hear his voice clearly, if you are willing to speak truth with courage when the moment requires it, your life will matter in ways you cannot measure. The ripple effects of faithful obedience extend far beyond what we can see in our own lifetimes. Josiah's generation experienced blessing because Huldah delivered God's message faithfully. Countless people throughout history have been encouraged by her example. The writers of Scripture ensured her story was preserved for thousands of years, all because she was willing to be used by God. So rest tonight knowing that your faithfulness matters. That God is preparing you through ordinary obedience for extraordinary purposes. That the quiet places where you serve him now are training grounds for moments yet to come. That willing hearts matter more to God than famous names. That truth, spoken with courage, can change the trajectory of lives and nations, and that the voice history almost missed might be the very voice God uses to speak hope, truth, and transformation into a world desperately in need of hearing from him. May you sleep in the peace of knowing that God sees your faithfulness, values your obedience, and is preparing you for purposes that will become clear in his perfect timing. Like Huldah, may you be ready when your moment comes. And until then, may you remain faithful in the quiet places, listening for God's voice, preparing your heart to speak his truth with the same clarity and courage he demonstrated all those centuries ago in the second quarter of Jerusalem.
Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whatever time it is where you are in the world, whether you're settling in for the evening or finding a quiet moment during your day, you're exactly where you need to be. We have listeners joining us from every corner of the globe, and it's beautiful to think that we're all connected through these ancient stories that continue to speak to our hearts today. If this story brings you peace and you'd like to hear more like it, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Now let us journey back over 3,000 years to a time when the hills of ancient Israel echoed with the cries of an oppressed people, and discover how God chose the most unlikely hero to deliver them. The sun blazed mercilessly over the barren hills of ancient Israel, its heat seeming to mock the suffering people below. For 7 long years, the shadow of oppression had fallen across the promised land, like a plague that would not lift. The Midianites, fierce nomadic warriors from the desert, had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. In caves carved into limestone cliffs, families huddled in darkness, their faces gaunt with hunger and hollow with despair. Children, who should have been playing in village squares instead, learned to recognise the distant thunder of approaching hoofbeats, the signal to flee deeper into their rocky refuges. The once fertile valleys that had flowed with milk and honey now lay trampled and barren, stripped clean by the endless raids of their oppressors. The Israelites had forgotten what it meant to harvest their own crops. Each year they would plant in hope, tending their fields with trembling hands, always listening for the sound that would send them running. And each year, just as the grain began to ripen, the Midianites would come. They arrived like a sandstorm, their camels innumerable as the sand by the sea, their warriors dark silhouettes against the burning sky. They took everything, left nothing, and vanished back into the wilderness, leaving behind only dust and desperation. In this time of darkness, when hope seemed as distant as the stars, there lived a young man named Gideon. He was not what anyone would call a mighty warrior. His hands, though calloused from labour, had never gripped a sword in battle. His shoulders, though broad from years of farm work, had never carried the weight of armour. His eyes, though keen from watching the horizon for danger, had never gazed unflinchingly into the face of an enemy. On this particular day, Gideon found himself doing what had become all too common among his people. Hiding. He was in his father's wine press, a stone basin carved deep into the earth, meant for treading grapes. But instead of the purple stain of harvest, this hollow held only wheat stalks and the sound of desperate threshing. Gideon worked quickly, quietly, glancing nervously toward the rim of the pit above him. This was no place to thresh grain, but it was hidden from watching eyes, concealed from raiders who might snatch away even this meagre portion of food. The irony was not lost on him. Here he was, a descendant of Abraham, to whom God had promised this very land, reduced to working in secret, like a thief in his own inheritance. The wheat he threshed was barely enough to keep his family alive, and even this small amount had to be hidden from those who would steal it away. As Gideon worked, sweat dripping from his brow to mingle with the grain dust, he wondered where the God of his fathers had gone. The elders still told stories around carefully concealed fires, stories of a time when the Lord had parted the sea, when he had brought down the walls of Jericho, when his presence had dwelt among them in power and glory. But those seemed like tales from another world, stories of a God who had perhaps grown tired of his people and turned his face away. The rhythmic sound of the flail striking grain filled the small space, a lonely percussion that seemed to echo the beating of his own discouraged heart. Each strike felt like a prayer he didn't know how to voice, a desperate plea to heaven from a pit in the earth, and then without warning, the monotonous rhythm was broken by a voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's flail froze mid-swing. His heart hammered against his ribs as he spun around, expecting to see a Midianite soldier who had discovered his hiding place. Instead, he saw a figure sitting beneath the oak tree above the winepress, a man whose presence seemed to make the very air shimmer with an otherworldly light. The stranger's words echoed in Gideon's mind. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who threshed wheat in secret, who started at shadows, who had never held anything more dangerous than farming tools? Surely this visitor was either mocking him or mistaken about who he was addressing. Gideon climbed slowly from the winepress, his legs unsteady, not from exertion, but from the strange presence of this visitor. The man beneath the oak appeared ordinary enough, yet something in his bearing, something in the way the light seemed to gather around him, spoke of anything but ordinary humanity. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon said, his voice betraying his confusion and fear. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian.'" The words tumbled out of him like water breaking through a dam. 7 years of bottled frustration, 7 years of unanswered prayers, 7 years of watching his people suffer, while heaven remained silent. If this stranger claimed the Lord was with them, then where was the evidence? Where was the God who had once fought for Israel with fire and earthquake, with angel armies and miraculous interventions? The figure beneath the oak tree regarded him with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding far beyond human measure. When he spoke, his voice carried an authority that made the ground beneath Gideon's feet feel somehow more solid, as if reality itself paid attention to his words. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" Gideon felt his knees nearly buckle. Save Israel? Him? The man who hid in wine presses, who jumped at the sound of the wind through the barley? This had to be some terrible mistake. some cosmic error in judgment. "Pardon me, my lord," he said again, his voice barely above a whisper, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." It was true. His family held no position of honour among the tribe. They owned no great flocks, commanded no respect in the councils of the elders. Gideon himself was the youngest son, the one who tended to mundane tasks while others made important decisions. He was nobody special, nobody who mattered, nobody whom anyone would follow into battle. But the mysterious visitor seemed unmoved by these protests. "I will be with you," he said simply, "and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise hung in the air between them, impossible and overwhelming. Gideon's mind reeled as he tried to comprehend what was being asked of him. But if this was truly a messenger from the Lord, if this was indeed the God of his fathers speaking to him, then surely he could ask for some sign, some proof that this wasn't merely the product of too much sun and too little food. "If now I have found favour in your eyes," Gideon said carefully, "give me a sign that it is really you who speaks with me. Please do not go away until I come back, and bring my offering and set it before you." The figure nodded gravely. "I will wait until you return." Gideon hurried to his house, his heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. He prepared what he could offer: a young goat, unleavened bread made from precious flour, broth to complete the meal. It was a significant sacrifice for a family that had so little, but if there was even the slightest chance that the God of Israel was truly speaking to him, no cost was too great. When he returned to the oak tree, the stranger was still there, patient as stone, eternal as the hills. Gideon set the meat on a rock, poured out the broth, and waited to see what would happen. The visitor extended the staff in his hand and touched the meat and bread. Instantly, fire flared up from the rock, consuming the offering completely. In the same moment, the figure vanished from sight, leaving Gideon alone with the blackened stone and the certain terrifying knowledge that he had been speaking with an angel of the Lord. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Gideon cried out, falling to his knees, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But even as fear overwhelmed him, a voice spoke from heaven itself. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." Gideon built an altar there and called it "The Lord is Peace," but peace was far from what he felt in his heart. That very night, the Lord spoke to him again, commanding him to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. It was to be his first act of obedience, his first step toward the impossible task that lay ahead. Under cover of darkness, accompanied by 10 servants, Gideon did as he was commanded. They worked quietly, dismantling the stone altar and chopping down the wooden symbol of false worship. In their place, Gideon built an altar to the Lord and offered a bull as a sacrifice, using the wood from the Asherah pole as fuel for the fire. When morning came, the men of the town discovered what had been done. Their rage was immediate and fierce. They demanded that Joash, Gideon's father, bring out his son to be killed for destroying the altar of Baal, but Joash surprised everyone, including his son, with his response. "Are you going to plead Baal's cause?" he asked the angry crowd. "If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar." From that day on, Gideon was called Jerub-Baal, meaning "let Baal contend with him." But even after this first victory, even after seeing fire consume his sacrifice and hearing the voice of the Lord, doubt still gnawed at Gideon's heart like a persistent wound. When the Midianites assembled once again for their annual raid, gathering in the valley like a dark sea of destruction, Gideon knew the time had come. Yet still he hesitated, still he needed more assurance. That night he took a wool fleece and placed it on the threshing floor. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," he prayed, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." In the morning the fleece was soaked with dew, while the ground around it was completely dry. Gideon wrung out the fleece and filled a bowl with water, but still he doubted. Still, he feared he was deceiving himself. "Do not be angry with me," he prayed again. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." And God, patient with his fearful servant, did exactly as Gideon asked. The next morning, the fleece was dry while dew covered all the ground around it. Finally, Gideon could doubt no longer. The signs were clear, the calling was certain. The God of Israel had indeed chosen him, the least and the weakest, to deliver his people from their oppressors. But as Gideon would soon discover, God's ways of winning battles were as unexpected as his choice of champions. Word spread quickly through the hill country of Israel. Gideon, son of Joash, had called for warriors to gather at the spring of Harod. The response was overwhelming. Men came from every tribe, every village, every cave where families had been hiding. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find. Old swords passed down from fathers, farming implements that could serve as spears, slings and stones gathered from riverbeds. 32,000 men answered the call. It was a significant force, larger than any army Israel had mustered in years. As Gideon looked out over the sea of faces, weathered by years of oppression, but now bright with hope, he felt a stirring of confidence. Perhaps this task wouldn't be as impossible as it had seemed. But even as he counted his forces, Gideon knew they were still vastly outnumbered. In the valley below, the Midianites and their allies spread across the landscape like a plague of locusts. Their camels were indeed as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Their warriors a dark tide that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Conservative estimates put their numbers at over 100,000 fighting men, but some said there were twice that many. Gideon was contemplating these daunting odds when the Lord spoke to him once again, and the words he heard made his blood run cold. "You have too many men," the Lord said. "I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." Too many men? Gideon stared out at his army, then down at the vast enemy host in the valley. How could 32,000 be too many when facing such overwhelming odds? But the Lord's reasoning became clear. If Israel won this battle with such numbers, they would attribute the victory to their own military might, rather than to God's power. With a heavy heart, Gideon stood before his assembled forces. These men had left their families, their hiding places, their small measures of safety to answer his call. Now he had to tell some of them to go home. "Men of Israel," he called out, his voice carrying across the gathered warriors. "The Lord has spoken to me. Anyone among you who is afraid, anyone who trembles with fear, may return to his home. There is no shame in this. Go in peace." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some men looked relieved, others confused, still others ashamed. But slowly, surely, men began to step forward, to gather their belongings, to turn away from the camp. What started as a trickle became a stream, then a flood. By evening, 22,000 men had departed for their homes, leaving only 10,000 behind. Gideon watched them go with a mixture of understanding and dread. He couldn't blame them for their fear, not after 7 years of running and hiding, but now his army was less than a third of its original size, facing an enemy that seemed to grow larger with every passing hour. Surely now the Lord would be satisfied with the numbers. Surely now they could plan their attack, develop their strategy, prepare for battle. But as the sun set over the camp, painting the sky the colour of blood, the voice of the Lord came to Gideon once more. "There are still too many men," the Lord said. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there." Gideon felt as if the ground was shifting beneath his feet. Still too many? 10,000 men were still too many to face 100,000? What kind of battle was the Lord planning? The next morning Gideon led his remaining men down to the spring of Harod. The water was clear and cold, bubbling up from underground sources that had never failed, even in the driest years. The men were thirsty from the march and eager to drink. Separate those who lap the water with their tongues, as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink, the Lord instructed. Gideon watched carefully as his men approached the water. Most of them, weary and relieved to finally rest, knelt down and put their faces directly to the stream, drinking deeply. But a few, perhaps more cautious or alert, cupped water in their hands and lapped it quickly while keeping their eyes up, watching for danger. When the test was complete, Gideon counted with growing amazement and terror. Only 300 men had lapped the water like dogs. 300 out of 10,000. 300 to face the multitudes of Midian. "With the 300 men that lapped I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands," the Lord said. "Let all the others return home." The dismissal of the remaining 9,700 men was even more painful than the first reduction. These were the men who had stayed when others fled, who had shown courage and commitment. Yet now they too had to be sent away, carrying with them the supplies and provisions that would have sustained a larger force. As evening fell over the camp, Gideon found himself staring at his tiny army. 300 men sat around small fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Some sharpened weapons, others mended gear, still others simply stared into the darkness where their enemies waited. They were farmers and shepherds, craftsmen and traders. None of them were professional soldiers. None of them had trained for this kind of warfare. Gideon walked among them, listening to their quiet conversations. Some spoke of their families, wondering if they would ever see their wives and children again. Others talked about the enemy, speculating about Midianite tactics and weapons. A few prayed quietly, their voices barely audible above the crackling of the fires. "Do you think we can win?" one young man asked his companion, his voice carrying the weight of doubt that Gideon felt in his own heart. "With God's help," came the reply, but even that voice held uncertainty. As Gideon continued his circuit of the camp, he felt the familiar weight of fear settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. 300 men. It was impossible. It was madness. It was a recipe for massacre, not victory. But even as doubt assailed him, Gideon remembered the fire that had consumed his sacrifice, the signs with the fleece, the voice that had called him mighty warrior when he was anything but mighty. The God who had chosen him, who had reduced his army to an impossibly small number, was the same God who had parted the Red Sea, who had brought down the walls of Jericho with trumpets and shouts. Still, as he looked out toward the valley, where enemy campfires twinkled like stars fallen to earth, Gideon found himself struggling with the same fears that had driven him to test God with fleeces. The odds were beyond daunting. They were simply impossible. But perhaps, he thought with growing understanding, that was exactly the point. Sleep eluded Gideon that night. He tossed on his simple bedroll, listening to the sounds of his small army around him. Some of the men snored peacefully, displaying a faith or fatalism that he envied. Others, like himself, shifted restlessly, no doubt contemplating the impossibility of what lay ahead. As the night deepened, the Lord spoke to him once more. "Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The Lord knew him well, Gideon realized. He was indeed afraid, terrified beyond measure. The offer to scout the enemy camp was exactly what his anxious heart needed. Taking his servant Purah, a young man who had served his family faithfully for years, Gideon crept away from the Israeli camp under cover of darkness. The descent into the valley was treacherous in the darkness. They picked their way carefully between rocks and thorny bushes, each step taking them closer to the vast enemy encampment. As they drew near, the sheer scale of the Midianite army became even more overwhelming. Their campfires stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction, creating a galaxy of light in the darkness of the valley floor. The smell hit them first, thousands of camels, horses and men, creating a pungent mixture that hung heavy in the still night air. Then came the sounds, snoring, quiet conversations, the shuffling of animals, the occasional clank of weapons or armour. It was like approaching a vast, slumbering beast that could wake at any moment and devour them. Gideon and Purah crept to the edge of the camp, staying low among the rocks and scrub brush that dotted the valley floor. The nearest tents were only a few dozen yards away, their dark silhouettes outlined against the glow of dying fires. Guards moved slowly through the camp, but their attention was focused inward, watching for disturbances among their own people rather than looking outward for threats. As they settled into their hiding place, Gideon heard voices from a nearby tent. Two men were talking in low tones, their conversation carrying clearly in the still night air. "I had the most disturbing dream," one man was saying. "I dreamed that a round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." His companion was quiet for a moment before responding, and when he did, his voice was heavy with foreboding. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." Gideon felt as if lightning had struck him. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, these soldiers were talking about him, about his victory, about their own defeat. The dream was clearly a sign from God. A simple barley loaf, representing humble Israel, would overturn the mighty tent of Midian. He grasped Purah's arm, and together they crept back through the darkness, toward their own camp. But now the impossible seemed possible. Now the 300 seemed not like a pitifully small force, but like the perfect instrument of God's power. The enemy was already defeated in their hearts. All that remained was to make that defeat a reality. Back in the camp, Gideon woke his sleeping warriors. "Get up," he whispered urgently. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." The men rose quickly, gathering around their commander in the darkness. Gideon's voice was transformed, no longer tentative and fearful, but filled with supernatural confidence. "Listen carefully," he said. "We will divide into 3 companies of 100 men each. I will give each of you a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside it. Watch me and do exactly what I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then you blow your trumpets all around the camp and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan was unlike anything any of them had ever heard of. No swords, no spears, no conventional weapons at all. Just trumpets, empty pottery jars and torches. It seemed almost like madness, but there was something in Gideon's voice, something in his bearing, that convinced them this was indeed the Lord's strategy. The men moved quickly and quietly to gather the supplies they would need. Clay jars were found and emptied. Torches were prepared and placed carefully inside, so that their light was completely hidden. Each man took a trumpet, though few of them had any experience with such instruments. The plan didn't require musical skill, however, only the ability to make noise. As the first company prepared to move out, Gideon looked at his men one final time. These farmers and shepherds, these ordinary men who had answered an extraordinary call, were about to attempt something that would be remembered for generations to come. They were terrified. He could see it in their faces, but they were also determined. They'd come too far to turn back now. "Remember," Gideon said quietly, "we are not fighting this battle alone. The Lord goes before us. Trust in him, follow my lead, and we will see the salvation of Israel this very night." The 3 companies spread out in the darkness, moving carefully around the perimeter of the enormous enemy camp. It took time to get into position, with each group having to navigate difficult terrain while carrying their unusual equipment. But finally, just as the middle watch began, just as the guards were changing and the camp was at its most vulnerable, Gideon's company reached their position on one side of the valley. He looked across the vast sea of tents and fires, knowing that his other 2 companies were in position on the other sides. Somewhere out there in the darkness, 200 other men were waiting for his signal, trusting him to lead them in this impossible venture. Gideon raised his trumpet to his lips, lifted his jar with its hidden torch, and prepared to find out whether the God of Israel would indeed fight for his people. The moment had come. 300 men were about to challenge an army of over 100,000, armed with nothing but faith and the most unusual weapons in the history of warfare. The fate of Israel hung in the balance, suspended in the darkness between doubt and faith, between human impossibility and divine power. The signal came like thunder splitting the night sky. Gideon's trumpet blast echoed off the hills surrounding the valley, a piercing note that seemed to come from heaven itself. In the same instant, he smashed his clay jar against a rock, releasing the torch inside to blaze forth like a star suddenly born in the darkness. "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The response was immediate and devastating. All around the perimeter of the vast Midianite camp, 299 other men followed their commander's example. The sound was indescribable. 300 trumpets blowing at once, creating a wall of noise that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. 300 clay jars smashed simultaneously, the sound like thunder crashing over and over again. 300 torches suddenly blazed to life, creating a ring of fire around the sleeping army. And 300 voices roared out the battle cry, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The effect on the Midianite camp was catastrophic. Men who had been sleeping peacefully moments before were jolted awake by the tremendous noise, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening. In the darkness, disoriented and terrified, they saw only the ring of torches surrounding them, and heard only the overwhelming sound of trumpets and shouting. To their sleep-clouded minds, it seemed as if they were surrounded by a vast army. The torches suggested thousands of soldiers, each one marking a warrior ready to attack. The trumpets spoke of organised military might, of disciplined forces moving in coordinated assault. The unified battle cry indicated an enemy confident of victory, sure of their superior strength. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. Men stumbled from their tents, grabbing weapons, looking desperately for officers to tell them what to do. But in the chaos and darkness, with the deafening noise continuing all around them, communication was impossible. No one could hear orders over the sound of 300 trumpets. No one could see clearly through the confusion of flickering torches and deep shadows. "We're surrounded," someone screamed. "The whole Israeli army is here," shouted another. "We're all going to die," cried a third. The panic was contagious, spreading from tent to tent, from company to company, until the entire vast army was in the grip of terror. Men began running in all directions, some trying to escape what they perceived as encirclement, others attempting to mount some kind of defence against an enemy they couldn't see or understand. In their confusion and fear, the unthinkable began to happen. Midianite soldiers, unable to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos, began attacking each other. A man running through the darkness looked like an enemy soldier. A voice shouting commands in the confusion sounded like the voice of an Israeli warrior. Every shadow could be hiding an attacker. Swords were drawn not against the 300 Israelites on the perimeter, but against fellow Midianites. Spears were thrust not at the enemy, but at allies who had become indistinguishable from foes in the panic and darkness. The great army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years was turning on itself, destroying itself in its fear and confusion. Gideon and his men maintained their positions around the camp, continuing to blow their trumpets and brandish their torches, watching in amazement as their enemies did the work of destruction for them. It was the most extraordinary battle any of them had ever witnessed, a battle won without striking a single blow, a victory achieved through terror rather than traditional warfare. As the chaos in the camp intensified, the Midianites began a massive retreat. Those who could find their camels or horses fled toward the Jordan River and beyond. Others ran on foot, abandoning their weapons, their supplies, their wounded comrades, in their desperate attempt to escape what they believed was certain annihilation. But Gideon was not content to simply watch his enemies flee. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills, he sent messengers throughout the hill country of Israel, calling on his countrymen to join the pursuit. "Come down against the Midianites," the messengers proclaimed, "and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth Barah." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Men who had been hiding in caves for 7 years suddenly found themselves called to active pursuit of their oppressors. They came streaming down from the hills, like water released from a dam, energized by the news that the mighty Midianite army was in full retreat. The men of Ephraim were particularly effective, seizing the fords of the Jordan River and trapping many of the fleeing enemy forces. They captured and killed Oreb and Zeb, 2 of the Midianite leaders, bringing their heads to Gideon as proof of their victory. Meanwhile, Gideon and his original 300 men continued the pursuit of the main enemy force. They crossed the Jordan River, following the fleeing armies eastward into the deserts. Despite their exhaustion, despite having had no sleep and little food, they pressed on relentlessly. The psychological impact of the night's events had completely broken the spirit of the Midianite alliance. Armies that had seemed invincible just hours before were now scattered bands of demoralized fugitives. The camels that had been as numerous as sand by the seashore were now obstacles to rapid flight rather than instruments of swift attack. Gideon's small force continued to grow as more Israelites joined the pursuit. Men from Naphtali, Asher, and all of Manasseh took up arms and chased the fleeing enemy. What had begun as an impossible battle for 300 men had become a nationwide uprising, a complete reversal of 7 years of oppression. The fleeing Midianites tried to regroup at Succoth and Penuel, but the local officials, perhaps fearing retaliation, refused to provide them with food or assistance. Gideon's pursuit was relentless, driving them ever deeper into the wilderness, further from their base of operations, further from any hope of mounting a counterattack. Finally, in the desert east of the Jordan, Gideon caught up with the remnants of the great army. Zebah and Zalmunna, the 2 kings of Midian, were there with about 15,000 men, all that was left of an army that had once numbered over 100,000. Even this reduced force vastly outnumbered Gideon's 300, but their spirit was completely broken. The final battle was swift and decisive. The Midianite army, already demoralized and exhausted, offered little resistance. Zebah and Zalmunna were captured alive, bringing to an end the 7-year reign of terror that had plagued Israel. As the sun set on that remarkable day, Gideon found himself looking out over a battlefield strewn with the evidence of complete victory. The mighty army that had seemed invincible just 24 hours earlier was destroyed. The kings who had terrorized his people were prisoners. The oppression that had driven Israel into caves and hiding places was broken forever. It had all begun with 300 men, 300 trumpets, 300 torches, and faith in a God who specializes in impossible victories. The journey back to Israel was unlike anything the land had seen in generations. What had begun as a desperate flight by 300 terrified farmers had become a triumphant procession that seemed to grow with every mile. Men emerged from caves and hidden places, women came out of their refuges, children ran alongside the returning heroes. The roads that had been empty for 7 years, too dangerous for normal travel, were now filled with celebration. Gideon rode at the head of the procession, the captured kings Zebah and Zalmunna walking in chains behind him. The sight of these once mighty rulers, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for so long, now humbled and defeated, was almost too wonderful to believe. People lined the roads just to see them, to confirm with their own eyes that the nightmare was truly over. As they passed through villages and towns that had been ghost settlements just days before, people poured out of their houses with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Children, who had never known anything but hiding and fear, looked with wonder at the defeated enemy kings. Elderly men and women who remembered the time before the oppression began whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who had delivered them. The celebration that erupted across Israel was spontaneous and overwhelming. In every settlement, people brought out whatever food they had hidden away and shared it freely. Wine that had been buried for safekeeping was uncorked and passed around. Songs that had been silenced for 7 years rang out again from hilltops and valleys. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the victory was how complete it had been. The Midianite power was not just temporarily broken, but utterly destroyed. Their military organisation was shattered, their leadership eliminated, their will to fight completely crushed. Never again would they be able to mount the kind of massive raids that had devastated Israel year after year. The psychological impact was equally profound. For 7 years, the Israelites had seen themselves as victims, as weak and helpless prey for stronger predators. Now they had witnessed their God fighting for them in the most dramatic way imaginable. The story of the 300 and their trumpets would be told and retold around campfires for generations to come. A permanent reminder that no enemy is too strong when the Lord chooses to fight for his people. When Gideon finally reached his homeland, representatives from all the tribes of Israel came to meet him. They came with a proposal that on the surface seemed like the natural conclusion to his remarkable victory. "Rule over us," they said, their voices filled with genuine admiration and gratitude. "You, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian." It was an offer of kingship, of dynastic rule that would establish Gideon's family as the permanent rulers of Israel. After centuries of loose tribal confederation, of judges who arose in times of crisis only to fade from prominence when the emergency passed, the people were ready for something more permanent, more stable, and who better to serve as their king than the man who had delivered them from their greatest enemy? The offer was tempting beyond measure. Gideon had gone from threshing wheat in secret to being offered the crown of all Israel. The boy who had hidden in wine presses was being invited to sit on a throne. The man who had doubted his own worth was being told that he was worthy to found a royal dynasty. But Gideon's response revealed the depth of his spiritual growth during this incredible journey. The fearful farmer, who had needed multiple signs and confirmations, had become a man who understood something fundamental about the nature of God's kingdom. "I will not rule over you," he declared firmly, "nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a profound statement of faith and wisdom. Gideon recognized that Israel's true king was the Lord himself, and that any human ruler would be merely a steward of God's authority. He had learned through his own experience that victory came not through human strength or wisdom, but through complete dependence on divine power. To accept a crown now would be to claim credit for what God alone had accomplished. The people were disappointed but not surprised. They had seen enough of Gideon's character to understand that he was not motivated by personal ambition. Still, they wanted to honour him in some way, to create some lasting memorial to his remarkable victory. Gideon did make one request of the people, though it would prove to be a fateful one. "I do ask one thing of you," he said. "Each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder." The Midianites, like many desert peoples, wore gold earrings, and the spoils of victory included a considerable amount of such jewellery. The Israelites were happy to comply with this modest request. They spread out a garment, and each man threw a gold earring onto it. When all the contributions were gathered, the weight of the gold was 1,700 shekels, an enormous fortune by the standards of the time. In addition to the earrings, there were ornaments, pendants, and purple garments worn by the Midianite kings, as well as chains from their camels' necks. With this gold, Gideon made an ephod, a ceremonial garment similar to what the high priest wore. His intentions may have been pure, perhaps wanting to create a memorial to God's victory, or a way for the people to seek divine guidance. But the results were tragic. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshipping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The very man who had torn down his father's altar to Baal, who had refused the crown because only God should rule Israel, inadvertently created an object that led his people back into idolatry. It was a sobering reminder of how easy it is for even the most faithful to stumble, how quickly victory can turn to spiritual defeat. The golden ephod, created from the spoils of a battle won by faith alone, became a false god that drew the people's hearts away from the true God who had delivered them. Yet despite this failing, the primary result of Gideon's victory endured. The land had peace for 40 years during his lifetime. The Midianites never recovered from their devastating defeat. Other potential enemies, seeing what had happened to the mighty Desert Confederation, thought twice before threatening Israel. Gideon himself lived quietly on his estate, enjoying the respect of his people, but never again taking up the sword. He married and had many children, 70 sons from his various wives. One son, born to a concubine in Shechem, was named Abimelech, and he would later bring great trouble to Israel in his quest for the power his father had refused. When Gideon died at a good old age, he was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. His death marked the end of an era, the passing of a man who had embodied both the highest faith and the deepest human frailty. As we reach the end of this ancient story, told now across thousands of years and countless retellings, the lessons of Gideon's life continue to resonate with profound relevance. His journey from fearful farmer to victorious leader speaks to truths that transcend time and culture, offering wisdom for anyone who has ever felt inadequate for the tasks before them. The first and most striking lesson is how God chooses his instruments. When the angel called Gideon a mighty warrior while he hid in a wine press, it seemed like either a mistake or a cruel joke. Gideon was none of the things we typically associate with great leaders. He wasn't brave, wasn't confident, wasn't from an important family, wasn't trained in warfare or politics. By every human measure, he was spectacularly unqualified for the task ahead. Yet this was precisely why God chose him. The Lord deliberately selects the weak to confound the strong, the foolish to shame the wise, the lowly to humble the proud. Gideon's weakness became the perfect vessel for divine strength because there could be no question about who deserved the credit for the victory. This principle was reinforced by the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300. With overwhelming numbers, Israel might have attributed their victory to superior military strategy or exceptional courage. With just 300 men, there could be no doubt that the victory belonged to God alone. The method of the victory itself drove this point home with unmistakable clarity. No swords were swung, no arrows were shot, no conventional battle was fought. Instead, the enemy was defeated by trumpets, torches, and shouting. It was a victory that made no sense according to human wisdom, but perfect sense according to divine strategy. Gideon's story also illustrates the patient grace of God toward human weakness. When Gideon asked for signs, when he tested God with fleeces, when he needed encouragement through overhearing the enemy's dream, the Lord did not respond with anger or impatience. Instead, he provided exactly what his frightened servant needed to move forward in faith. This divine patience extends to our failures as well as our fears. Even when Gideon created the golden ephod that led Israel into idolatry, even when his victory was tainted by this spiritual stumble, God's larger purposes were not thwarted. The peace that came to Israel lasted for 40 years, and the story of Gideon's faith continued to inspire future generations. Yet Gideon's failure with the ephod serves as a sobering warning about the subtle nature of spiritual pride. The man who had refused a crown could still fall into the trap of creating an object that drew worship away from God. Victory can be more spiritually dangerous than defeat, success more corrupting than failure. Even those who have experienced God's power in extraordinary ways must remain vigilant against the pride that can grow from their very victories. The story also reveals the importance of recognizing God's sovereignty in our circumstances. When Gideon questioned why God had allowed the Midianite oppression, he was struggling with one of humanity's oldest questions: why does a good God permit suffering? The answer that emerges from his story is not a theological explanation, but a practical demonstration. God had not abandoned his people. He was preparing to deliver them in a way that would reveal his power and restore their faith. Sometimes what looks like divine absence is actually divine preparation. The 7 years of oppression created the conditions that made Israel ready to trust completely in God rather than in their own strength. Without that desperation, they might never have been willing to follow 300 men with trumpets against an army of over 100,000. Gideon's reluctance to accept the crown offers another crucial lesson about the nature of true leadership. The people wanted to make him king because he had saved them, but Gideon understood that salvation belongs to God alone. Human leaders are at their best when they serve as instruments of divine will rather than as objects of human worship. This principle applies far beyond political leadership. In families, in businesses, in communities, in churches, the most effective leaders are those who understand that their authority is delegated, that their successes come from sources beyond themselves, that their role is to point others toward truth rather than toward their own personalities or achievements. The transformation in Gideon's character throughout the story demonstrates the power of stepping out in faith despite fear. The man who ended the story was dramatically different from the one who began it, not because his circumstances had changed, but because he had learned to trust in something greater than his circumstances. He discovered what countless others have learned: that God's strength is made perfect in human weakness, that his power is most clearly displayed when human power is obviously inadequate, that the greatest victories often come in ways that make no earthly sense. For modern listeners, Gideon's story speaks to anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the challenges they face. Whether dealing with personal struggles, family crises, professional obstacles, or community problems, the principles that guided Gideon remain relevant. True solutions often come not through human wisdom or strength, but through surrender to divine wisdom and dependence on divine strength. The story encourages us to look beyond the odds, beyond our qualifications, beyond conventional approaches, to find the unexpected ways that God might work. It reminds us that He specializes in impossible situations, that He delights in using unlikely people, that He often works in ways that confound human expectations. At the same time, Gideon's story warns us about the ongoing nature of spiritual vigilance. Victory is not a destination, but a stepping stone. Success is not an end, but a beginning. Even those who have experienced God's power in remarkable ways must continue to guard their hearts against pride, idolatry, and spiritual complacency. The golden ephod that became a snare to Gideon serves as a perpetual reminder that our greatest spiritual dangers often arise not from our failures, but from our successes, not from our weaknesses, but from our strengths, not from what we lack, but from what we have achieved. As we close this ancient tale, we're reminded that Gideon's story is ultimately not about Gideon at all. It's about a God who sees potential where others see only weakness, who creates strength from surrender, who wins victories through the most unlikely means. It's about divine love that persists through human doubt, divine patience that endures human testing, divine power that works through human frailty. The trumpets that shattered the midnight silence in that valley so long ago continue to echo through the centuries, calling each generation to trust in something greater than themselves, to step forward in faith despite their fears, to discover that the God who delivered Israel through 300 men with torches is still in the business of impossible victories. In our own valleys of challenge and oppression, surrounded by enemies that seem too numerous to count, facing odds that appear insurmountable, Gideon's story whispers the same truth that changed a fearful farmer into a mighty warrior. The Lord is with you, and in Him even the weakest can become strong. Even the smallest can achieve great things. Even the most unlikely can be used for extraordinary purposes. The battle belongs to the Lord, and in Him, victory is always possible. And so we end where we began, with a simple truth that transcends time and circumstance. When God chooses to fight for His people, no enemy can stand, no odds are too great, and no victory is impossible. The story of Gideon continues to unfold in every generation, in every heart that learns to trust, not in human strength, but in divine power, not in earthly wisdom, but in heavenly guidance, not in what we can see, but in what God can do. May this ancient story find new life in modern hearts. May its lessons take root in contemporary soil, and may its timeless truths continue to inspire faith, courage, and hope in all who hear it. For the God who called Gideon from his hiding place continues to call ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, continues to choose the weak to confound the strong, and continues to win impossible victories through the most unlikely means. The story of Gideon is, in the end, the story of all who learn to trust in something greater than themselves. It is the story of divine love that never gives up, divine power that never fails, and divine grace that transforms fearful hiding into mighty victory. This has been the story of Gideon and the battle against Midian, shared with you tonight through sacred slumber. May it bring you peace, may it strengthen your faith, and may it remind you that no challenge is too great when faced with divine help. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the trumpets of victory and the light of hope that never dies.
Before we begin, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review also helps out tremendously, and if you want, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. Finally, if you enjoy the content, please consider subscribing. It helps us continue bringing you these stories. Now let's begin. There are moments in life when the ground beneath your faith begins to crack, when the miracles you've witnessed feel like distant memories, when the voice that once thundered with certainty becomes nothing more than an echo in an empty canyon. This is a story about one of those moments. A story about a man who spoke with God, who called down fire from heaven, who stood before kings without trembling, and then found himself alone in a cave waiting to die. His name was Elijah, and what happened to him on a mountain in the wilderness would change everything we think we know about how God speaks to broken people. This is the story of the whisper on the mountain. Chapter 1. A prophet at his peak. The kingdom of Israel had never been more divided. King Ahab sat on the throne, a man who had married power and called it love. His wife Jezebel came from Sidon, bringing with her the worship of Baal, a god of storms and fertility, a god whose priests promised rain and harvest in exchange for blood and devotion. Under their rule, the worship of Yahweh, the God of Abraham and Moses, had been pushed to the margins. Altars were torn down. Prophets were hunted. The people who once knew their God now bowed before golden statues and carved poles, hoping the gods of other nations might hear them. But there was one man who refused to bend. Elijah the Tishbite came from Gilead, from the rough country beyond the Jordan River. He was not a man of palaces or priestly robes. He wore animal skins and spoke in absolutes. When he appeared before King Ahab, his message was simple and terrifying. As the Lord God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall be neither dew nor rain these years, except by my word. It was a declaration of war, not between armies, but between gods. If Baal truly controlled the weather, let him prove it. If Yahweh alone was God, the skies would remain shut until he chose to open them, and the skies stayed shut. For 3 years the land withered. Rivers became dust, crops failed, livestock died. The people cried out to Baal, but no rain came. The prophets of Baal performed their rituals, cutting themselves, dancing, shouting until their voices broke, but the heavens remained silent. Then Elijah appeared again. He sent word to Ahab, "Gather all of Israel at Mount Carmel. Bring the 450 prophets of Baal." It was time to settle the question once and for all. When the people assembled, Elijah stood before them and posed a challenge that cut through years of compromise and confusion. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. The crowd said nothing. They had learned to hedge their bets, to worship whichever god seemed most convenient. But Elijah was done with convenience. He proposed a test. 2 altars would be built. 2 bulls would be prepared as offerings. The prophets of Baal would call on their god. Elijah would call on his. Whichever god answered with fire would be proven true. The prophets of Baal went first. From morning until afternoon they called out, they danced, they cut themselves with swords and spears until their blood ran down their bodies. Elijah watched and mocked them. "Shout louder. Maybe your God is deep in thought, or busy, or travelling. Maybe he's sleeping and needs to be awakened." But there was no response, no voice, no fire, nothing. As evening approached, Elijah stepped forward. He rebuilt the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. He arranged the wood. He prepared the sacrifice. Then he did something that seemed like madness. He ordered that the altar be drenched with water. 4 large jars were poured over the offering, then 4 more, then 4 more again. The water ran down and filled the trench around the altar. Then Elijah prayed, not with frenzy or showmanship, but with quiet confidence. "Lord, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known today that you are God in Israel and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God and that you are turning their hearts back again." The fire fell, not a spark, not a gradual flame. fire from heaven that consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, the soil, and even the water in the trench. The people fell on their faces, crying out in terror and awe, "The Lord, he is God! The Lord, he is God!" The prophets of Baal were seized and executed in the valley below. Elijah climbed back to the top of Carmel, bent low to the ground, and prayed for rain. He sent his servant to look toward the sea. Nothing. He prayed again. Nothing. 7 times he prayed, and on the 7th the servant returned with news. A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. Within minutes the sky turned black with clouds. The wind rose, and the rain came. After 3 years of drought, the rain came in torrents. Elijah ran ahead of Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel, empowered by the hand of the Lord, his faith riding the crest of an undeniable miracle. He was at the peak of his prophetic power. He had stood before a nation and proven God's supremacy. He had called down fire and rain. He had witnessed the people return to worship the true God. In that moment, Elijah must have felt invincible. But that feeling would not last. Chapter 2. The Threat That Changes Everything. When King Ahab returned to Jezreel, he told Queen Jezebel everything that had happened. He described the challenge on Mount Carmel, the failure of Baal's prophets, the fire from heaven, the slaughter in the valley, and the rain that ended the drought. For Ahab, these were simply facts, events to be reported. But for Jezebel, they were a declaration of war against everything she had built. She sent a messenger to Elijah with a simple, chilling promise. "May the gods deal with me, be it ever so severely, if by this time tomorrow I do not make your life like that of one of them." She meant the dead prophets. She meant blood and execution. She meant that his victory would be meaningless if he did not live to see the next sunset. And something inside Elijah broke. This was the same man who had stood before King Ahab without fear, the same man who had challenged hundreds of false prophets alone, the same man who had just witnessed the most spectacular demonstration of God's power in a generation. But now, faced with the threat of one woman, he ran. He did not stand his ground. He did not call down fire. He did not wait for God to protect him. He simply ran. He fled south, out of Israel, into the territory of Judah. He travelled to Beersheba, the edge of the settled world, and left his servant there. Then he went another day's journey into the wilderness alone. This moment is where the story becomes uncomfortably human. Elijah was not weak because he ran. He was human. Fear is not the absence of faith. It is the collision of faith with exhaustion, isolation, and the weight of carrying too much for too long. On Mount Carmel, Elijah had been surrounded by thousands. He had been vindicated publicly. He had seen God move in undeniable ways. But now, in the wilderness, he was alone. And in the silence, the questions that he had kept buried rose to the surface. Why was he the only one left? Why did serving God feel like constant danger? Why, after everything he had done, did it still feel like nothing had changed? The drought had ended, but Jezebel still reigned. The people had cried out in worship, but how long before they forgot? The prophets of Baal were dead, but their altars could be rebuilt. Elijah had won the battle, but the war felt endless. And so, he walked deeper into the wilderness, away from people, away from purpose, away from hope. Chapter 3. Collapse in the wilderness. Elijah found a solitary broom tree and sat down beneath its sparse shade. The desert stretched in every direction, vast and indifferent. The heat pressed down. The silence was absolute. And in that silence Elijah prayed the most honest prayer of his life. "I have had enough, Lord. Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors." This was not a prayer of faith. It was a prayer of surrender, not to God's will, but to despair. Elijah did not ask for deliverance. He did not ask for strength or clarity or a new mission. He asked for death. It is a jarring prayer, especially from a prophet who had just seen God move with such power, but it is also one of the most honest prayers in all of Scripture. Elijah did not hide behind religious language. He did not pretend to be stronger than he was. He simply said what he felt. I am done. I cannot do this anymore. I want it to end. This is the part of faith that people do not often talk about. The part where serving God does not feel glorious or meaningful. The part where the cost feels too high and the burden too heavy. The part where you wonder if you have given everything and received nothing in return. Elijah lay down beneath the tree and fell asleep, hoping he would not wake up. But then something happened. Something gentle and unexpected. He felt a touch on his shoulder. A voice spoke, "Get up and eat." Elijah opened his eyes. Beside him was a freshly baked cake of bread on hot stones and a jar of water. There was no explanation, no sermon, no rebuke for his despair, just provision, just kindness. He ate, he drank, then he lay down again and slept. The angel returned, touched him again, spoke again. "Get up and eat, for the journey is too much for you." Elijah rose. He ate the bread and drank the water, and something shifted. Not in his emotions necessarily, but in his body. The food sustained him in a way that felt beyond natural. Strengthened by that meal, Elijah travelled for 40 days and 40 nights, walking deeper into the wilderness toward a destination he may not have fully understood yet. He was heading toward Horeb, the mountain of God, the same mountain where Moses had encountered the burning bush, the same mountain where the law had been given, the same mountain where the covenant between God and Israel had been forged. Elijah was returning to the source, to the place where it all began, and when he arrived, exhausted and empty, he found a cave and went inside. He crawled into the darkness and waited. Chapter 4. God provides before he speaks. There is something profound in the way God responded to Elijah's despair. He did not immediately correct him. He did not offer a theological explanation for suffering. He did not tell Elijah to have more faith or to stop feeling sorry for himself. Instead, God gave him bread and water. This is a pattern that runs throughout Scripture. God meets people in their physical needs before addressing their spiritual state. He provides rest before revelation. He gives strength before sending. When Elijah collapsed beneath the broom tree, he was not just spiritually depleted. He was physically and emotionally exhausted. He had been running on adrenaline and conviction for years. The confrontation on Mount Carmel was the culmination of a long and dangerous mission, and the moment it was over, the crash came. God understood this. The angel did not scold Elijah for his weakness. He simply fed him, twice, and then allowed him to rest. There was no rush, no immediate assignment, just the quiet provision of what was needed. This challenges the way we often think about faith. We imagine that God is most concerned with our spiritual state, our beliefs, our obedience. And while those things matter, God is also deeply concerned with our humanity. He knows that we are not merely souls housed in bodies. We are embodied beings whose physical state affects everything else. Rest is not a sign of weakness. It is a necessity. And sometimes the most faithful thing we can do is stop, eat, sleep, and let God sustain us. When Elijah finally set out again, strengthened by that miraculous provision, he travelled for 40 days and 40 nights. The number 40 appears again and again in Scripture. Moses spent 40 days on the mountain receiving the law. The Israelites wandered for 40 years in the wilderness. Jesus fasted for 40 days before beginning his ministry. It is a number associated with testing, transformation, and preparation. Elijah's journey to Horeb was not just physical. It was an internal pilgrimage. Every step took him further from the noise of his mission and deeper into the silence where God was waiting. He was not running away anymore. He was moving toward something, toward an encounter that would redefine everything he thought he knew about how God works. When he reached the mountain, he found a cave and went inside. The cave became a kind of womb, a place of darkness and waiting, and there, in the stillness, the word of the Lord came to him. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was not an accusation. It was an invitation, an opening for honesty. And Elijah responded with raw, unfiltered truth. I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too. This was Elijah's perspective. This was how it felt. He had given everything, and it seemed like nothing had changed. He felt alone, abandoned, and hunted. And God listened. He did not interrupt. He did not correct. Not yet. Instead, he gave Elijah an experience that would shift everything. Chapter 5. The Journey to the Mountain. Mount Horeb, also called Sinai, was not just any mountain, it was the mountain. The place where God had first revealed his name to Moses in a burning bush. The place where the ground itself was declared holy. The place where the covenant had been given amidst smoke and thunder. Where the people had trembled at the foot of the mountain while Moses ascended into the cloud of God's presence. It was a place of power, a place of fear, a place where heaven had touched earth in a way that left no room for doubt. When God spoke from Horeb, the mountain shook. Fire blazed. The voice of God was so overwhelming that the people begged Moses to be their mediator because they could not bear to hear God speak directly. This was the tradition Elijah was stepping into. This was the weight of history he carried with him as he climbed. Perhaps he expected another Mount Carmel moment, another display of undeniable power, another public vindication. After all, this was where God had appeared before. This was where miracles happened. But when Elijah arrived, there was no fire, no thunder, no voice from the clouds, just a cave, just silence, just the long, empty stretch of waiting. He went inside the cave and sat in the darkness. The stone was cool against his skin, the air was still, and he waited. Hours passed, maybe days. The solitude pressed in, thick and heavy. And then finally the word of the Lord came. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was a question without judgment, but it demanded an answer. Not for God's sake, God already knew, but for Elijah's. Sometimes we do not fully understand what we are feeling until we say it out loud. Elijah's response poured out like water from a broken vessel. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." Every word carried the weight of isolation, the exhaustion of being the last one standing, the bitterness of feeling forgotten. Elijah was not asking for comfort. He was stating facts as he saw them. He had done everything right, and it had cost him everything. And now, even after the victory on Mount Carmel, nothing felt secure. God's response was not what Elijah expected. "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by." Elijah obeyed. He stepped out of the cave and stood on the rocky ledge, facing the vast expanse of the wilderness. The wind began to pick up. At first, it was just a breeze, then it grew stronger, and stronger, until it became a roaring gale that tore at his clothing and threatened to knock him off his feet. Then the wind became something else entirely. Chapter 6. Power without presence. The wind that struck the mountain was not a natural wind. It was a force of pure destruction. It howled through the canyons and shattered rocks, sending boulders tumbling down the cliffs. The noise was deafening, a sound like the world itself was being torn apart. Elijah braced himself, shielding his face, waiting for the voice of God to speak from the storm. But the Lord was not in the wind. As the wind subsided, the ground began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, deep beneath the surface, and then the entire mountain shook. The earth groaned and split. Fissures opened in the rock. Dust and debris filled the air. It was the kind of earthquake that topples cities, that swallows armies, that leaves nothing standing in its wake. Elijah clung to the stone, his heart pounding, expecting at any moment to hear the voice that spoke worlds into existence. Surely this was it. Surely this was how God would speak to him, just as he had spoken to Moses from the thunder and smoke. but the Lord was not in the earthquake. Then came the fire, not a small flame, but a roaring inferno that swept across the face of the mountain. It consumed everything in its path, turning stone black, burning away every living thing. The heat was unbearable. The light was blinding. Fire was the signature of God's power. Fire had fallen on Mount Carmel. Fire had led the Israelites through the wilderness as a pillar by night. Fire descended on Sinai when the law was given. But the Lord was not in the fire. And then, in the aftermath of wind and earthquake and flame, there was silence. Complete, absolute silence. The kind of silence that feels heavy, that presses into your ears and your chest and makes you aware of your own breathing. And in that silence there was a sound, not loud, not dramatic, just a gentle whisper, a still, small voice, so quiet that it would have been missed if Elijah had not been listening, so soft that it required stillness and attention and the willingness to lean in. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak over his face and went back to the entrance of the cave. He knew in that moment that he was standing in the presence of the living God, not because of power, but because of intimacy, not because of spectacle, but because of tenderness. God had not come in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire. He had come in the whisper. This was a moment of profound revelation. Elijah had spent his entire ministry in the mode of power. He had called down drought and fire. He had confronted kings and executed false prophets. His faith had been expressed through bold, public acts of divine intervention, and those things were real. God had been in those moments. But here, on the mountain, God was teaching Elijah something new, that power is not the only way God speaks, that sometimes the most important truths are communicated not through spectacle, but through stillness, that the same God who can shake the earth and split the sky can also speak in a whisper so quiet that only those who are truly listening will hear it. The still, small voice was not weaker than the wind or the earthquake or the fire. It was more personal, more intimate, more direct. It was the voice of a God who does not need to shout to be heard, a God who chooses to meet his people not in their strength, but in their brokenness, not in their certainty, but in their doubt. And when that voice asked the question again, it carried a different weight. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" Chapter 7. The still small voice. Elijah stood at the mouth of the cave, his face covered, and answered the same way he had before. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." The words were identical, but the context had changed. The first time Elijah spoke them, he was pouring out his frustration into the void, unsure if anyone was listening. Now, he was standing in the presence of God, having witnessed power and then heard the whisper. And God's response was not rebuke, it was redirection. God began by gently correcting Elijah's perception. Elijah believed he was the only one left, but that was not true. God had reserved 7,000 in Israel who had not bowed to Baal, 7,000 people who still worshipped in secret, who had not compromised, who had remained faithful even when it seemed like the entire nation had fallen away. Elijah was not alone. He had never been alone. His isolation was real, but it was not total, and this is one of the great dangers of despair. It distorts our vision. It makes us believe that the struggle is ours alone, that no one else understands, that we are the last one standing. But God sees the whole picture. He knows the hidden faithful, the quiet believers, the ones who do not make headlines but who remain steadfast. Then God gave Elijah new instructions. His mission was not over. There was still work to be done. He was to anoint Hazael as king over Aram. He was to anoint Jehu as king over Israel, and he was to anoint Elisha as his successor. These were not small tasks. They were political and prophetic acts that would shape the future of nations. But they were also acts of continuity. God was telling Elijah that the work would continue beyond him, that he did not have to carry the weight of everything alone, that there were others who would take up the mantle. The instruction to anoint Elisha was particularly significant. Elijah had been operating as if he were the last prophet, the final voice of God in a godless nation. But God was preparing someone to come after him. The ministry would not end with Elijah's death or retirement. It would be passed on. The torch would be carried. This is a profound mercy. God was releasing Elijah from the burden of believing that everything depended on him. He was not indispensable. He was not the final hope. He was a servant, yes, but he was part of a larger plan that stretched far beyond his own life. And in that moment, standing on the mountain, hearing the still, small voice outline the path forward, something inside Elijah began to heal. Not immediately, not completely, but enough. Enough to take the next step. Enough to return to the world. Enough to believe that even in the midst of exhaustion and fear and doubt, God had not abandoned him. The encounter on Mount Horeb did not erase Elijah's struggles. He would still face danger. He would still question. He would still carry the weight of a difficult calling. But he would no longer carry it alone, believing he was the only one left, and he would no longer expect God to speak only in fire and thunder. He had learned that God also speaks in whispers, in stillness, in the quiet moments when the world is silent, and all that is left is the sound of his voice, gentle and sure. Chapter 8. God's answer to Elijah's fear. The conversation on the mountain was not just about mission, it was about identity. Elijah had defined himself by his role as prophet, by his victories, by his willingness to stand alone. And when that identity felt threatened, when the victory on Mount Carmel did not result in permanent change, when Jezebel's threat reminded him that the fight was far from over, he collapsed. God's response was not to bolster that old identity, but to expand it, to remind Elijah that he was not defined solely by his prophetic acts, but by his relationship with the one who called him, to show him that strength is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to keep moving even when you are afraid. The anointing of Elisha was a pivotal moment. When Elijah descended from the mountain and found Elisha ploughing a field with 12 yoke of oxen, he threw his cloak over him. It was a symbolic act, a passing of the mantle, a declaration that the work would continue. Elisha left everything, slaughtered his oxen, burned his ploughing equipment, and followed Elijah. He became not just a successor, but a companion, someone to walk alongside, someone to share the burden. This is one of the gifts God gave Elijah in his despair. Community, not crowds, not public vindication, but one person to walk with, one person to invest in, one person who would carry the mission forward when Elijah could not. The story of Elijah does not end on the mountain. He continued to prophesy. He continued to confront kings. He continued to call the nation back to God. But something had shifted. He was no longer operating from a place of isolated strength. He had learned that weakness is not the end of usefulness. That doubt does not disqualify you, that even the strongest believers experience fear, exhaustion, and the temptation to give up. And perhaps most importantly, he had learned that God does not always speak in the ways we expect, that the fire from heaven and the still, small voice are both expressions of the same God. That power and tenderness are not opposites, but two sides of the same divine nature. Years later, when Elijah's time on earth was ending, he did not die. He was taken up to heaven in a whirlwind, surrounded by chariots of fire. It was a dramatic conclusion to a dramatic life, but the lesson of Mount Horeb remained, that even in the whirlwind, even in the fire, God is most intimately known in the quiet moments, in the whisper, in the still, small voice that speaks to the deepest parts of who we are. Chapter 9. Passing the Mantle. The relationship between Elijah and Elisha was not just a professional arrangement. It was a mentorship, a friendship, a spiritual legacy being passed from one generation to the next. Elisha followed Elijah faithfully, learning not just the mechanics of prophecy, but the heart of it. He witnessed Elijah's continued struggles, his moments of courage, his flashes of doubt. He saw that being a prophet did not mean being perfect. It meant being obedient, even when obedience was costly. When the time came for Elijah to be taken, Elisha refused to leave his side. They travelled together from Gilgal to Bethel to Jericho to the Jordan River. At each stop, Elijah urged Elisha to stay behind, but Elisha insisted on accompanying him. He had seen what it cost to serve God. He had watched Elijah wrestle with fear and loneliness and the crushing weight of responsibility. And still, he chose to follow. At the Jordan River, Elijah struck the water with his cloak, and the river parted. They crossed on dry ground, an echo of Joshua and Moses, a reminder that God's power does not diminish with time. And on the other side, Elijah asked Elisha what he wanted before he was taken. Elisha's request was bold. "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit." It was not a request for power, but for the ability to carry on the work, to have the strength to do what needed to be done, to continue the mission without collapsing under the weight of it. Elijah's response was honest. "You have asked a difficult thing, yet if you see me when I am taken from you, it will be yours. Otherwise it will not." Then it happened. A chariot of fire appeared, drawn by horses of fire, and swept between them. A whirlwind lifted Elijah up, carrying him into the heavens. Elisha watched, crying out, tearing his own clothes in grief and awe. And when it was over, Elijah's cloak fell from the sky. Elisha picked it up. He walked back to the Jordan River, struck the water with the cloak, and cried out, "Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" The water parted, and Elisha crossed over, carrying the mantle, carrying the mission, carrying the legacy. The work continued, the story did, not end. And the lesson remained that faith is not about individual heroics, but about faithful obedience passed from one generation to the next, that we are not called to do everything, but to do what is set before us and trust God with the rest. Epilogue. When God speaks softly, there is a temptation, especially in moments of crisis, to believe that God has abandoned us if we do not hear his voice in power. We wait for the burning bush, the pillar of fire, the parting of the sea. We expect miracles to be loud and undeniable, and sometimes they are. But the story of Elijah and the still, small voice reminds us that God's presence is not measured by volume, that the same God who spoke worlds into existence also whispers to broken hearts, that the most profound encounters with the divine often happen not in the middle of the storm, but in the silence after it passes. Elijah went to the mountain expecting power. He got intimacy. He expected vindication. He got companionship. He expected answers. He got a question. "What are you doing here?" And in that question was an invitation, not to explain himself, but to be known, to be seen, to be met in his exhaustion and doubt and fear, and to be reminded that he was not alone, that the work was bigger than him, that his weakness did not disqualify him, but made space for God's strength. The lesson of the still small voice is not that power is unimportant. It is that power is not the only language God speaks, that sometimes the most important thing is not to witness a miracle, but to hear a whisper, to stand in the silence and listen, to trust that even when God seems quiet, he is near. Faith is not always loud. It does not always feel triumphant. It does not always result in immediate vindication. Sometimes faith is simply the willingness to stand at the mouth of the cave, face covered, listening for the voice that speaks not in thunder, but in stillness. And when that voice comes, it does not always give us what we want, but it gives us what we need. It reminds us that we are not alone, that our story is part of a larger story, that the mission we carry will be carried by others when we cannot carry it anymore. It tells us to rest, to eat, to be strengthened, and then, when we are ready, to take the next step, because God is not only in the fire, he is also in the whisper, and sometimes the whisper is all we need. Sleep well, and may you find peace in the stillness.
Hello friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. I hope your day has been filled with blessings, no matter what time you're joining us or where you are in this beautiful world. Before we begin tonight's journey into the remarkable story of Gideon, I want to invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these powerful biblical narratives that can transform your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in as we explore one of the most extraordinary accounts of courage, faith and divine intervention in all of Scripture. The sun hung low over the hills of Israel, casting long shadows across a land that had once flowed with milk and honey. But those days seemed like distant memories now. The once prosperous nation had fallen into chaos, its people scattered and hiding like frightened animals. For 7 long years, the Midianites had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. Picture, if you will, the terror that gripped every village and farmstead. Families would wake each morning not knowing if this would be the day the raiders would come. Fathers would venture out to check their crops, only to find them trampled and stolen. Children would be hushed to silence at the first sound of hoofbeats on the horizon. The very air seemed thick with fear and desperation. The Midianites, along with their allies, the Amalekites, and other eastern peoples, had turned the conquest of Israel into an annual ritual. Like a plague of locusts, they would arrive at harvest time, their camels beyond counting, stretching across the landscape as far as the eye could see. They would strip the land bare, taking not only the grain and livestock, but also crushing the spirits of God's chosen people. Farmers had abandoned their fields, choosing instead to hide in mountain caves and underground chambers. The marketplaces that once bustled with commerce now stood empty and silent. What should have been a time of celebration and thanksgiving for the harvest had become a season of dread and starvation. Israel's cities, once proud and strong, had crumbled into mere shadows of their former glory. The walls that should have protected the people lay in ruins, and the gates that once welcomed travellers now hung broken on their hinges. It was as if the very blessing of God had departed from the land, leaving behind only sorrow and defeat. In this atmosphere of despair, mothers would gather their children close and whisper the old stories of how God had delivered their ancestors from Egypt, how he had parted the Red Sea and given them victory over mighty enemies. But those stories seemed like fairy tales now, beautiful but impossible dreams from a time when God still cared about his people. The elders of Israel shook their heads in bewilderment. Where was the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob? Where was the mighty deliverer who had once fought for them? Had he forgotten his covenant? Had he abandoned them to their enemies forever? It was into this world of darkness and desperation that our story begins, in the small town of Ophrah, where a young man named Gideon was about to discover that God had not forgotten his people after all. But Gideon, like so many others, had lost hope. He had watched his family's livelihood disappear year after year, and he had grown tired of empty promises and unanswered prayers. On this particular day, as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, both literally and figuratively, Gideon was engaged in the dangerous work of threshing wheat. But he wasn't doing it in the traditional threshing floor, where the grain could be properly separated from the chaff by the wind. Instead, he was hidden away in a wine press, a place where grapes were normally crushed to make wine. It was cramped, inefficient, and poorly ventilated, but it offered something more valuable than convenience. It offered concealment from enemy eyes. As Gideon worked in his makeshift hiding place, sweat dripping from his brow in the confined space, he embodied the broken spirit of his entire nation. Here was a man reduced to secret, fearful labour just to provide basic sustenance for his family. The very act of threshing wheat, once a joyful community celebration, had become a furtive, isolated struggle for survival. Little did Gideon know that this moment of apparent defeat would become the launching pad for one of the most remarkable displays of God's power in human history. The God who seemed absent was actually watching, waiting, and preparing to use this unlikely hero in ways that would astound both friend and foe alike. The rhythm of Gideon's work was steady but tense. Each strike of his flail against the wheat stalks echoed softly in the confined space of the wine press. His eyes darted frequently toward the opening above, watching for any sign of danger. The precious grain he was salvaging represented not just food for today, but hope for tomorrow, assuming the Midianites didn't discover his hiding place. The silence of the afternoon was broken by an unexpected voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's heart nearly stopped. He spun around, flail raised defensively, expecting to see a Midianite scout who had somehow discovered his secret location. Instead, he found himself face to face with a figure unlike any he had ever encountered. The stranger sat calmly beneath the great oak tree that overlooked the wine press, his presence somehow both commanding and peaceful. The greeting struck Gideon as almost mockingly ironic. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who was reduced to threshing wheat in secret, constantly looking over his shoulder in fear. And the Lord is with you? If that were true, then why was Israel suffering under such devastating oppression? "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon replied, his voice heavy with skepticism and pain. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt?' But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian." The words poured out of Gideon like water from a broken dam. Years of frustration, disappointment, and unanswered questions came tumbling forth. He had grown up hearing the magnificent stories of God's mighty deeds, of pillars of fire and cloud, of armies defeated and nations subdued. But where was that God now? Where were those miracles when his people needed them most? The stranger listened patiently to Gideon's outburst, showing no offence at the young man's boldness or apparent lack of faith. There was something in his eyes that spoke of ancient wisdom and unlimited compassion. When Gideon finished speaking, the visitor's response was both simple and earth-shattering. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" The audacity of the command took Gideon's breath away. Save Israel? Him? The implications were staggering. This wasn't a request for him to join an army or support a cause. This was a divine commission to personally lead the deliverance of an entire nation from a seemingly impossible situation. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon stammered, his mind reeling, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." Gideon's response revealed the depth of his feelings of inadequacy. In a culture where tribal strength and family position determined social standing and influence, he saw himself as doubly disqualified. His clan held no political power, commanded no great armies, and possessed no significant wealth. Within that already weak clan, he was the youngest, the most inexperienced, the least likely to be chosen for any position of leadership. But the stranger's next words would echo through the ages as one of the most profound promises ever given to a human being. "I will be with you, and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise was comprehensive and absolute. Not some of the Midianites, not most of them, but all of them. The victory would be complete and decisive, but more importantly, it would not depend on Gideon's strength, wisdom, or experience. It would depend entirely on the presence and power of God himself. Still struggling to believe what he was hearing, Gideon made a request that would reveal both his desire for faith and his need for certainty. If now I have found favour in your eyes, give me a sign that it is really you talking to me. Please do not go away until I come back and bring my offering and set it before you. The stranger agreed to wait, and Gideon hurried to his house to prepare an offering. His heart raced as he worked, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared a young goat and made bread from an ephah of flour. This was not a small offering by the standards of his time, especially for a family struggling under the oppression of constant raids. Yet something within him compelled him to give generously, to honour this mysterious visitor properly. When Gideon returned with the prepared food, the stranger instructed him to place the meat and unleavened bread on a rock and pour out the broth. Gideon obeyed, though he couldn't understand the purpose of these strange instructions. What happened next would leave no doubt about the supernatural nature of his visitor. The stranger touched the meat and bread with the tip of the staff he carried, and immediately fire flared from the rock, consuming the entire offering in an instant. The flames burned with an intensity and heat that no ordinary fire could match, leaving nothing behind but the memory of their brilliance. In that same moment, the stranger vanished from sight, disappearing as suddenly and mysteriously as he had appeared. Terror gripped Gideon's heart as the full realization of what had just occurred crashed over him like a mighty wave. This had been no ordinary man, no mere messenger or prophet. This had been the angel of the Lord, a manifestation of God himself. In that moment of understanding, Gideon was overwhelmed not with joy, but with mortal fear. "Alas, sovereign Lord," he cried out in anguish, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." In the ancient world, it was believed that no human could see God and live. The very encounter that should have filled him with confidence instead filled him with terror. Had his boldness in questioning and testing the Lord sealed his doom? Would he die for having stood in the presence of the Almighty? But even in his moment of greatest fear, God's grace reached out to comfort him. The voice of the Lord came to him again, gentle and reassuring. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." With his own hands, Gideon built an altar on that spot and called it "The Lord is Peace." The place where he had threshed wheat in fear and desperation had become holy ground, the site of a divine encounter that would change not only his life, but the destiny of an entire nation. As night fell over Ophrah, Gideon stood beside his new altar, his mind swirling with the magnitude of what had occurred. The God of his ancestors had not abandoned Israel after all. He had been working, planning, preparing for this very moment. And somehow, incredibly, he had chosen Gideon to be his instrument of deliverance. Yet even as faith began to bloom in his heart, doubt lingered like shadows at the edges of his mind. The task before him seemed impossible, the odds insurmountable. How could he, one man from the weakest clan in Manasseh, possibly hope to defeat the countless multitudes of Midian and their allies? It was a question that would lead him to make one of the most famous requests for divine confirmation in all of Scripture. The days following Gideon's encounter with the angel of the Lord were filled with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. The divine commissioning had been clear and unmistakable, yet the human heart, prone to doubt and fear, struggled to fully embrace what seemed impossible. Gideon found himself caught between the supernatural certainty of his calling and the natural uncertainties of his circumstances. As he went about his daily tasks, Gideon's mind constantly returned to that moment when fire had consumed his offering and the angel had vanished from sight. Had it really happened? In the bright light of day, with the familiar sounds and sights of ordinary life surrounding him, the encounter almost seemed like a dream. Yet the altar he had built stood as a permanent reminder, its stones bearing witness to the reality of what had occurred. Word began to spread quietly through the region about Gideon's calling. Some believed and were filled with hope for the first time in years. Others were skeptical, wondering how this young man could possibly succeed where so many others had failed. Still others were fearful, worried that any attempt at resistance would only bring more severe retaliation from their oppressors. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Gideon's shoulders. He was being asked not just to risk his own life, but potentially to lead others to their deaths. What if he had misunderstood? What if his faith had somehow led him astray? The consequences of a mistake would be catastrophic, not just for him, but for all who would follow him. It was in this state of mind that Gideon made his famous request for divine confirmation. The fleece test, as it would come to be known, represented not a lack of faith, but rather a deep desire for certainty in the face of overwhelming responsibility. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," Gideon prayed earnestly, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece, and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." The request was specific and measurable. In the normal course of nature, dew would form on all surfaces exposed to the night air. If God could reverse this natural process, causing moisture to collect only on the fleece, while leaving the surrounding ground completely dry, it would serve as an unmistakable sign of divine intervention. Gideon placed the fleece carefully on the threshing floor as evening approached. All through the night he must have awakened periodically, wondering what he would find in the morning. As dawn broke, he hurried to the spot where he had placed his test. What he discovered filled him with wonder and awe. The fleece was thoroughly saturated with dew, so much so that when he wrung it out, he was able to fill an entire bowl with water. Yet all around it, the ground was completely dry, as if an invisible barrier had prevented any moisture from settling anywhere but on the wool. The sign was clear and unmistakable, yet Gideon's human nature craved even greater certainty. The magnitude of what he was being called to do seemed to justify asking for additional confirmation. With remarkable humility and boldness he approached God with yet another request. "Do not be angry with me," Gideon prayed, acknowledging that his repeated testing might seem to indicate a lack of trust. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." This second test was even more remarkable than the first. It would be one thing for God to cause dew to collect on a single object, while keeping the surrounding area dry, but it would be quite another to keep one small piece of wool completely dry while saturating everything around it. This second sign would demonstrate not just God's power over nature, but his precise control over the smallest details. Again, Gideon placed the fleece on the threshing floor and waited through the night. When morning came, he found exactly what he had requested. The fleece was bone dry without a trace of moisture, while the ground all around it sparkled with heavy dew. The grass, the stones, the nearby trees, everything was wet with the night's moisture, except for that one small piece of wool. God had patiently granted both requests, demonstrating not anger at Gideon's need for reassurance, but understanding and compassion for human weakness. The fleece tests revealed important truths about the nature of faith and the character of God. Faith is not the absence of questions or doubts. Rather, it is the willingness to act in obedience despite those questions and doubts. Moreover, God's response to Gideon's requests showed his patience with those who seek him earnestly. He did not rebuke Gideon for his need for confirmation, Nor did he withdraw his calling because of the young man's hesitation. Instead, he graciously provided the assurance that Gideon needed to step forward in faith. The fleece tests also demonstrated the balance between seeking divine guidance and taking action. There comes a point when further testing can become an excuse for inaction, when the desire for certainty becomes a barrier to obedience. Gideon wisely limited his requests to 2 clear signs, then proceeded to act on what he'd received. As news of these miraculous signs spread throughout the tribes of Israel, hope began to stir in hearts that had been dormant for years. Perhaps God had not forgotten them after all. Perhaps deliverance was indeed coming through this unlikely young man from Ophrah. But before Gideon could lead Israel into battle against their oppressors, he would need to assemble an army. The call went out throughout the territories of Manasseh, Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali. Men who had been hiding in caves and mountain strongholds began to emerge, drawn by the promise of freedom and the reports of God's miraculous confirmations. The response was overwhelming. 32,000 men answered the call, a substantial army by any measure. These were not professional soldiers, but farmers and craftsmen, fathers and sons, united by their hatred of oppression and their desperate hope for liberation. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find, swords that had been hidden from enemy raids, spears hastily fashioned from farming tools, bows that had been used for hunting game in the wilderness. As Gideon looked out over this vast assembly of volunteers, he might have felt a surge of confidence. Surely with 32,000 men, even amateur fighters, he could mount a credible challenge to the Midianite forces. The odds were still daunting, given that the enemy could field armies many times larger, but at least now they had a fighting chance. Yet God had other plans. The fleece tests had been preparation not just for Gideon's faith, but for an even greater demonstration of divine power. The true test was not whether Gideon could trust God with impossible signs, but whether he could trust God with an impossible strategy. What happened next would shock both Gideon and his army, challenging every human assumption about warfare and victory. God was about to demonstrate that his ways are not our ways, and that his power is made perfect, not in human strength, but in human weakness. The morning sun cast long shadows across the camp as 32,000 men prepared for what they believed would be their march to war. Weapons were sharpened, provisions were packed, and final prayers were offered. The air buzzed with nervous energy as farmers turned warriors contemplated the battle that lay ahead. Gideon moved among his troops, offering words of encouragement and trying to project the confidence that a leader must display. Yet privately, he was still awed by the magnitude of what was happening. Just weeks earlier, he had been hiding in a wine press, and now he stood at the head of the largest volunteer army Israel had assembled in generations. But as the army prepared to march toward the enemy encampment, God spoke to Gideon with words that must have sent shockwaves through his entire being. "You have too many men. I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. Our own strength has saved us." Too many men? The statement seemed to defy all military logic. The Midianites and their allies numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Their camels alone described as being like locusts for multitude. How could 32,000 possibly be considered too many? Yet God's reasoning revealed a profound truth about the nature of divine deliverance. If Israel won the coming battle through conventional military means, they would inevitably credit their victory to their own strength, strategy, and courage. The victory needed to be so obviously supernatural that no one could mistake its source. God's glory was at stake, and that glory could not be shared with human pride. Following God's instructions, Gideon stood before his assembled army and made an announcement that must have stunned many of the volunteers. Anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead. The offer was based on an ancient law found in Deuteronomy, which recognised that fearful soldiers could spread panic through the ranks and actually weaken an army's effectiveness. But in this case, the dismissal served a different purpose entirely. God was beginning the process of reducing the army to a size that would make his intervention unmistakable. The response to Gideon's announcement was immediate and devastating. 22,000 men took advantage of the opportunity to withdraw from what many probably saw as a suicide mission anyway. These were not cowards in the traditional sense. They were ordinary people facing an extraordinary situation, and they chose the safety of their families over the uncertainties of battle. As Gideon watched more than 2/3 of his army walk away, his heart must have sunk. 10,000 men remained, still a respectable force, but far fewer than what seemed necessary for the task ahead. Surely now they could proceed with God's blessing. But God was not finished with his reductions. "There are still too many men," came the divine word. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there. If I say, 'This one shall go with you,' he shall go. But if I say, 'This one shall not go with you,' he shall not go." The instruction was puzzling and specific. Gideon was to observe how the men drank water and select his final army based on their drinking method. Of all the criteria that might be used to choose warriors, how they consumed water seemed among the least relevant to military prowess. At the water's edge, the 10,000 men revealed their character through their approach to drinking. The vast majority knelt down and put their faces directly to the water, drinking deeply and focusing entirely on satisfying their thirst. But a small group, only 300 men, demonstrated a different approach. They brought water to their mouths with their hands, lapping it like dogs while maintaining their vigilance and readiness. God's instruction was clear. "With the 300 men that lapped, I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands. Let all the others go home." The reduction was complete and shocking. From 32,000 to 300 represented a decrease of more than 99%. What had begun as a substantial army was now reduced to little more than a large company. The odds, already daunting, had become mathematically absurd. Yet the selection criteria revealed profound spiritual truths. The 300 men who were chosen had demonstrated alertness, self-discipline, and readiness, even in a moment of personal need. While drinking, they had maintained their awareness of their surroundings, prepared for action at a moment's notice. These qualities, while admirable in soldiers, were really symbols of spiritual preparedness and faithfulness. As the dismissed soldiers departed, taking most of the weapons and supplies with them, Gideon was left with 300 men who looked more like a ceremonial guard than a fighting force. The enemy they faced was described in terms that emphasized their overwhelming numbers. All the Midianites, the Amalekites, and the other eastern peoples had settled in the valley, thick as locusts. Their camels could no more be counted than the sand on the seashore. The disparity was so extreme that it moved beyond the realm of military strategy into the realm of the miraculous. No human commander would voluntarily reduce his forces to such a level when facing such overwhelming odds. Yet this was precisely God's point. The victory that was coming would be so clearly divine in origin that no one could attribute it to human planning or prowess. For Gideon, this final reduction must have been the ultimate test of faith. Everything in his military thinking, everything in his natural instincts, everything in conventional wisdom screamed against such a strategy. Yet his experiences with the fleece had prepared him for this moment. He had learned to trust God's ways even when they contradicted human logic. The 300 men who remained showed remarkable faith as well. They could see the enemy forces spread across the valley below them. They knew the odds better than anyone, yet they chose to stay, to trust in the God who had called them through his servant Gideon. As night fell over the Israelite camp, the 300 men prepared for what would be the most unconventional battle in military history. They had no idea that they were about to participate in a victory that would be remembered and celebrated for thousands of years. A victory that would demonstrate God's power to use the weak to confound the mighty. The stage was set for a night that would change everything. The Midianites slept in their countless tents, confident in their overwhelming superiority. The 300 Israelites made their final preparations, trusting in a God who specialized in impossible victories. The hours before dawn are often the darkest, both literally and figuratively. As Gideon and his 300 men crouched in the hills overlooking the vast enemy encampment, the weight of their impossible mission pressed down upon them like a physical burden. The valley below was filled with the tents of their enemies, stretching as far as the eye could see in the starlight, a sea of canvas that housed an army larger than any they had ever faced. Despite the miraculous signs he had witnessed and the divine assurances he had received, Gideon still struggled with doubt. God, in his infinite understanding of human nature, provided one more confirmation before the battle commenced. "Get up, go down against the camp," the Lord instructed, "because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The offer revealed God's compassionate understanding of Gideon's anxiety. Rather than rebuking him for his continued fears, the Lord provided an opportunity for reassurance. Taking his servant Purah with him, Gideon crept down toward the perimeter of the enemy camp under cover of darkness. The Midianite camp was massive beyond imagination. Thousands upon thousands of tents housed warriors from multiple nations united in their conquest of Israel. The sounds of the sleeping army filled the night air, snoring soldiers, restless camels, the occasional challenge of sentries. The very scale of the enemy forces should have been overwhelming to any reasonable observer. As Gideon and Purah approached the outer edge of the camp, they overheard a conversation between two Midianite soldiers. One was telling his companion about a disturbing dream he had experienced. "I had a dream. A round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." The interpretation offered by his fellow soldier was even more remarkable. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." The irony was profound. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, God was providing confirmation through the mouths of Israel's oppressors themselves. The barley bread in the dream was significant. Barley was considered the food of the poor, inferior to wheat. Yet in the dream, this humble loaf had the power to destroy the entire enemy position. The symbolism was clear. God would use the humble and despised to bring down the mighty and proud. That Gideon's name was already known to the enemy indicated that word of the gathering Israelite resistance had reached their ears. Rather than being encouraged by their overwhelming numerical superiority, some among the Midianites were apparently experiencing anxiety about this upstart Hebrew leader. God was already working in the hearts and minds of the enemy, preparing them for defeat. Gideon and Purah retreated to their own lines, hearts pounding with excitement and renewed confidence. The doubt that had plagued Gideon was finally dispelled by this remarkable confirmation. When they reached the Israelite position, Gideon called his men together for final instructions. "Get up, he announced with newfound authority and confidence. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." What followed was perhaps the most unusual battle plan in military history. Instead of swords and spears, Gideon distributed trumpets, empty clay jars, and torches to each of his 300 men. The weapons of conventional warfare were set aside in favour of items that seemed more suited to a religious ceremony than a military campaign. Gideon divided his small force into 3 companies of 100 men each. The strategy was simple, yet audacious. They would surround the enemy camp and, at Gideon's signal, create as much noise and confusion as possible while giving the appearance of a much larger force. "Watch me," Gideon instructed his men. "Follow my lead. When I get to the edge of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, then from all around the camp blow yours and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan required perfect timing and coordination. Each man would conceal his torch inside a clay jar, maintaining complete darkness and silence until the moment of attack. Then, at Gideon's signal, they would simultaneously break their jars, revealing blazing torches, blow their trumpets with all their might, and shout their battle cry. The psychological impact was designed to be devastating. The enemy would suddenly find themselves surrounded by lights and noise, creating the impression of a massive attacking force. In the confusion of a night assault, with limited visibility and the disorientation of being awakened from sleep, even experienced soldiers could panic and lose their sense of direction. As the 3 companies moved into position around the vast perimeter of the enemy camp, each man must have felt the weight of the moment. They were not professional soldiers, but ordinary citizens who had answered the call to fight for their freedom. Now they found themselves in the most critical moment of their lives, armed with the most unconventional weapons imaginable, trusting in a God who had promised victory through seemingly impossible means. The middle watch around midnight was traditionally the time when sentries were changed and vigilance was often at its lowest point. It was at this precise moment that Gideon and his 100 men reached their assigned position on the edge of the camp. Across the valley, 200 other men waited in similar positions, every eye fixed on their leader for the signal that would begin the battle. Gideon raised his torch-filled jar high above his head, then brought it down sharply, smashing it against a rock. The clay shattered with a sound that seemed to echo across the silent valley, and immediately his torch blazed forth in the darkness. At the same instant, he lifted his trumpet to his lips and blew a long, piercing blast. "For the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The signal rippled around the camp as 300 jars smashed simultaneously. 300 torches burst into flame, and 300 trumpet heights sounded their defiant call. The battle cry of "For the Lord and for Gideon" echoed from every direction, creating the impression that the Midianite camp was completely surrounded by a massive army. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Thousands of sleeping soldiers were jolted awake to find their camp surrounded by blazing lights and deafening noise. In the confusion and darkness, panic spread like wildfire through the ranks. Soldiers stumbled from their tents, grabbing whatever weapons they could find, unable to determine the size or direction of the attacking force. In their panic and confusion, the Midianites and their allies began attacking each other. Unable to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness, and hearing battle cries in their own languages from every direction, they assumed they had been betrayed by their allies. The coalition that had seemed so formidable began to tear itself apart. The 300 Israelites maintained their positions around the perimeter, continuing to blow their trumpets and hold their torches high, creating the illusion of a massive army that had the enemy completely surrounded. They watched in amazement as God fulfilled his promise in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. The panic spread throughout the entire camp like a plague. What had begun as confusion quickly escalated into a full-scale rout as the enemy forces fled in every direction, abandoning their weapons, supplies, and even their camels in their desperate attempt to escape what they perceived as certain destruction. The victory was complete and overwhelming, achieved not through superior numbers or military might, but through divine intervention, working through the obedience of 300 faithful men. The God who had called Gideon from his hiding place in the winepress had once again demonstrated that his power is made perfect in human weakness. As dawn broke over the valley, an astonishing sight greeted the 300 Israelites. Where the night before had stood the mighty encampment of Israel's oppressors, now lay only scattered debris and abandoned supplies. Tents stood empty, their guy ropes cut by fleeing soldiers. Weapons lay discarded where they had fallen from panicked hands. The camels that had been described as innumerable as locusts wandered aimlessly, their owners having fled into the wilderness. The ground itself told the story of the night's chaos. Bloodstains marked the spots where confused allies had struck down one another in the darkness. Personal belongings were strewn across the landscape as the fleeing army had abandoned everything that might slow their escape. The scene looked less like the aftermath of a battle and more like the remnants of a catastrophic natural disaster. Gideon and his men moved through the abandoned camp in wonder, scarcely believing what their eyes were witnessing. The victory was so complete, so overwhelming, that it seemed almost too good to be true. Yet the evidence was undeniable. The army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years had been routed by 300 men armed with trumpets and torches. But God's deliverance was not yet complete. Even as the 300 marvelled at what had occurred in the valley, word of the miraculous victory was spreading throughout the hill country of Israel. Men who had dismissed Gideon's call to arms, who had remained hidden in their caves and strongholds, now emerged with renewed courage and determination. The tribes of Naphtali, Asher and Manasseh rallied to pursue the fleeing Midianites. What had begun with 300 faithful men now swelled into a national movement of liberation. The psychological impact of the victory was as important as the military result. The myth of Midianite invincibility had been shattered in a single night, and the spirit of resistance that had been dormant for so long now burst forth like a river breaking through a dam. Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim with urgent instructions. Come down against the Midianites and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah. This strategic move would cut off the enemy's escape routes and ensure that the victory would be complete. The Ephraimites responded with enthusiasm, capturing the fords of the Jordan and trapping many of the fleeing Midianites. In the pursuit that followed, they captured 2 of the Midianite leaders, Oreb and Zeb, whose names meant raven and wolf. These princes, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for years, were now defeated and killed at the places that would forever bear their names: the rock of Oreb and the winepress of Zeb. The pursuit continued beyond the Jordan as Gideon and his original 300, though exhausted, pressed on to capture the remaining Midianite kings, Zaba and Zalmunna. The victory was total and decisive. An empire that had dominated the region for 7 years was completely destroyed in a matter of days. The land of Israel enjoyed peace for 40 years during Gideon's lifetime. The oppression that had driven families into hiding was replaced by prosperity and security. Fields that had been abandoned were cultivated again. Markets that had stood empty bustled with commerce. Children who had grown up knowing only fear could now play freely in their villages. But perhaps the greatest victory was not military but spiritual. Israel had rediscovered that their God was still the same mighty deliverer who had brought their ancestors out of Egypt. The impossible victory served as a permanent reminder that with God all things are possible. The story of Gideon and the 300 speaks across the centuries, with timeless truths that challenge and encourage us today. First, we see that God uses the unlikely. Gideon was not a seasoned warrior or a natural leader. He was a fearful farmer, hiding from his enemies. Yet God saw potential that others missed. This reminds us that God's calling is not based on our qualifications, but on his purposes. Second, the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 demonstrates that faith matters more than numbers. In a world obsessed with statistics and metrics, God's economy operates differently. He delights in using small faithful remnants to accomplish great things, ensuring that his power, not human strength, receives the glory. Third, Gideon's requests for signs teach us about the balance between faith and doubt. God was patient with Gideon's need for confirmation, showing us that honest questions and requests for reassurance are not signs of weak faith but of a heart that desires to walk in God's will. Finally, the story shows us that obedience in the face of fear is the essence of courage. Gideon was afraid, his army was outnumbered, and the strategy seemed foolish. Yet they obeyed, and God honoured their faithfulness with victory. When we feel unqualified for the tasks before us, when the odds seem insurmountable, when we need reassurance before taking steps of faith, the story of Gideon reminds us that our God specialises in impossible victories. He is still calling ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, still using the weak to confound the mighty, still turning fearful hearts into faithful warriors. The God who met Gideon at the winepress is the same God who meets us in our hiding places today, calling us to step out in faith and watch him work miracles through surrendered lives. Just as the 300 trumpets and torches became instruments of divine victory, our simple obedience can become the means through which God accomplishes his purposes in our generation. May we have the courage to answer when he calls, the faith to trust when he leads, and the persistence to follow when he sends us into battles that seem impossible to win. For with God, the 300 can defeat the multitudes, and faith can move mountains that seem immovable. The story of Gideon reminds us that our greatest victories come not when we feel strong and capable, but when we acknowledge our weakness and depend completely on God's strength. In those moments of surrender, we discover that we serve a God who delights in doing the impossible through the most unlikely people. And so the story ends where it began, with an invitation to faith, a call to courage, and a promise that the God who delivered Israel through Gideon and the 300 is still delivering his people today, one impossible victory at a time.
Hello, dear friends, and welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I hope your day has been filled with blessings and peace. Whether it's morning where you are, the quiet of afternoon, or the gentle embrace of evening, know that you are exactly where God wants you to be in this moment. I'm curious about where in this beautiful world you're listening from tonight. Are you nestled in your bed in a bustling city, or perhaps finding solace in the countryside under a canopy of stars? Wherever you are, whatever time it is for you, you are welcomed here with open arms. If this story touches your heart tonight, I encourage you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber. We gather here regularly to explore the profound truths and timeless wisdom found in God's Word, bringing comfort to weary souls and strength to troubled hearts. Your subscription helps us continue sharing these sacred stories that remind us of God's unfailing love and faithfulness. Now let us journey together to ancient Israel, to a time when kingdoms stood at crossroads, when truth was a dangerous commodity, and when one man's courage would echo through the ages. This is the story of Micaiah, the forgotten prophet who dared to stand alone. The sun blazed mercilessly over the ancient city of Samaria, its golden rays dancing across the limestone walls of King Ahab's palace. Within those walls, power brooked no opposition, and truth was often the first casualty of political ambition. It had been 3 years since the last war between Israel and Syria, 3 years of uneasy peace that sat heavy on King Ahab's shoulders like an ill-fitting crown. Ahab paced the marble floors of his throne room, his royal robes rustling with each agitated step. The king of Israel was a man consumed by his desires, a ruler who had long ago traded his soul to the altar of self-interest. His marriage to the foreign princess Jezebel had brought prosperity to his kingdom, but at a cost that would echo through generations. The worship of Baal had infiltrated the very heart of Israel, and the prophets of the Lord had been hunted, killed, or driven into hiding. Yet today something stirred within Ahab's ambitious heart. News had arrived that morning of Syrian movements near Ramoth-Gilead, a strategic city that had once belonged to Israel, but now languished under enemy control. The city's location made it a prize worth fighting for, a gateway that could secure trade routes and strengthen his kingdom's eastern border. As Ahab contemplated this opportunity, word came that King Jehoshaphat of Judah was approaching Samaria with a considerable entourage. Jehoshaphat was everything Ahab was not, a king who sought the Lord's face, who had torn down the high places of idol worship, and who ruled with righteousness as his compass. The irony was not lost on Ahab that he would need the help of such a man to achieve his ambitions. The great doors of the throne room swung open with a resonant boom, and Jehoshaphat entered with the dignity befitting a king of David's lineage. He was a man of medium stature but commanding presence, his beard meticulously groomed, and his eyes holding the wisdom of one who had walked closely with the Almighty. Behind him came his advisors and military commanders, their expressions respectful but cautious, as they entered the domain of Israel's controversial king. "Jehoshaphat, my brother," Ahab called out, his voice echoing through the vast chamber as he descended from his throne. "Welcome to Samaria. Your presence brings honour to my house." The two kings embraced in the customary greeting, though those who knew them well could sense the underlying tension. Jehoshaphat had come seeking alliance, but his heart was troubled by what such an alliance might require of him. "Ahab," Jehoshaphat replied warmly, though his eyes remained watchful. "It has been too long since we have spoken face to face. The Lord has blessed both our kingdoms with peace these past years." "Indeed," Ahab agreed, gesturing toward the laden tables his servants had prepared. "Come, let us feast together and speak of matters that concern us both." The banquet that followed was a spectacle of royal excess. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, exotic fruits, and wine from the finest vineyards. Musicians played softly in the background, while servants moved like shadows, attending to every need. Yet beneath the veneer of celebration, both kings harboured their own purposes. As the evening wore on and the wine loosened tongues, Ahab finally revealed his true intention. Leaning toward Jehoshaphat with the conspiratorial air of old friends, he spoke in measured tones. "My brother, there is a matter that weighs heavily upon my heart," Ahab began, his eyes glinting in the torchlight. "You know that Ramoth-Gilead belongs to us, yet it remains in the hands of the king of Syria. Should we not take back what is rightfully ours?" Jehoshaphat set down his goblet carefully, his expression growing thoughtful. He had anticipated this moment, knowing that Ahab rarely extended hospitality without purpose. The question hung in the air between them like incense, heavy with implication. "Ramoth-Gilead has indeed been a source of contention," Jehoshaphat replied diplomatically. "What do you propose?" Ahab's smile was that of a merchant who senses a favourable negotiation. "I propose that we go up together against Ramoth-Gilead. Your army combined with mine would be formidable. We could restore the city to Israel and share in the glory of victory." The words were carefully chosen, appealing to both practical strategy and Jehoshaphat's sense of brotherhood among the tribes of Israel. Yet Jehoshaphat had not survived as king by making hasty decisions. His reign had been marked by careful consultation with the Lord, and he would not abandon that practice now. "I am as you are," Jehoshaphat responded slowly. "My people as your people, my horses as your horses. If the Lord wills it, we shall stand together in battle." He paused, his next words carrying the weight of true conviction. "But first let us inquire of the Lord." Ahab's smile faltered slightly. In his eagerness for military glory, he had hoped to avoid the complications that divine consultation might bring. Yet he could hardly refuse such a reasonable request from a potential ally, especially one whose righteousness was renowned throughout the region. "Of course," Ahab agreed, though his tone lacked enthusiasm. "Let us seek the word of the Lord." What followed was a demonstration of the spiritual corruption that had infected Ahab's court. The king summoned his prophets, all 400 of them, men who wore the garments of holiness, but whose hearts served earthly masters. They came in a great procession, their robes flowing and their voices raised in what appeared to be spiritual fervour. These were not true prophets of the Lord, though they claimed his name. They were court prophets, men who understood that their continued prosperity depended upon telling the king what he wished to hear. Their prophecies were crafted not in the secret place of prayer, but in the calculating chambers of political expediency. As the prophets assembled in the courtyard before the two kings, their spokesman stepped forward. His name was Zedekiah, son of Chenaanah, a man whose pride matched his ambition, and whose hatred for true prophets would soon be revealed in violent fashion. "Hear the word of the Lord," Zedekiah proclaimed, his voice carrying across the courtyard with theatrical intensity. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." The 400 prophets took up the cry with orchestrated precision, their voices creating a chorus of false assurance. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper. The Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." Some of the prophets had even prepared visual aids for their performance. They danced and shouted, waving swords and spears, creating a spectacle that would have been impressive to any observer unfamiliar with the ways of true prophecy. The din was tremendous, the enthusiasm seemingly genuine, and the message exactly what Ahab longed to hear. Yet as Jehoshaphat watched this display, his spirit grew troubled. Something about the performance felt hollow, manufactured. These men spoke with one voice, but it was not the voice of the Lord that Jehoshaphat knew from his own times of prayer and seeking. There was no cost to their prophecy, no challenge to the king's desires, no hint of the divine complexity that marked true encounters with the Almighty. As the prophets continued their enthusiastic proclamations, Jehoshaphat raised his hand for silence. The courtyard gradually quieted, though the echo of their shouts seemed to linger in the air like smoke from a dying fire. "Is there not here a prophet of the Lord besides these?" Jehoshaphat asked carefully, "that we might inquire of him?" The question fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of discomfort through the assembly. Ahab's face darkened, and several of the court prophets exchanged meaningful glances. They all knew there was indeed another prophet, one whose very existence was a thorn in the flesh of everyone present. Ahab's response came through gritted teeth, his voice barely concealing his irritation. "There is still one man, Micaiah the son of Imlah, by whom we may inquire of the Lord. But I hate him, for he does not prophesy good concerning me, but evil." The honesty of Ahab's admission was startling in its nakedness. Here was a king openly declaring his hatred for a prophet based not on any moral failing or false prophecy, but simply because the man refused to tell him what he wanted to hear. It was a moment that revealed the true spiritual state of Israel's leadership. Jehoshaphat, ever the diplomat, sought to smooth over the awkward moment. "Let not the king say such things," he replied gently, though his words carried a subtle rebuke. Ahab realized he had revealed too much of his heart. With visible effort he composed himself and called for one of his officers. "Bring Micaiah the son of Imlah quickly," he commanded, though his tone suggested he would rather summon a plague upon his house. As the officer hurried away on his grim errand, the two kings settled in to wait. The 400 prophets remained in the courtyard, their earlier enthusiasm now tempered by the knowledge that their unanimous voice was about to be challenged by a single man they both feared and despised. The sun continued its relentless journey across the sky, and in the distance the sound of the officer's horse could be heard galloping toward the place where truth dwelt in isolation, where a forgotten prophet waited in the shadows of his integrity. The horse's hooves struck the dusty road with rhythmic precision as the king's officer rode toward the humble dwelling where Micaiah made his home. The prophet lived simply, far from the luxury of the royal court, in a stone house that spoke of function rather than ostentation. Here, away from the corrupting influence of political power, dwelt a man who had chosen faithfulness over favour, truth over comfort. Micaiah, son of Imlah, was not an imposing figure by earthly standards. Of average height and lean build, he bore the weathered appearance of one who had walked through many storms. His beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes held the deep weariness of a man who had spoken unpopular truths for too many years. Yet there was something unbreakable in his demeanour, a quality that suggested he had found his anchor in something far stronger than human approval. When the king's messenger arrived, Micaiah was in his garden, tending to the vegetables that provided much of his sustenance. The prophet lived modestly, supported by the occasional gifts of those few souls who still valued truth above comfort. He had long ago learned to find contentment in simple things, the satisfaction of honest work, the peace of prayer, and the quiet joy of communion with the Almighty. "Micaiah," the officer called out as he dismounted, "the king commands your presence immediately." The prophet looked up from his work, unsurprised. He had sensed in recent days that the Lord was preparing him for something significant. His prayers had been marked by an unusual intensity, and his dreams had been filled with visions he did not yet fully understand. "Very well," Micaiah replied simply, setting aside his tools. "Let me wash and prepare myself." As Micaiah went about the task of making himself presentable for the royal court, the officer felt compelled to share information that might save the prophet from making a costly mistake. The man had witnessed what happened to those who crossed King Ahab, and despite his loyalty to the crown, he possessed enough humanity to feel concern for this solitary figure. "Listen to me, Micaiah," the officer said, his voice dropping to a confidential tone. "The words of the prophets declare good to the king with one mouth. Let your word be like the word of one of them, and speak favourably." It was well-intentioned advice, offered by a man who understood the political realities of Ahab's court. The officer had seen the 400 prophets deliver their unanimous message of victory and prosperity. He knew that Micaiah's reputation for speaking uncomfortable truths could lead to imprisonment, exile, or worse. In his mind, he was offering the prophet a lifeline, a chance to align himself with the majority and avoid the consequences of standing alone. Micaiah paused in his preparations, considering the messenger's words. The offer was clear: conform, agree with the crowd, tell the king what he wants to hear, and enjoy the benefits of royal favour. It would be so easy, so practical, so utterly reasonable by every human measure. But as Micaiah looked into the officer's earnest face, he felt the familiar stirring of the spirit within him, that unmistakable presence that had guided him through decades of faithful service. The Lord had not called him to an easy path, but he had never failed to provide strength for the journey. "As the Lord lives," Micaiah replied with quiet dignity, "whatever the Lord says to me, that I will speak." The words hung in the air between them, a declaration of absolute commitment that left no room for compromise. The officer's face showed his disappointment and concern, but he knew better than to argue further. He had delivered his warning. What the prophet did with it was beyond his control. The journey back to Samaria was made in relative silence, the officer pondering the stubborn integrity of his passenger, while Micaiah prayed and prepared his heart for whatever lay ahead. As they approached the city, the prophet could see the banners of both Israel and Judah flying from the palace walls, confirming his suspicion that this summons involved more than a routine consultation. The palace courtyard was a scene of controlled chaos when they arrived. Servants scurried about preparing for what appeared to be an important gathering, while guards stood at attention in their finest armour. The 400 prophets were still present, clustered in small groups and speaking in hushed tones. Their earlier enthusiasm had given way to a more subdued attitude, though their confidence in their message remained unshaken. As Micaiah dismounted and followed the officer toward the throne room, he could feel the weight of many eyes upon him. Some looks were curious, others hostile, and a few held the barely concealed contempt of those who viewed his independence as a personal affront. He had grown accustomed to such reactions over the years, understanding that his very presence served as an uncomfortable reminder of the spiritual compromise that permeated the court. The great doors opened before them, revealing the opulent throne room where Kings Ahab and Jehoshaphat waited. The contrast between the two rulers was immediately apparent even to a casual observer. Ahab sat upon his throne with the restless energy of a man driven by ambition, his fingers drumming impatiently on the armrest. Jehoshaphat, seated in a chair of equal honour nearby, maintained the composed dignity of one accustomed to seeking divine guidance before making important decisions. "Ah, Micaiah," Ahab said as the prophet entered, his tone carrying forced joviality that fooled no one. "At last, our final consultant arrives." Micaiah approached the throne with measured steps, neither hurrying to show deference nor dawdling to display defiance. He had learned long ago that in the presence of earthly power, his allegiance belonged to a higher authority. When he reached the appropriate distance, he bowed respectfully but not obsequiously, acknowledging the king's position without compromising his own integrity. "You summoned me, your majesty," Micaiah said simply, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. King Jehoshaphat studied the prophet with interest. He had heard reports of Micaiah's reputation for uncompromising honesty, and after witnessing the theatrical performance of the 400 prophets, he was eager to hear from someone who might offer a different perspective. Ahab leaned forward on his throne, his eyes fixed on the solitary figure before him. "Micaiah, shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall we refrain?" It was the same question that had been posed to the 400 prophets, the same inquiry that had produced such enthusiastic unanimity. Now it fell upon the shoulders of one man who stood alone, without allies or supporters, facing the combined expectation of two kings and their assembled courts. The moment stretched taut with anticipation. Everyone present understood that they were witnessing something significant, though few could have predicted the drama that was about to unfold. In the silence, Micaiah felt the familiar stirring of the Spirit, but what came first was not the word of the Lord, but something altogether unexpected. What happened next would be remembered and debated for generations to come. Micaiah, the prophet known for his uncompromising honesty, looked directly at King Ahab and delivered exactly the message the king wanted to hear. "Go up and prosper," Micaiah declared, his voice carrying throughout the throne room, "for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembled court. The 400 prophets exchanged glances of confusion and perhaps a touch of irritation. Here was the man they had feared would contradict their unanimous verdict, and instead he was confirming their prophecy word for word. Some of them smiled with what they imagined was vindication, while others seemed puzzled by this unexpected development. But King Ahab was no fool. Despite his many moral failings, he had known Micaiah for years, had heard his prophecies of judgment and warning countless times. Never once had the prophet told him what he wanted to hear. Never once had Micaiah's words aligned so perfectly with royal desires. The king's eyes narrowed as he studied the prophet's face, searching for the truth behind this suspicious compliance. There was something in Micaiah's tone, a subtle quality that suggested layers beneath the surface of his words. It was the same tone a parent might use when agreeing with a child's obviously foolish plan, allowing them to proceed while knowing full well what the consequences would be. King Jehoshaphat, too, sensed that something was amiss, though he remained silent, observing the interaction with keen interest. "How many times shall I make you swear," Ahab said slowly, his voice carrying a warning, "that you tell me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?" It was a remarkable moment. Here was a king who had just received exactly the prophecy he desired, yet his own conscience convicted him that it could not be genuine. Ahab understood Micaiah well enough to know that such easy agreement was completely out of character. In demanding the truth, the king was inadvertently acknowledging that he recognized the difference between authentic prophecy and the comfortable lies he typically preferred. Micaiah stood silent for a moment, and those watching could see a visible change come over him. The sardonic expression faded from his face, replaced by the solemn countenance of one who was about to deliver a message from the throne room of heaven. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality altogether, the unmistakable authority of divine revelation. "I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep that have no shepherd," Micaiah began, his words falling like stones into the sudden silence. "And the Lord said, 'These have no master. Let each return to his house in peace.'" The impact of these words was immediate and devastating. The vision was clear to everyone present. Israel would be defeated, their army scattered, and their king would not return from battle. It was a prophecy of military disaster and royal death, delivered with the calm certainty of one who had seen beyond the veil of earthly circumstances. King Ahab's face flushed with anger, but beneath the rage was something that looked remarkably like fear. He turned to Jehoshaphat with the bitter satisfaction of one whose worst expectations have been confirmed. "Did I not tell you," Ahab said, his voice heavy with frustration, "that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil?" But Micaiah was not finished. The Spirit of the Lord had opened his eyes to see into the very council chambers of heaven, and what he had witnessed there needed to be shared, regardless of the consequences. The prophet's voice took on an even more solemn tone as he continued. "Therefore hear the word of the Lord," Micaiah declared, his words cutting through the tension in the room like a sword. "I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by, on his right hand and on his left." The court fell absolutely silent. Even the most worldly and cynical among them recognized that they were hearing something extraordinary. This was not the political maneuvering they were accustomed to, nor the comfortable reassurances of the court prophets. This was a glimpse into eternal realities, a revelation of divine purpose that transcended human understanding. "And the Lord said," Micaiah continued, "Who will persuade Ahab to go up, that he may fall at Ramoth-Gilead?" So one spoke in this manner, and another spoke in that manner. Then a spirit came forward and stood before the Lord and said, "I will persuade him." The Lord said to him, "In what way?" And he said, "I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." And the Lord said, "You shall persuade him and also prevail. Go out and do so." The revelation was staggering in its implications. Micaiah was claiming that the Lord himself had allowed, indeed, had orchestrated, the deception that had been proclaimed by the 400 prophets. It was a divine judgment in the form of false prophecy, a spiritual trap set for a king who had repeatedly chosen lies over truth. Therefore, Micaiah concluded with inexorable logic, "Look, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets of yours, and the Lord has declared disaster concerning you." The silence that followed was deafening. Every person present was forced to grapple with the implications of what they had heard. The 400 prophets found themselves accused not merely of error, but of being unwitting instruments of divine deception. The kings faced the terrifying possibility that their carefully planned military campaign was actually a trap set by the Almighty himself. But the silence was short-lived. Zedekiah, the spokesman for the 400 prophets, was a man of considerable pride and ambition. He had built his reputation on his supposed connection to the divine, and Micaiah's words threatened not only his credibility but his entire worldview. The accusation that he had been deceived by a lying spirit was more than he could bear. With a roar of rage, Zedekiah strode across the throne room until he stood face to face with Micaiah. The contrast between them was striking. Zedekiah in his fine robes and carefully groomed appearance, representing the comfortable religiosity of the court, facing Micaiah in his simple garments, embodying the uncompromising voice of authentic prophecy. "Which way did the Spirit from the Lord go from me to speak to you?" Zedekiah demanded, his voice shaking with fury. It was a desperate attempt to challenge Micaiah's authority, to suggest that if anyone possessed a connection to the divine, it was surely the spokesman for 400 prophets rather than this isolated troublemaker. But before Micaiah could respond, Zedekiah's anger overwhelmed his judgment entirely. The sound of the slap echoed through the throne room like a thunderclap. Zedekiah had struck Micaiah across the face with sufficient force to stagger the prophet, leaving a red mark on his cheek that would serve as a visible reminder of what it cost to speak truth in the face of comfortable lies. The act of violence hung in the air like a poisonous cloud. No one moved or spoke, shocked by the sudden transition from theological debate to physical assault. Micaiah slowly straightened, touching his cheek where Zedekiah's hand had left its mark. When he looked up, there was no anger in his eyes, no desire for retaliation. Instead, there was a sadness that seemed to encompass not only his immediate situation, but the entire spiritual state of the nation. "Indeed," Micaiah said quietly, his voice carrying despite its gentle tone, "you shall see on that day when you go into an inner chamber to hide." It was both prophecy and promise. The day would come when Zedekiah's false confidence would crumble, when the reality of divine judgment would force him to seek shelter from the consequences of his deception. The words carried the weight of inevitable fulfillment, spoken not in anger, but with the sorrowful certainty of one who had seen the future and found it tragic. King Ahab had heard enough. The prophet's words had struck too close to uncomfortable truths, had challenged too directly the comfortable illusions upon which he had built his reign. The vision of divine deception, the prophecy of military disaster, the humiliating suggestion that his 400 prophets were unwitting instruments of judgment, all of it combined to create a rage that demanded immediate action. "Take Micaiah," the king commanded, his voice sharp with fury, "and return him to Ammon, the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son, and say, 'Thus says the king, put this fellow in prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and water of affliction until I come in peace.'" The order was both punishment and insurance policy. By imprisoning Micaiah until his safe return from battle, Ahab was attempting to nullify the prophecy through royal decree. It was a desperate act of defiance against divine judgment, a futile attempt to bind the word of the Lord with chains and prison walls. But Micaiah was not finished. Even as the guards moved toward him, even as the shadow of imprisonment fell across his path, the prophet had one final word to speak. His voice rang out across the throne room with the clarity of absolute conviction. "If you ever return in peace, the Lord has not spoken by me." The words were a direct challenge to royal authority, a public declaration that put Micaiah's credibility as a prophet on the line. He was essentially saying that if Ahab returned safely from battle, then everyone present should conclude that Micaiah was a false prophet deserving of death. It was the ultimate expression of confidence in the word he had received from the Lord. But Micaiah was not content to let his challenge rest with the immediate audience. Looking around the throne room at the assembled courtiers, nobles, and servants, he raised his voice even louder. "Mark it, all you people." It was a call to witness, an appeal to everyone present to remember this moment and test the validity of his prophecy against future events. The prophet was willing to stake everything, his reputation, his freedom, possibly his life, on the truth of what he had spoken. It was a level of certainty that transcended human confidence and entered the realm of divine assurance. As the guards seized Micaiah's arms and began to lead him away, the throne room erupted in a buzz of conversation. Some whispered among themselves about the prophet's boldness, others debated the implications of his vision, and still others tried to process the dramatic confrontation they had just witnessed. Through it all, the 400 prophets maintained their uncomfortable silence, uncertain how to respond to accusations that struck at the very heart of their prophetic claims. King Jehoshaphat watched the proceedings with deep concern. The righteous king of Judah had requested divine counsel, and what he had received was a prophecy that directly contradicted his military plans and predicted disaster for his ally. Yet something in Micaiah's bearing, some quality of authentic conviction, made it impossible to dismiss his words as the ravings of a madman or the spite of a disgruntled prophet. As Micaiah was led away, his footsteps echoing through the palace corridors, he felt no bitterness toward his captors or self-pity for his situation. He had spoken the word of the Lord faithfully, regardless of the consequences, and that obedience brought a peace that transcended his circumstances. The prison cell that awaited him might confine his body, but his spirit remained free, anchored in the unshakable certainty that he had been faithful to his calling. The cell where Micaiah was imprisoned was a far cry from the luxury of the royal court. Built of rough stone with a small barred window that provided minimal light, it was designed for punishment rather than comfort. The bread of affliction and water of affliction promised by the king proved to be exactly that. Meagre rations calculated to sustain life while providing a constant reminder of a royal displeasure. Yet in that dark cell, Micaiah found something that had eluded him in the freedom of his simple home: absolute clarity about his purpose and calling. Stripped of all earthly comforts and securities, he was forced to rely entirely upon his relationship with the Lord. In the long hours of solitude, he prayed not for deliverance but for continued faithfulness, not for vindication, but for grace to endure whatever lay ahead. Meanwhile, preparations for war continued with increasing intensity. King Ahab threw himself into military planning with the fervour of a man trying to drown out unwelcome voices of conscience. He consulted with his generals, inspected his troops, and made elaborate arrangements for what he was determined would be a glorious victory. The prophecy of the 400 court prophets was repeated frequently, as if constant repetition could somehow make it more reliable. King Jehoshaphat, however, found himself deeply troubled by the day's events. The contrast between the theatrical unanimity of the 400 prophets and Micaiah's stark authenticity had left him with serious doubts about the wisdom of the planned campaign. Yet he had given his word to stand with Ahab, and the political implications of backing out now were significant. As the day of departure approached, Ahab made one final attempt to circumvent the prophecy that haunted his thoughts. If the word of the Lord through Micaiah was true, then King Ahab was destined to die in battle. But perhaps, the king reasoned, he could outwit divine judgment through human cleverness. "I will disguise myself and go into battle," Ahab announced to his commanders, "but you put on your robes." It was a cunning plan. By dressing as an ordinary soldier while Jehoshaphat wore royal garments, Ahab hoped to deceive the enemy about his identity and location. If the Syrians could not identify him as the king of Israel, perhaps he could survive the battle and prove Micaiah wrong. It was the kind of tactical thinking that had served Ahab well in political maneuvering. But he was about to discover that divine judgment operates by different rules than human conflict. The morning of battle dawned clear and bright, with a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers across the plains surrounding Ramoth Gilead. It seemed an unlikely day for the fulfillment of prophecy, too beautiful for the tragic events that were about to unfold. The armies of Israel and Judah had assembled in impressive formation, their banners flying proudly in the morning air, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. King Ahab, disguised as a common soldier, moved among his troops with nervous energy. His royal armour had been replaced with the simple leather and bronze of an ordinary warrior, and his distinctive crown was nowhere to be seen. To any casual observer, he appeared to be merely another commander preparing for battle, yet those closest to him could sense his underlying anxiety, the tension of a man who was trying to outrun a divine decree. King Jehoshaphat, meanwhile, wore his royal robes with obvious reluctance. The righteous king of Judah had agreed to this deception as part of their military strategy, but his conscience troubled him. The memory of Micaiah's words weighed heavily on his mind, and he found himself offering frequent prayers for divine protection and guidance. The Syrian army was formidable, well-trained and confident in their ability to defend their territory. Their king had given specific instructions to his 32 chariot commanders: fight with no one small or great, but only with the king of Israel. It was a strategic decision based on the understanding that killing or capturing the enemy king would effectively end the battle and secure victory. As the two armies faced each other across the field of battle, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Horses stamped impatiently, armour creaked as soldiers shifted their weight, and commanders made final adjustments to their battle plans. In the distance, the walls of Ramoth Gilead stood as silent witness to the conflict that was about to determine its fate. The battle began with a thunderous clash of armies colliding, the sound of metal against metal mixing with the shouts of warriors and the screams of the wounded. Chariots raced across the battlefield like instruments of divine wrath, their wheels churning up clouds of dust that obscured vision and added to the chaos of combat. For a time, it seemed as though Ahab's strategy might succeed. Hidden among his soldiers, the disguised king fought with the desperation of a man who believed his life depended on remaining unrecognized. His years of military experience served him well as he wielded sword and spear with deadly efficiency, contributing to the initial success of the Israelite forces. But the Syrian chariot commanders were not easily deceived. When they spotted King Jehoshaphat in his royal robes, they immediately assumed they had found their primary target. A group of them converged on the king of Judah with deadly intent, their chariots cutting through the battle lines like ships through stormy seas. "Surely it is the king of Israel," they shouted to one another as they closed in on Jehoshaphat. The king of Judah found himself surrounded by enemy chariots, their occupants preparing to capture or kill what they believed to be their primary objective. In that moment of extreme danger, Jehoshaphat did what he had learned to do throughout his reign. He cried out to the Lord for deliverance. "Help me, O Lord," Jehoshaphat called out, his voice carrying above the din of battle. What happened next was a clear demonstration of divine intervention. As Jehoshaphat's cry reached heaven, the Lord moved the hearts of the Syrian commanders in an unexpected way. Something about the king's appearance or manner suddenly convinced them that this was not their intended target after all. "It is not the king of Israel," one of them declared, and just as quickly as they had converged upon Jehoshaphat, they turned away to search for their real quarry elsewhere on the battlefield. Meanwhile, across the chaos of combat, King Ahab continued his desperate masquerade. His disguise had served him well throughout the morning, allowing him to participate in the battle without attracting the special attention of enemy forces. For a brief moment, it seemed as though human cunning might indeed triumph over divine decree. But the Lord's purposes are not thwarted by earthly schemes, no matter how cleverly conceived. As the battle raged on, a Syrian soldier drew his bow at random, not aiming at any particular target, but simply shooting into the mass of enemy forces. It was the kind of arrow that soldiers loose when they cannot see clearly, through the dust and confusion of battle, hoping to strike something useful, but with no specific intent. The arrow flew through the air with the invisible guidance of divine providence. It passed over the heads of common soldiers, sailed between the wheels of racing chariots, and found its mark with the precision of perfect justice. The bronze point struck King Ahab between the joints of his armour, penetrating the one gap in his defences that his disguise could not protect. The king felt the arrow's impact like a thunderbolt, the sudden, sharp pain followed by the warm spread of blood across his chest. He looked down in shock to see the Syrian arrow protruding from his body, its shaft trembling with the force of impact. In that instant, Ahab understood with perfect clarity that no amount of human cleverness could circumvent the word of the Lord. "I am wounded," the king cried out to his chariot driver, his voice tight with pain and the dawning realization of his doom. "Turn around and carry me out of the battle." The chariot driver, a loyal servant who had recognized his disguised king despite the common soldier's garb, immediately began maneuvering toward the edge of the battlefield. But extricating themselves from the chaos of combat proved more difficult than anticipated. The battle had intensified throughout the day, and enemy forces blocked many of the potential escape routes. As they struggled to retreat, King Ahab's condition continued to deteriorate. The arrow had found a vital spot and blood flowed freely from the wound despite his attempts to stanch it. Yet with grim determination, the king remained propped up in his chariot, unwilling to let his army see him fall. His presence, even in his wounded state, served to encourage the Israelite forces and maintain their fighting spirit. The battle raged from morning until evening, the outcome hanging in the balance as both sides fought with desperate intensity. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of red that seemed to mirror the blood spilled on the battlefield below, King Ahab's strength finally gave out. The disguised king who had tried to outwit divine judgment slumped forward in his chariot, his life ebbing away with each laboured breath. As word of the king's condition spread through the ranks, the cry went up that would fulfill Micaiah's prophecy with devastating accuracy. Every man to his city, and every man to his own country." The army of Israel, leaderless and demoralized, began to scatter across the hills just as the prophet had foreseen. Like sheep without a shepherd, they abandoned their positions and fled toward home, their dreams of victory dissolving into the nightmare of defeat. King Ahab died as the sun set over Ramoth-Gilead, his blood pooling in the bottom of his chariot. The man who had spent his reign choosing comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths had finally encountered a reality that no amount of deception could alter. The word of the Lord, spoken through his faithful prophet, had been fulfilled to the letter. News of King Ahab's death spread quickly through the land, carried by the scattered remnants of his army and the merchants who followed military campaigns. In the palace at Samaria, the reaction was one of stunned disbelief. The 400 prophets who had proclaimed certain victory found themselves facing a crisis of credibility that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In his prison cell, Micaiah heard the news with a mixture of sadness and vindication. He had taken no pleasure in prophesying disaster, had felt no joy in predicting the death of his king. Yet the fulfillment of his prophecy served as a powerful reminder that the word of the Lord does not return void, regardless of how unwelcome it might be to human ears. When the guards came to release him from prison, Micaiah emerged into the daylight a changed man. His body bore the marks of his confinement. He was thinner, paler, and bore the lines of one who had endured hardship. But his spirit was unbroken, perhaps even strengthened by his ordeal. He had spoken truth in the face of overwhelming opposition, had maintained his integrity under pressure, and had been vindicated by the very events that had brought tragedy to the kingdom. The political ramifications of Ahab's death were immediate and far-reaching. His son Ahaziah ascended to the throne, inheriting a kingdom shaken by military defeat and spiritual confusion. The influence of Queen Jezebel remained strong, but the dramatic fulfillment of Micaiah's prophecy had dealt a severe blow to the credibility of the Baal-worshipping establishment. Zedekiah, the false prophet who had struck Micaiah in the throne room, found himself in an impossible position. His confident predictions of victory had been thoroughly discredited, and his authority as a spokesman for the divine had been shattered. The inner chamber where he sought to hide, just as Micaiah had prophesied, became both a physical and spiritual reality as he struggled to come to terms with the magnitude of his error. The other court prophets faced similar crises of confidence. Their unanimous declaration of victory had been revealed as the lying spirit Micaiah had warned about, and their reputations lay in ruins. Some of them quietly retired from public life, while others attempted to reinvent themselves as followers of different deities. None of them could escape the uncomfortable truth that they had been deceived, and had, in turn, deceived others. King Jehoshaphat returned to Jerusalem a wiser and more cautious man. His alliance with Ahab had nearly cost him his life, and the experience had taught him valuable lessons about the importance of seeking genuine divine guidance rather than accepting comfortable confirmations of predetermined plans. The prophet Jehu, son of Hanani, met him upon his return with words of rebuke for his alliance with the ungodly king, but also with recognition that the Lord had delivered him from the consequences of his poor judgment. Throughout the kingdom, people began to reassess their understanding of prophecy and divine revelation. The dramatic contrast between the false assurances of the 400 prophets and the accurate warnings of the solitary Micaiah had provided a vivid lesson in discernment. Many began to understand that true prophecy was not measured by its popularity or its agreement with human desires, but by its faithfulness to the word and character of the Lord. Years passed, and the story of Micaiah's stand against the 400 false prophets became one of the most remembered episodes in the history of Israel. Parents told it to their children as an example of courage and integrity, while religious teachers used it to illustrate the difference between true and false prophecy. The tale grew in significance with each telling, not because it was embellished, but because its lessons proved to be timeless and universal. The first and most obvious lesson was about the cost of speaking truth. Micaiah had paid a heavy price for his faithfulness, imprisonment, isolation, and the hostility of the powerful, yet his willingness to endure these hardships had ultimately served a greater purpose, preserving the integrity of prophetic ministry and providing a clear example of what it meant to fear God rather than man. His story became a source of encouragement for future generations of prophets and faithful believers who found themselves standing alone against popular opinion. The second lesson concerned the danger of groupthink and manufactured consensus. The 400 prophets had created an impressive display of unanimity, but their agreement had been based on political expediency rather than divine revelation. Their story served as a warning about the seductive power of majority opinion and the importance of seeking truth even when it contradicted popular sentiment. The comfort of belonging to the crowd, they learned, was no substitute for the sometimes lonely path of authentic faith. The third lesson was perhaps the most theologically complex, the reality that God sometimes allows deception as a form of judgment. The lying spirit that had influenced the false prophets was not an independent force, but an instrument of divine justice, permitted by the Lord as part of his sovereign plan. This aspect of the story forced believers to grapple with difficult questions about the nature of divine sovereignty and human responsibility, helping them develop a more mature understanding of how God works in the world. The fourth lesson focused on the importance of discernment in spiritual matters. King Jehoshaphat's initial uneasiness with the 400 prophets had been a manifestation of spiritual discernment, a recognition that something was amiss despite the impressive display of consensus. His request for a prophet of the Lord had demonstrated the value of seeking authentic divine guidance rather than accepting convenient confirmations of predetermined plans. The fifth lesson was about the ultimate futility of human schemes when they oppose divine purposes. King Ahab's elaborate disguise had been a clever attempt to circumvent prophecy through human ingenuity, but it had proven utterly useless against the sovereign will of the Lord. The random arrow that found its mark had served as a powerful reminder that God's purposes will be accomplished regardless of human attempts to thwart them. As the years passed and the kingdom of Israel continued its spiritual decline, the story of Micaiah took on additional significance. It became a benchmark against which other prophets and prophecies were measured, a reminder of what authentic faithfulness looked like in the face of opposition. When Elijah stood alone against the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, people remembered Micaiah's solitary stand. When Jeremiah faced persecution for his unpopular messages, the example of Micaiah's courage provided encouragement and precedent. The story also served as a cautionary tale for those in positions of authority. King Ahab's admission that he hated Micaiah because the prophet never spoke favourably about him had revealed the dangerous tendency of leaders to surround themselves with yes men rather than truthful counsellors. Future kings and officials who heard the story were challenged to examine their own relationships with advisors and to consider whether they were seeking truth or merely confirmation of their existing beliefs. In the quiet of his later years, Micaiah often reflected on that pivotal day when he had stood alone before 2 kings and 400 false prophets. The physical scars from his imprisonment had faded, but the spiritual impact of his experience continued to shape his understanding of his calling and his relationship with the Lord. The prophet had learned that faithfulness was not measured by immediate results, but by obedience to divine instruction. His warning had not prevented the battle or saved King Ahab's life, but it had preserved the integrity of prophetic ministry and provided a clear demonstration of the difference between true and false revelation. Sometimes, he realized, the greatest victories were won not through changing circumstances, but through maintaining faithfulness in the midst of difficult circumstances. Micaiah had also discovered that standing alone was not the same as being alone. In his prison cell, deprived of human companionship and comfort, he had experienced a deeper intimacy with the Lord than he had ever known before. The isolation that had seemed like punishment had actually become a pathway to greater spiritual understanding and strength. He had learned that the approval of the crowd was a poor substitute for the approval of the Almighty. The prophet had come to understand that his role was not to be popular, but to be faithful, not to tell people what they wanted to hear, but to speak what the Lord had given him to say. This understanding had freed him from the burden of trying to manage people's reactions to his messages, and had allowed him to focus entirely on the sacred responsibility of accurate communication of divine truth. The peace that came from this clarity of purpose was worth more than all the royal favour he might have gained through compromise. As news of Micaiah's faithfulness spread beyond the borders of Israel, his story began to influence other nations and cultures. Foreign dignitaries who visited the kingdom often asked to hear the account of the prophet who had stood against 400 false prophets and accurately predicted the death of a king. The story became a testament to the power of truth and the importance of moral courage, inspiring people of various backgrounds to examine their own commitments to integrity and faithfulness. The story also had a profound impact on the understanding of prophecy itself. Future generations would use Micaiah's example as a standard for evaluating prophetic claims, recognizing that true prophecy was characterized by faithfulness to the Lord's character and purposes rather than by popular appeal or immediate gratification. The account helped establish criteria for distinguishing between authentic divine revelation and human manipulation disguised as spiritual authority. In the broader context of Israel's history, Micaiah's stand represented a crucial moment in the preservation of true worship and authentic faith. At a time when the kingdom was sliding towards spiritual apostasy, his unwavering commitment to truth served as a beacon of hope for those who still sought to follow the Lord with integrity. His example encouraged other faithful believers to maintain their convictions even when they seemed to be in the minority. The story of Micaiah also served as a bridge between the ministries of the earlier prophets like Elijah and later ones like Jeremiah and Ezekiel. His experience of standing alone against popular opinion and suffering for his faithfulness would be echoed in the lives of many subsequent prophets who faced similar challenges. The patterns of persecution, vindication, and ultimate triumph that characterized his story became recurring themes in the ongoing narrative of God's relationship with his people. As we reach the end of Micaiah's story, we find ourselves confronted with questions that transcend the ancient world and speak directly to our modern hearts. In an age of social media echo chambers and manufactured consensus, the prophet's example challenges us to examine our own commitment to truth and our willingness to stand alone when necessary. The 400 false prophets of Micaiah's day have their counterparts in every generation. Those who tell us what we want to hear rather than what we need to hear, who offer comfortable lies instead of challenging truths. The temptation to join the crowd, to find safety in numbers, to seek approval rather than accuracy, remains as strong today as it was in ancient Israel. Micaiah's courage reminds us that faithfulness is not a group activity, but an individual responsibility. Each of us must decide whether we will speak truth or remain silent, whether we will stand for what is right or compromise for what is convenient. The prophet's example shows us that the path of integrity is often lonely, but it is never walked alone by those who trust in the Lord. The story also challenges us to examine our own relationship with authority and our tendency to surround ourselves with people who confirm our existing beliefs rather than challenging us to grow. Like King Ahab, we may find ourselves preferring the comfort of familiar lies to the discomfort of unfamiliar truths. Micaiah's example calls us to seek out voices that speak with authenticity, rather than those that merely echo our own opinions. Perhaps most importantly, the story of Micaiah reminds us that truth has a way of prevailing in the end, even when it seems overwhelmed by opposition. The prophet's vindication did not come immediately, and it came at great personal cost, but it came nonetheless. His example encourages us to trust in the ultimate triumph of truth and to remain faithful even when the outcome is uncertain. In our own lives, we may face moments when we are called to be like Micaiah, to stand alone against popular opinion, to speak uncomfortable truths, to choose faithfulness over favour. When those moments come, may we remember the forgotten prophet who found his courage not in the approval of men, but in the approval of his God. The story of Micaiah teaches us that true strength is not found in numbers, but in conviction, that real courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to do what is right despite our fears, and that lasting victory comes not from avoiding conflict, but from maintaining integrity in the midst of it. As you close your eyes tonight and drift towards sleep, may you carry with you the quiet courage of Micaiah, the man who dared to stand alone because he knew he was not truly alone. May his example inspire you to speak truth with love, to stand for what is right with humility, and to trust in the ultimate triumph of God's purposes even when the immediate circumstances seem overwhelming. In a world that often rewards conformity and punishes authenticity, may you find the strength to be like Micaiah, faithful, courageous, and true. For in the end, it is not the approval of the crowd that matters, but the approval of the one who sees all hearts and knows all truths. The forgotten prophet's story ends, but its echo continues in every heart that chooses truth over comfort, courage over convenience, and faithfulness over favour. May that echo sound clearly in your own life, guiding you toward the kind of integrity that leaves a lasting legacy long after the voices of the crowd have faded into silence. Rest well, dear friends, and may your dreams be filled with the peace that comes from knowing you serve a God who honours faithfulness, rewards courage, and never abandons those who trust in him. The story of Micaiah reminds us that in God's kingdom, standing alone with truth is always better than standing with the crowd in deception. Sleep peacefully, knowing that like Micaiah, you're never truly alone when you walk in the light of divine truth. Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whether it was filled with joy or challenges, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling down for the evening, or perhaps finding a quiet moment in the middle of your day? Wherever you are listening from, know that you are part of our global community of souls, seeking peace and spiritual connection. If this is your first time joining us, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. We're here to bring you stories that nourish the spirit and calm the mind. Tonight, we journey to ancient Judah, to a time when God called a young man named Jeremiah to carry a message of both warning and hope. This is a story about divine calling, about being reshaped by loving hands, and about finding purpose even in the midst of struggle. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let us begin. In the 13th year of King Josiah's reign over the kingdom of Judah, when the morning mist still clung to the hills of Anathoth, a young man named Jeremiah sat beneath the shade of an ancient olive tree. The leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze, and somewhere in that whisper something stirred within his heart. Something he couldn't yet name, but could feel as surely as the warm earth beneath his feet. Jeremiah was not like the other young men of his village. While they spoke boldly of their plans and dreams, he preferred the quiet company of his thoughts. While they gathered in the marketplace to debate and jest, he found himself drawn to solitary places where he could listen to the deeper rhythms of life. His father, Hilkiah, was a priest, and perhaps that was why Jeremiah felt such a natural pull toward the sacred, toward the spaces where heaven seemed to touch earth. On this particular morning, as the sun climbed higher and cast dancing shadows through the olive branches, Jeremiah felt that familiar stirring grow stronger. It was as if someone were calling his name from a great distance, though he heard no voice with his ears. The sensation was both thrilling and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a vast ocean, knowing you were meant to step in but uncertain of your ability to swim. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken directly into his ear, came the words that would change everything. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Jeremiah's heart raced. He looked around, half expecting to see someone standing nearby, but he was alone with only the olive tree and the endless blue sky as witnesses. The voice came again, gentle yet unmistakable. Jeremiah, I have called you to be my messenger. The young man's immediate response was one of panic. Sovereign Lord, he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. I don't know how to speak. I am too young. Who would listen to me? I am nobody special, just a priest's son from a small village. Surely you have made a mistake. But the presence that surrounded him was filled with such love and certainty that his fears began to quiet. Do not say you are too young, came the gentle correction. You must go to everyone I send you to and say whatever I command you. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you. In that moment, Jeremiah felt something touch his lips. Not a physical touch, but something deeper, more real than anything he had ever experienced. "I have put my words in your mouth," the voice continued. "See, today I appoint you over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant." As the presence gradually faded, leaving only the normal sounds of morning, birds singing, leaves rustling, the distant lowing of cattle, Jeremiah remained sitting beneath the olive tree, stunned by what had just occurred. His life had been ordinary just moments before, and now he was being called to something extraordinary. The weight of it should have crushed him, but instead he felt a strange peace settling over his spirit. He didn't yet understand what lay ahead, couldn't foresee the years of rejection and persecution that awaited him, or the deep wells of sorrow he would have to draw from. He only knew that the God of his fathers had spoken to him, had chosen him for a purpose that was both terrible and wonderful. And though he trembled at the thought of it, something deep within him whispered back, "Yes, Lord, I will go." Months passed after Jeremiah's calling, and he found himself struggling with the enormity of his task. The messages that came to him were not easy ones. Words of warning about the spiritual condition of Judah, prophecies of coming judgment if the people didn't turn back to their God. How could he, a young man with no credentials or authority, stand before the elders and priests and kings with such heavy words? One morning, as Jeremiah prayed in the quiet of his chamber, seeking guidance for this impossible mission, he heard the familiar voice of the Lord speaking to him once again. "Go down to the potter's house, and there I will give you my message." Jeremiah had passed by the potter's house countless times in his life, but had never paid it much attention. It was a humble building on the outskirts of the village, marked by the constant sound of the spinning wheel and the earthy smell of wet clay. As he approached that day, however, he felt a sense of anticipation, as if he were about to witness something profound. The potter was an elderly man named Malachi, whose hands bore the calluses and clay stains of decades spent at his craft. His hair was white as wool, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of someone who had spent his life creating beauty from formless earth. When Jeremiah arrived, Malachi looked up from his wheel and smiled, as if he'd been expecting him. "Shalom, young prophet," Malachi said, his voice warm with genuine kindness. "Please sit and watch. I have work to do." Jeremiah settled himself on a wooden stool in the corner of the workshop, fascinated despite himself. He had never really watched a potter at work before, had never paid attention to the intricate process of creation that happened in this simple space. The wheel began to turn, and Malachi placed a lump of clay in the centre, his hands moving with practiced precision. At first the clay seemed to resist, wobbling and threatening to collapse. But Malachi's hands were steady and sure, applying just the right amount of pressure, guiding the clay upward into the beginning of what would become a vessel. Jeremiah watched in wonder as the formless lump slowly took shape, a wide base, curving sides, the promise of something beautiful and functional. But then something went wrong. Perhaps there was a stone in the clay, or a dry patch that wouldn't bend. The emerging vessel began to collapse, its sides caving in despite the potter's careful ministrations. Jeremiah expected to see frustration on Malachi's face, perhaps anger at the ruined work. Instead, the old man simply smiled and pressed the clay back into a lump ready to begin again. "The clay has its own nature," Malachi explained, his hands already starting to reshape the material. "Sometimes it has hard spots, or air bubbles, or impurities that make it difficult to work with. But clay is forgiving. It can always be reformed, reshaped, made into something new." As Jeremiah watched, the potter began again, this time working the clay more thoroughly, removing the impurities that had caused the first attempt to fail. Slowly, patiently, lovingly, a new vessel began to emerge, different from the first but no less beautiful. In fact, this second creation seemed to have a character all its own, shaped by the very challenges that had destroyed its predecessor. It was then that Jeremiah heard the voice of the Lord speaking to him, as clear as if someone were standing beside him. "Can I not do with you, Israel, as this potter does? Like clay in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand." The words hit Jeremiah like a revelation. He understood now why he had been sent to this place, why he needed to witness this simple yet profound act of creation. The people of Judah were like clay in God's hands, sometimes stubborn, sometimes marred by the impurities of sin and rebellion. But God was not a harsh taskmaster who would discard them when they failed to take shape properly. He was like Malachi, patient and loving, willing to reshape them again and again until they became the vessels he had always intended them to be. "The message I want you to carry," the Lord continued, "is not just one of judgment, but of hope. Yes, I must sometimes tear down what is corrupt and broken, but I tear down in order to build up again, in order to create something better and more beautiful than before." Jeremiah felt tears welling up in his eyes as he watched the potter's hands continue their gentle work. Here was a picture of God's character that he had never fully grasped before. Not the angry judge he had sometimes imagined, but the patient artist who sees potential in every lump of clay, who never gives up on his creation, who can bring beauty from the most unlikely materials. "Thank you," he whispered to Malachi as he prepared to leave. The old potter looked up from his work and smiled. "The clay thanks the potter by yielding to his hands," Malachi replied. "Perhaps that is all any of us can do, yield to the hands that know how to shape us into something beautiful." As Jeremiah walked home through the narrow streets of his village, he felt a new understanding of his calling beginning to take root in his heart. He was not just a bearer of bad news, but a messenger of hope. The God who had called him was not a destroyer but a creator, not a tyrant but a loving craftsman who would never abandon his work. The words came to him then, the message he would carry to the people of Judah. "If at any time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be uprooted, torn down and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I had intended to do for it." It was a message of both warning and promise, of judgment and mercy intertwined. Like the potter's hands, God's discipline was always aimed at restoration, always working toward the creation of something more beautiful than before. Armed with this new understanding, Jeremiah began his prophetic ministry in earnest. But if he had hoped that his message of God's love and patience would be readily received, he was quickly disillusioned. The people of Judah, from the poorest peasant to the most powerful priest, seemed determined to resist the very hands that were trying to reshape them. His first major public appearance came during the reign of King Jehoiakim, Josiah's son, who had turned away from his father's reforms and allowed idolatry to flourish once again throughout the land. Jeremiah stood in the temple courts, his voice carrying across the stone courtyard as he delivered the message God had given him. "This is what the Lord says," he proclaimed, his young voice growing stronger with each word. "Reform your ways and your actions, and I will let you live in this place. Do not trust in deceptive words and say, 'This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord.' If you really change your ways and your actions and deal with each other justly, if you do not oppress the foreigner, the fatherless or the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, and if you do not follow other gods to your own harm, then I will let you live in this place in the land I gave your ancestors for ever and ever." The reaction was immediate and hostile. The priests, who had grown comfortable with their compromises and political alliances, saw Jeremiah's words as a direct threat to their authority. The wealthy merchants and nobles who had prospered by exploiting the poor and forming partnerships with pagan nations heard his call for justice as an attack on their way of life. "Who does this young man think he is?" they muttered among themselves. "He speaks of judgment and destruction like some kind of doomsday prophet. Where is his authority? Where are his credentials?" But Jeremiah continued, his heart breaking even as he spoke the words God had given him, He could see the spiritual adultery that had infected his beloved nation, the way they had turned from the God who had delivered them from Egypt and given them this promised land. They had made alliances with foreign powers, adopted their gods, and forgotten the covenant that had made them a people set apart. "My people have committed 2 sins," he declared, his voice now thick with emotion. "They have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water." The imagery was powerful and heartbreaking. Jeremiah could see it so clearly. A nation that had access to the purest, most life-giving water imaginable, yet had chosen instead to dig broken wells that left them thirsty and desperate. They had exchanged their glory for worthless idols, their security for political alliances that would ultimately fail them. As the weeks and months passed, Jeremiah's message remained consistent, but the opposition grew fiercer. He was mocked in the streets, his words dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Children threw stones at him, and adults crossed to the other side of the road to avoid his presence. The loneliness was crushing, but what hurt most was seeing the people he loved rushing toward destruction, their ears closed to the voice of the one who wanted to save them. One particularly dark day, after being physically threatened by a group of priests who wanted to silence him permanently, Jeremiah found himself wondering if he had misunderstood his calling. Perhaps God hadn't really spoken to him at all. Perhaps he was just a deluded young man with an overactive imagination and a tendency toward melancholy. But then he remembered the potter's house, the gentle hands shaping and reshaping the clay, and he understood something profound about the nature of love. True love doesn't just tell people what they want to hear, it tells them what they need to hear, even when that truth is painful. The potter sometimes had to apply pressure to the clay, had to work out the impurities and air bubbles, and this process wasn't always comfortable for the clay, but it was necessary for the clay to become what it was meant to be. "I am not their enemy," Jeremiah whispered to himself as he walked through the quiet streets late one evening. "I am their friend. I am speaking these hard words because I love them, because God loves them, because we can't bear to see them destroy themselves." The revelation gave him strength to continue, even as the opposition intensified. He began to write down his prophecies, creating a record of God's words that could be preserved even if his voice was silenced. He wrote of the coming judgment, but also of the hope that lay beyond it, the promise of a new covenant, a time when God would write his law on their hearts rather than on tablets of stone. "The days are coming," he wrote, his hand moving quickly across the parchment, "when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they broke my covenant, though I was a husband to them. This is the covenant I will make with the people of Israel after that time. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people." Even in the midst of his loneliness and rejection, Jeremiah held on to this vision of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The process might be painful, but the end result would be worth it all. There came a time when the weight of his calling became almost too much for Jeremiah to bear. The constant rejection, the threats, the loneliness of being God's messenger to a people who didn't want to hear from God. It all pressed down on him like a physical burden. He had been faithful to his calling for years now, and what did he have to show for it? A nation that seemed more rebellious than ever, leaders who actively opposed him, and a heart that felt like it might break from the strain. The breaking point came when Pasha, the priest who was chief officer in the temple, had Jeremiah beaten and put in stocks overnight for prophesying that Jerusalem would be destroyed. The humiliation was complete, displayed like a common criminal in front of the very people he was trying to save. When he was released the next morning, bruised and aching, Jeremiah's first instinct was to flee. He made his way to his favourite spot of solitude, a small grove of trees outside the city where he often went to pray. There, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of nature, he poured out his heart to God in words that were both complaint and lament. "You deceived me, Lord, and I was deceived," he cried out, his voice raw with emotion. "You overpowered me and prevailed. I am ridiculed all day long, everyone mocks me. Whenever I speak, I cry out proclaiming violence and destruction. So the word of the Lord has brought me insult and reproach all day long." The words felt almost blasphemous as they left his lips, but they were honest words, torn from the depths of his soul. He'd given everything to this calling. His youth, his dreams of a normal life, his relationships with family and friends. And for what? To be treated as a pariah, a madman, a troublemaker. In that moment of deepest despair, Jeremiah made a decision that felt like the only sane choice left to him. He would be silent. No more prophecies, no more warnings, no more attempts to turn the hearts of a stubborn people back to their God. He would find a quiet corner of the world and live out his days in peace, letting others worry about the spiritual condition of the nation. The resolve felt good at first, like setting down a burden that had been crushing him. For several days, he said nothing about the visions that continued to come to him, ignored the urgings in his spirit to speak out against the injustices he witnessed. He tried to live like a normal person, to find satisfaction in simple pleasures and everyday concerns. But something strange began to happen. The more he tried to suppress the words God had given him, the more they seemed to burn within him. It was as if a fire had been kindled in his bones, a flame that grew hotter the more he tried to smother it. The visions wouldn't stop coming. The burden for his people wouldn't lift, and the words of God seemed to be blazing inside him like a furnace. "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name," he found himself whispering, "his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." The realization came to him gradually, like dawn breaking over the mountains. He couldn't stop being a prophet any more than he could stop being human. This wasn't just something he did. It was who he was. God had formed him in the womb for this purpose, had written this calling into the very fabric of his being. To deny it would be to deny himself, to attempt to live as someone he was never meant to be. But more than that, he began to understand that his struggles and sufferings were not signs that he had failed in his calling, but evidence that he was fulfilling it exactly as God intended. The potter sometimes had to apply intense heat to the clay to make it strong and durable. The fire in his bones wasn't a punishment. It was the very thing that qualified him to speak for God. "The Lord is with me like a mighty warrior," he declared, his voice growing stronger with each word. "So my persecutors will stumble and not prevail. They will fail and be thoroughly disgraced. Their dishonor will never be forgotten." The change in perspective was revolutionary. Instead of seeing his sufferings as evidence of God's abandonment, Jeremiah began to understand them as proof of God's presence. The fire in his bones wasn't consuming him. It was refining him, purifying him, making him into the kind of vessel that could carry God's words to a broken world. He thought again of the potter's house, of the way Malachi had worked the clay with such patience and skill. Sometimes the potter had to put the vessel into the fire to make it strong, to burn away the impurities and set the shape permanently. The heat wasn't cruelty, it was love, the kind of love that was willing to do whatever it took to create something beautiful and lasting. "I will speak," Jeremiah said aloud, his voice carrying across the quiet grove. "I will speak because I must, because the words are like fire in my bones, because God has made me a prophet to the nations. I will speak not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. I will speak not because people want to hear, but because they need to hear. I will speak because the potter is still at work and I am his instrument." The fire in his bones had become not a burden, but a gift, not a curse, but a blessing. It was the very thing that enabled him to continue when everything else told him to quit, the divine energy that sustained him through rejection and persecution. He was not just a messenger, he was a burning message, a living embodiment of God's passionate love for his people. The years passed, and Jeremiah's prophecies began to unfold with heartbreaking accuracy. The Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, laid siege to Jerusalem just as God had warned through his prophet. The city that had been called the joy of the whole earth was now surrounded by enemy forces, its people trapped within walls that had once seemed impregnable. During the siege, Jeremiah found himself in an impossible position. His prophecies of judgment were being fulfilled before everyone's eyes, but instead of vindicating him, this only increased the hostility toward him. The leaders of Jerusalem accused him of being a traitor, of collaborating with the enemy by undermining morale with his gloomy predictions. "You're deserting to the Babylonians," they shouted when he tried to leave the city on a simple errand. They arrested him, beat him, and threw him into a dungeon where he remained for many days, forgotten and alone. But even in that dark place, the word of the Lord continued to come to him, and strangely, it was not a word of judgment, but of hope. "Call to me and I will answer you," came the familiar voice in the darkness. "I will tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." The message that came to him there in the dungeon was one of the most beautiful and hopeful prophecies he had ever received. It spoke of a time when the city would be rebuilt, when the people would return from exile, when joy and celebration would once again fill the streets of Jerusalem. It was a promise of restoration so complete and wonderful that it seemed almost too good to be true. "I will bring health and healing to it," God promised. "I will heal my people and will let them enjoy abundant peace and security. I will bring Judah and Israel back from captivity, and will rebuild them as they were before. I will cleanse them from all the sin they have committed against me, and will forgive all their sins of rebellion against me. Then this city will bring me renown, joy, praise and honour before all nations on earth that hear of all the good things I do for it." Even as the sounds of warfare grew louder outside his prison walls, Jeremiah held on to these words of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the broken clay of human hearts and human history. When the city finally fell, it was as devastating as Jeremiah had predicted. The temple was destroyed, the walls torn down, the leaders killed or carried away into exile. The sight of Jerusalem in ruins was almost more than the prophet could bear. This was the city where God had chosen to dwell, the place where his people had worshipped for centuries. Now it lay in smoking rubble, its streets filled with the debris of a civilization that had forgotten its God. In the aftermath of the destruction, Jeremiah sat among the ruins and wept. The tears came not from a heart that said, "I told you so," but from one that was genuinely broken for the suffering of his people. He had warned them, yes, but he had never wanted to see them destroyed. He had hoped until the very end that they would turn back to God and avoid this terrible fate. It was then that he began to write what would become known as the Book of Lamentations, a collection of funeral songs for a dead city, poems of grief and mourning that captured the full depth of the tragedy that had befallen Jerusalem. But even in the midst of this profound sorrow, hope refused to be extinguished. "Because of the Lord's great love we are not consumed," he wrote, his hand trembling as he formed the words, "for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness." The words seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his own understanding, as if the Spirit of God was using his human grief to express a divine truth that transcended the immediate circumstances. Yes, Jerusalem had fallen. Yes, the people were scattered and the temple destroyed. But God's love had not failed. His faithfulness had not ended. His compassions were indeed new every morning, even in the darkest of times. "The Lord is good to those whose hope is in him," he continued. "To the one who seeks him, it is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord." As he wrote these words, Jeremiah began to understand something profound about the nature of hope. It wasn't based on circumstances or on the absence of suffering. True hope was rooted in the character of God himself, in his unchanging love and faithfulness. The potter might allow the clay to be broken, but he would never abandon it. He might permit the vessel to be shattered, but only so that he could create something even more beautiful from the pieces. For no one is cast off by the Lord forever, he wrote, his voice growing stronger with each word. Though he brings grief, he will show compassion. So great is his unfailing love. For he does not willingly bring affliction or grief to anyone. The ruins of Jerusalem became, in a strange way, a place of worship for Jeremiah. There among the broken stones and scattered debris, he found a closeness to God that he had never experienced before. The external symbols of faith were gone, but faith itself remained. The building had been destroyed, but the builder continued his work. People would come to him there, survivors of the siege who were struggling to make sense of what had happened. They would ask him why God had allowed such suffering, why the innocent had to pay for the sins of the guilty, why the city of God had been given over to pagan armies. I cannot answer all your questions, Jeremiah would tell them gently, but I can tell you what I've learned in my years of walking with the Lord. He is like a potter who shapes clay, and sometimes the shaping process is painful. But he never works without purpose, and he never abandons what he has begun. The vessel may be broken, but the potter's hands are still at work creating something new from the pieces. In the final years of his life, Jeremiah found himself in Egypt, carried there against his will by a group of Jewish refugees who feared remaining in the land of Judah. It was not where he had expected to end his days, far from the city he had loved and served for so many years. But even in this foreign land, he continued to speak the words God gave him, continued to comfort and challenge the people who had been scattered by the winds of history. As he sat one evening by the banks of the Nile watching the sunset over the ancient land of the Pharaohs, Jeremiah reflected on the long journey that had brought him to this place. He was no longer the young man who had trembled beneath the olive tree at his first calling. His hair was now white, his hands marked by years of writing and rewriting God's words, his heart scarred by decades of rejection and persecution. But he was not bitter. Somehow, through all the pain and struggle, he had learned to see his life as part of a larger tapestry that God was weaving through history. He was just one thread in that tapestry, but he had been woven in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, for exactly the right purpose. A young Jewish woman approached him as he sat by the water, her eyes reflecting the same uncertainty and pain he had seen in so many faces over the years. "Prophet," she said softly, "my heart is broken. I have lost everything, my home, my family, my future. How can I believe that God still cares about me?" Jeremiah smiled and gestured for her to sit beside him. "Let me tell you a story," he said, his voice warm with the wisdom of long experience. "Once God sent me to a potter's house to watch him work. The potter was shaping a vessel on his wheel, but something went wrong. The clay became marred, misshapen, useless for its intended purpose." The young woman leaned forward, intrigued despite her sorrow. "I expected the potter to throw the clay away," Jeremiah continued. "After all, it was ruined, wasn't it? But instead, he gathered it up and began again. He worked the clay, removed the impurities, and slowly shaped it into something new. The second vessel was different from the first, but it was beautiful in its own way. Perhaps even more beautiful because it bore the marks of the potter's patient love." "But what does this mean for me?" the woman asked. "How does this help me with my broken heart?" Jeremiah reached down and picked up a small piece of clay from the riverbank. "This is what God showed me that day," he said, working the clay gently in his hands. "You are not ruined. You are not beyond hope. You are clay in the potter's hands, and he is still shaping you. The breaking you've experienced is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a new chapter." As he spoke, the clay in his hands began to take shape, becoming a small but perfectly formed vessel. "God's love is like this potter's skill," he continued. "It can take the most broken, damaged clay and create something beautiful from it. Your pain is not wasted. Your tears are not meaningless. They are part of the process by which God is making you into the person he always intended you to be." The woman began to weep, but they were not tears of despair. They were tears of hope, of recognition, of a heart that was beginning to heal. "How do you know this?" she whispered. "How can you be so sure?" Jeremiah smiled, and in that smile was the peace of a man who had wrestled with God and found him faithful. "Because I have been clay in the potter's hands for 40 years, he said simply. "I have been broken and reshaped more times than I can count. I have questioned, doubted, even tried to run away from his calling. But through it all, I have learned one thing. The potter never gives up on his clay. He never throws it away. He keeps working, keeps shaping, keeps creating until the vessel is exactly what he envisioned it to be." As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Jeremiah continued to speak with the young woman and others who had gathered around them. He told them of the promises God had made, of a time when the exiles would return, when the city would be rebuilt, when God would make a new covenant with his people. He reminded them that their current suffering was not the end of the story, but part of a larger narrative of redemption and restoration. "The potter is still at work," he said as the evening drew to a close. "In your lives, in the life of our nation, in the great sweep of history itself, he's shaping something beautiful from the clay of human hearts and human history. Trust his hands, yield to his touch, and know that whatever he is creating in you and through you, it will be more wonderful than you can imagine." That night, as Jeremiah lay down to sleep, he thought once more of the potter's house and the lesson that had shaped his entire ministry. He had been privileged to be God's messenger, to speak his words to a generation that desperately needed to hear them. He had endured rejection, persecution, and exile, but he had also experienced the incredible intimacy of walking with God through every trial. His life had not been easy, but it had been meaningful. He had been clay in the potter's hands, shaped and reshaped according to God's perfect will. And though he would not live to see the full fulfillment of the promises he had proclaimed, he knew with absolute certainty that the potter's work would continue. The hands that had shaped him would continue to shape others, generation after generation, until the final masterpiece was complete. The last words he wrote in his journal that night were these: "The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul, therefore I will hope in him." And in the quiet darkness of a foreign land, far from the ruins of Jerusalem but close to the heart of God, Jeremiah slept peacefully, knowing that the potter's hands were still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The message he had carried for 4 decades would outlive him, would speak to countless generations of broken people who needed to know that they were not beyond hope, that the potter never gives up on his clay, and that his love truly is new every morning. The story of Jeremiah reminds us that even in our darkest moments, even when our lives seem shattered beyond repair, we are never beyond the reach of the potter's hands. Like clay on the wheel, we may be broken, but we are never discarded. We are loved, shaped, and reshaped by hands that know exactly what we can become. And in the end, that is enough. That is everything. In the quietness of this story's end, may you find the peace that comes from knowing you too are clay in the potter's hands, being shaped with infinite love and patience into something beautiful beyond your wildest dreams. The potter is still at work, still shaping, still creating, and his love for you is new every morning. Before we begin tonight's journey, I want to ask something of you. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel grow in ways you possibly cannot imagine, and it means the world to us. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review truly makes a massive difference in helping others discover these stories. And if you feel like it, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're tuning in from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is listening. It connects us all in this shared experience of exploration and reflection. And of course, if you're enjoying the content, subscribing helps us continue bringing you these stories night after night. Now, let's begin. There are moments in history when the divine crashes into the ordinary, when the sacred interrupts the mundane rhythm of daily life. Most of us imagine such encounters arriving with thunder, with angels descending on pillars of light with voices that shake mountains and part seas. But sometimes the presence of God arrives quietly, carrying with it not spectacle but a test of character. Sometimes holiness doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It simply waits at your doorstep asking a single question. Will you make room? This is the story of a man whose name appears only briefly in the ancient texts. No miracles are attributed to him. No prophecies emerge from his lips. He delivers no sermons, leads no armies, builds no temples. Yet his quiet obedience became the hinge upon which an entire nation's relationship with the divine would turn. His name was Obed-Edom, and for 3 months his home became the dwelling place of God's presence on earth. What happened within those walls would reveal something profound about faith, reverence, and the nature of blessing itself. Chapter 1. A Nation and its Sacred Object. To understand Obed-Edom's story, we must first understand what arrived at his door. The Ark of the Covenant was not merely a religious artifact. It was not simply a box of sacred relics or a symbol used in ceremonies. According to the ancient Israelites, the Ark was the throne of God himself, the meeting place between heaven and earth, the physical manifestation of divine presence among mortal people. Crafted according to precise specifications given to Moses on Mount Sinai, it was overlaid with pure gold, crowned with cherubim whose wings touched above its mercy seat. Inside rested the stone tablets bearing the 10 Commandments, a jar of manna from the wilderness, and the staff of Aaron that had miraculously budded with life. For generations the ark had travelled with Israel. It had crossed the Jordan River on dry ground when the priest carrying it stepped into the water. It had circled the walls of Jericho before they fell. It had dwelt in the tabernacle, hidden behind thick curtains in the Holy of Holies, where only the high priest could approach once a year, and even then with trembling reverence. The ark represented everything Israel was meant to be, a people set apart, chosen, dwelling in the presence of the living God. But the ark's history was also marked by moments of profound terror. When the Philistines had once captured it in battle, plagues broke out in every city where they housed it. Tumours appeared on the bodies of the people, rats infested their lands, their gods toppled in the temples where the ark was placed. The Philistines had learned what it meant to treat the presence of God with casual disrespect, and they had returned the ark to Israel with desperate haste, sending it back on a cart pulled by cows, accompanied by gold offerings meant to appease the God whose power they had witnessed. Now, decades later, a new king sat on Israel's throne. His name was David, a shepherd boy turned warrior turned monarch, a man described in Scripture as one after God's own heart. David had united the tribes, conquered Jerusalem, and established it as his capital. But something weighed on his conscience. While he lived in a palace of cedar, the Ark of God remained in a tent relegated to the edges of the nation's consciousness. This seemed wrong to David, improper. How could the symbol of God's presence dwell in something temporary while the king enjoyed permanent luxury? So David made a decision. He would bring the ark to Jerusalem. He would establish it in the center of the nation's life, create a dwelling place worthy of the divine presence. It would be a moment of national celebration, a homecoming for the very symbol of Israel's identity. Word spread throughout the kingdom. The people gathered. Musicians assembled with harps and lyres, with tambourines and cymbals. 30,000 chosen men of Israel came together for the procession. This would not be a quiet, somber march. This would be a festival, a declaration that God was returning to his rightful place among his people. The ark was placed on a new cart, pulled by oxen. Leading the procession were Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, in whose house the ark had been kept. The cart began to move, and with it the celebration erupted. Music filled the air. People danced, voices raised in songs of praise. David himself celebrated before the Lord with all his might, lost in the joy of the moment. Everything seemed perfect. The sun shone. The crowds cheered. The journey to Jerusalem had begun, and with it, a new chapter in Israel's story. Finally, after years of wandering and warfare, after seasons of distance and silence, God's presence was coming home. No one suspected that within minutes, everything would change. Chapter 2. the sudden tragedy. The road to Jerusalem was not smooth. Ancient paths rarely were. The cart carrying the ark jolted and swayed as the oxen pulled it forward, navigating ruts and stones embedded in the dirt. At a place called the threshing floor of Narkon, the oxen stumbled. In that instant, the ark lurched dangerously to one side. Uzzah, walking beside the cart, saw what was happening. Instinct took over. He reached out his hand to steady the ark to prevent it from falling. It seemed like the right thing to do, the natural thing, the responsible thing. His hand touched the gold surface, fingers closing around the edge to stabilize what appeared to be falling. He died instantly. The music stopped. The dancing ceased. The celebration died in a single heartbeat as Uzzah collapsed beside the cart, his life extinguished as quickly as a candle in a sudden wind. One moment he had been walking, breathing, serving. The next, he was gone. Terror spread through the crowd like wildfire. People backed away from the ark, from the cart, from the very spot where Uzzah had fallen. The object they had been celebrating, the symbol they had been honouring with joy and music, had just killed a man for trying to keep it from falling. The presence of God, it seemed, was not safe. It was not something to be approached, casually, not something that tolerated even well-meaning familiarity. David's anger flared, then quickly transformed into fear. He had been dancing moments before, lost in worship and joy. Now he stood frozen, staring at the body of a man who had done nothing more than reach out to steady something sacred. The name he gave that place reflected his emotional turmoil. Perez Uzzah, meaning the outbreak against Uzzah. This was supposed to be a day of triumph. Instead, it had become a day of death. Questions must have flooded David's mind. Had he made a mistake? Was this journey itself an error? How could bringing the ark to Jerusalem, a seemingly righteous act, result in such tragedy? And if Uzzah died for touching the ark, what might happen if they continued? How many more might fall before the ark reached its destination? David made a decision born of fear and uncertainty. The procession would stop. The ark would not continue to Jerusalem, not yet. Perhaps not ever, if this was the cost of bringing God's presence close. The question now became urgent and practical. Where could they leave the ark? Who would be willing to house this dangerous holy object? Who would risk having in their home something that had just demonstrated its capacity to kill? The answer came in the form of a man whose name suggests he was not even originally from Israel, Obed-Edom the Gittite, a man from Gath, the Philistine city that had once been home to Goliath, the giant David had famously defeated. Whether Obed-Edom was a convert to Israel's faith or simply a resident living among the Israelites, the text does not specify. What matters is what happened next. The ark was brought to Obed-Edom's house, and Obed-Edom said yes. Chapter 3. The ark finds a temporary home. Imagine being Obed-Edom in that moment. Imagine standing in your doorway as the most powerful men in the kingdom approach you, carrying with them the object that has just killed someone for touching it improperly. Imagine being told that this ark, this throne of God, this thing of terrible holiness and dangerous power, needs a place to stay, and that place is your home. Obed-Edom was not a priest. He was not from the tribe of Levi, the family line designated to handle sacred objects. He was not a prophet or a king or a judge. He was, by all accounts, an ordinary man with a household to maintain, a family to feed, responsibilities and routines that made up the rhythm of daily life. Yet when the ark needed a home, his door opened. The text gives us no record of hesitation. We hear no bargaining, no requests for reassurance, no demands for protection or compensation. Obed-Edom simply received what was brought to him. Perhaps he understood something others had missed. Perhaps he recognized that what had happened to Uzzah was not about God's arbitrary wrath, but about the proper reverence required when approaching holiness. Perhaps he simply trusted that if he honored the ark correctly, treated it with the respect it demanded, cared for it according to God's instructions, then blessing rather than curse would result. Or perhaps he simply believed that sometimes, when God's presence arrives at your door, You don't ask questions, you make room. The ark was placed in Obed-Edom's house, not in a separate building, not in a specially constructed shrine. In his house, where his family lived, where they ate and slept and went about the ordinary business of being human. The throne of God became part of the daily landscape of an ordinary household. 3 months passed. During those months, Obed-Edom's life continued. He woke each morning in a home that housed the ark. He worked his land, cared for his animals, provided for his family, all while the presence of God dwelt under his roof. Whatever routines had defined his life before, they now unfolded in proximity to something holy. Whatever conversations had filled his evenings, they now occurred in a space that had become, in effect, a temple. We can only speculate about what those months were like. Did Obed-Edom wake with a sense of awe each morning, remembering what rested in his home? Did his family move quietly, carefully, aware that they lived in the presence of something far greater than themselves? Did they pray differently, speak differently, treat each other differently because holiness had taken up residence among them? What we know for certain is what happened next. And what happened would change everything, not just for Obed-Edom but for all of Israel. Chapter 4. The blessing of Obed-Edom's household. The ancient text is remarkably specific about what occurred during those 3 months. It states, without elaboration or explanation, that the Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. Everything he owned prospered. The blessing was not subtle or gradual. It was evident, observable, impossible to ignore. What does blessing look like in practical terms? The text does not give us detailed inventory, but we can imagine based on the culture and economy of the time. Perhaps Obed-Edom's fields yielded harvests beyond expectation, grain growing thick and full where previous seasons had been modest. Perhaps his flocks multiplied, lambs and kids born healthy and strong, animals that would normally succumb to disease thriving instead. Perhaps his household experienced peace, relationships strengthening, conflicts resolving, the ordinary tensions of family life smoothed by some intangible grace. There would have been material prosperity, certainly. In an agricultural society, blessing manifested in tangible ways: full storehouses, healthy livestock, tools that didn't break, wells that didn't run dry. But the blessing mentioned in Scripture seems deeper than mere material wealth. It encompassed everything Obed-Edom owned, yes, but also his household itself, his family, the people under his roof, the texture and quality of their daily existence. Where there had been fear throughout Israel about the ark's presence, Obed-Edom's household experienced the opposite. The very thing that had caused David to halt in terror became, in the proper context of reverence and obedience, a source of life rather than death. The presence that could kill with a single improper touch became the fountain from which blessing flowed continuously. This was not magic. This was not about Obed-Edom possessing some special power or earning God's favour through extraordinary deeds. The text suggests something simpler and more profound. When the presence of God is honoured appropriately, when holiness is treated with the reverence it requires, when fear transforms into worship rather than avoidance, then blessing becomes the natural result. Think about what this means. The ark had not changed. God's holiness had not diminished or become less dangerous. What had killed Uzzah remained capable of killing. But in Obed-Edom's household, proper relationship to that holiness produced not death, but abundant life. The difference was not in the object, but in the approach, not in God's nature, but in human response. We might imagine the neighbours noticing first. Obed-Edom's crops growing taller than theirs, his animals healthier, his children thriving. Questions would have been asked. How are you doing so well? What has changed? And the answer, when it came, must have seemed both simple and impossible. The ark of God is in my house. For 3 months, Obed-Edom's home became a living demonstration of what it meant to dwell in God's presence. Not in fear, though surely reverence was present. Not in careless familiarity, though daily life continued. But in that balanced place where holiness is honoured, where the divine is neither treated as tame nor fled from in terror, where respect and relationship coexist. News of this blessing could not remain contained within the walls of a single household. Word spread, travellers carried stories, market conversations buzzed with reports, and eventually, inevitably, those reports reached the palace in Jerusalem, where a king still wrestled with the question of what to do about the ark he had been too afraid to bring home. Chapter 5. News reaches the king. David had not forgotten about the ark. How could he? The memory of that day, of Uzzah falling dead beside the cart, of the celebration transforming into tragedy in a single heartbeat, must have haunted him during the month that followed. The ark sat in someone else's home while David's original vision remained unfulfilled. Jerusalem was still without the symbol of God's presence. The thing David had most wanted to accomplish remained undone, stalled by fear and uncertainty. Then came the reports about Obed-Edom. At first, perhaps David dismissed them as exaggeration. People loved to gossip, to embellish, to transform modest success into miraculous blessing. But the reports kept coming, consistent in their details, insistent in their testimony. Obed-Edom's household was thriving, not just surviving, not just getting by, thriving in ways that defied normal explanation. The blessing was real, undeniable, observable. For David, this news must have been both encouraging and convicting. It proved that the ark itself was not the problem. God's presence did not inherently bring destruction. The tragedy that had occurred was not about divine caprice or arbitrary wrath. It was about approach, about reverence, about understanding the proper way to honour holiness. The realization likely came gradually, piecing together what had gone wrong during that initial attempt. The ark had been placed on a cart like common cargo. It had been pulled by oxen, as if it were a farmer's load being transported to market. While the celebration had been joyous and well-intentioned, the method had violated specific instructions given generations earlier about how the ark was to be moved. It was supposed to be carried by Levites, using poles that slid through rings on its sides. No hands were meant to touch the ark itself. The transportation method mattered because it reflected understanding, respect, recognition of what was being moved. Uzzah had died not because he was wicked, but because the entire procession had approached holiness incorrectly. His steadying touch was merely the culminating moment of a journey undertaken without proper reverence from the start. The form mattered. The method mattered. How you approached God's presence mattered as much as the intention behind the approach. And Obed-Edom understood this, perhaps instinctively, or perhaps he had simply been more careful, more attentive to what was required when housing something holy. Whatever the reason, his household had experienced what David had hoped for all of Israel, blessing flowing from proximity to God's presence. David made a decision. They would try again, but this time, everything would be different. This time, they would do it right. Preparations began, but these preparations were not about gathering crowds or planning celebrations. They were about ensuring proper reverence. David consulted the ancient texts, reviewing the specific instructions for how the ark was to be handled. He gathered the Levites, the ones designated for this sacred duty. He ensured that every detail would honour the holiness of what they were transporting. Word was sent to Obed-Edom's house. The ark would be moving again. But this time, its journey would be completed. This time, Jerusalem would become its home. Chapter 6. A changed procession. When the day came to move the ark from Obed-Edom's house to Jerusalem, everything about the procession reflected lessons learned through tragedy and blessing. The ark was no longer placed on a cart. Levites carried it on poles, just as the ancient instructions specified. Every 6 steps the procession stopped for sacrifices, acknowledging the holiness of their burden, maintaining continual reverence throughout the journey. David himself led the celebration, but his joy was now tempered with understanding. He danced before the Lord with all his might, wearing a linen ephod like a priest, humbling himself before God's presence. His celebration was exuberant but not careless, joyful but not casual. He had learned the difference between honouring God and presuming upon God's presence. The sound of trumpets filled the air. The people shouted. This was still a celebration, still a moment of national importance. But underlying the joy was something deeper. reverence, recognition. The understanding that what they were bringing into their capital city was not merely a religious artifact, but the throne of the living God. The ark entered Jerusalem safely. No one died. No tragedy interrupted the procession. What fear had prevented, proper reverence accomplished. The journey that had been halted in terror was completed in worship. David placed the ark in a tent he had prepared for it, and sacrifices were offered. The presence of God had finally arrived at the place David had envisioned for it from the beginning. But the story does not end with the ark's arrival in Jerusalem, because in the midst of all the celebration and national significance, one detail stands out. Obed-Edom and his family were honoured for their faithfulness. They had done what a king had been too afraid to do. They had welcomed God's presence when others backed away. They had demonstrated that blessing, not curse, was the fruit of proper reverence. Some traditions suggest that Obed-Edom accompanied the ark to Jerusalem, that his role in Israel's worship life was just beginning rather than ending. Whether this happened immediately or gradually, what follows in the biblical record is remarkable for its quiet significance. Chapter 7. Obed-Edom's Quiet Legacy. The Book of Chronicles, written generations after these events, contains lists of temple servants, of those who ministered in worship, of gatekeepers and musicians and caretakers of sacred space. Among these names appears Obed-Edom and his sons. The man who had once housed the ark in his home became a gatekeeper in the temple, where the ark found its permanent dwelling. This detail is easy to miss among the genealogies and administrative lists, but it reveals something profound about Obed-Edom's character and God's response to it. He did not leverage his experience with the ark into political power. He did not demand a position of prominence or use his story to elevate himself above others. Instead, he continued serving, faithfully and quietly, in a role that was essential but rarely celebrated. Gatekeepers in the temple were not glamorous positions. They were not the high priests who entered the Holy of Holies. They were not the prophets who delivered messages from God. They were not the kings who made decisions affecting the nation. They were the ones who opened doors and closed them, who ensured that only those properly prepared entered sacred space, who maintained order and reverence in the house of God. It was work that required faithfulness, attention, consistency. It was work that mattered but rarely received recognition. That Obed-Edom took this role tells us something important. His 3 months with the ark had not made him proud or presumptuous. The blessing he had experienced had not convinced him that he deserved special status. Instead, it seemed to have deepened his understanding of what mattered: proximity to God's presence, serving faithfully, making room for holiness in everyday life. His sons followed in this pattern. Multiple generations of Obed-Edom's family served as gatekeepers and musicians in temple worship. The blessing that had marked his household during those 3 months became a legacy that extended far beyond material prosperity. His family became known not for wealth or power, but for faithful service in God's house. There is something beautiful in this trajectory. The man who had welcomed the ark into his ordinary home continued making room for God's presence in practical, unglamorous ways for the rest of his life. The blessing he experienced was not primarily about material reward, though material blessing came. It was about the privilege of proximity, about living in ongoing relationship with holiness, about understanding that the greatest wealth was not what you accumulated, but what you made room for in your life. Generations later, when people read the lists of temple servants, they would see Obed-Edom's name and remember: not a king, not a prophet, not a warrior or judge, just a man who said yes when God's presence needed a home, just a family that understood that blessing came through faithful service rather than self-promotion. This is how legacies are truly built, not through single moments of glory, but through consistent faithfulness across years and generations, not through seeking recognition, but through quiet obedience, not through grasping for status, but through making room for what matters most. Epilogue. The meaning of the story. On the surface, Obed-Edom's story seems simple, almost incidental to the larger narrative of David's reign and the ark's journey to Jerusalem. 3 months, 1 household, a detail easily overlooked among the grand sweep of Israel's history. But within this small story lives a truth that resonates across centuries, across cultures, across the diverse experiences of human encounter with the divine. God's presence is not meant to be feared in the sense of terror and avoidance. The reaction to Uzzah's death, while understandable, was incomplete. Yes, holiness demands reverence. Yes, approaching God carelessly or presumptuously carries consequences. But the proper response to these truths is not to flee from God's presence, but to learn how to approach it rightly. Fear should lead not to distance, but to deeper understanding of what reverence requires. Obed-Edom understood this, whether through wisdom or intuition or simply trusting. Obedience. When others backed away, he made room. When fear paralyzed the nation, he opened his door. And in doing so, he discovered what many before and after him would learn, that God's presence, when honored properly, becomes the source of abundant blessing rather than danger. Consider what blessing meant in Obed-Edom's story. It was not merely about material increase, though that was part of it. The blessing encompassed his entire household, affecting relationships, peace, the quality of daily existence. This suggests that proximity to God's presence, when approached with reverence, transforms more than circumstances. It transforms atmosphere. It changes the texture of life itself. This has implications for how we understand blessing in general. We often think of blessing as something external, good fortune, favourable circumstances, obstacles removed from our path. But Obed-Edom's story suggests blessing is also about what happens internally when we make room for holiness in our lives. The ark did not change, God's nature did not shift, but Obed-Edom's household was transformed by living in constant awareness of sacred presence. His faith was quiet. There are no recorded prayers of Obed-Edom, no prophecies or teachings or dramatic declarations. His faith expressed itself through action, receiving what was brought to him, caring for it properly, continuing his daily life while honouring the sacred presence in his home. This is faith as obedience rather than emotion, a sustained practice rather than single moment, as way of life rather than isolated event. In our modern context, far removed from ancient Israel and its specific religious practices, Obed-Edom's story still speaks. It reminds us that sometimes the greatest acts of faith are not dramatic or public, but quiet and consistent. That blessing often comes not through seeking it directly, but through making room for what matters most. That proximity to the divine is less about extraordinary experiences and more about daily reverence. The contrast with David is instructive. David, the king, the man after God's own heart, initially approached the ark with enthusiasm, but insufficient reverence. Obed-Edom, the ordinary man from Gath, approached it with proper respect and consistent care. Status and reputation did not determine who could safely host God's presence. What mattered was reverence, understanding, willingness to honour holiness appropriately. This democratizes divine encounter in a way that should encourage us. You do not need to be a king or priest or prophet to welcome God's presence into your life. You do not need special status or extraordinary gifts. What you need is willingness, reverence, and understanding that making room for holiness requires both courage and humility. Courage to say yes when others back away. Humility to honour properly what you have welcomed. Obed-Edom's 3 months with the ark became a turning point not just for his own household but for the entire nation. His experience proved that God's presence could be safely approached, that blessing rather than curse was possible, that fear could transform into worship. David learned from Obed-Edom's example, and the ark's journey could be completed. Sometimes the faith of ordinary people teaches kings what they need to know. The legacy Obed-Edom left was not built on that 3-month period alone. It was built on what came after. Years of faithful service as a gatekeeper, generations of his family continuing in temple worship. The blessing he experienced was not a momentary windfall, but the beginning of a life oriented around proximity to God's presence. He had tasted what it meant to live with holiness under his roof, and he chose to continue that life in whatever form it could take. This is perhaps the deepest lesson of Obed-Edom's story, that encountering God's presence is not meant to be a single event we return to in memory, but a pattern we establish for life. The 3 months were significant, But more significant was what Obed-Edom did with the rest of his years. He did not rest on the reputation of having housed the ark. He did not use that experience as a credential to elevate himself. He simply continued making room for God's presence day after day, year after year, in whatever form that took. We live in an age that often seeks extraordinary experiences, dramatic moments of divine encounter, spectacular demonstrations of God's presence. Obed-Edom's story suggests something different, that the most profound blessing may come through consistent, quiet, daily faithfulness, through opening our doors when others close theirs, through caring properly for what is sacred, through understanding that reverence is not about fear, but about right relationship. Sometimes God's presence arrives not in thunder, but in a question. Will you make room? Obed-Edom's answer was yes, and in that simple affirmation, his life became a testament to what happens when ordinary people respond to divine invitation with reverence and trust. The greatest blessings often come when we simply make room for God, not through striving or self-promotion, not through seeking recognition or demanding status, but through quiet obedience, through consistent faithfulness, through opening our doors and our lives to sacred presence, and through honoring properly what we have welcomed. Obed-Edom's name means servant of Edom, or perhaps worshipper of Edom. But his life redefined what those words could mean. He became a servant not of a place, but of presence. A worshipper not seeking glory, but making room for glory to dwell. His story, brief as it appears in Scripture, echoes with the truth that transcends time and place. That blessing comes to those who welcome what others fear, who honour what others neglect, who make space in their ordinary lives for the extraordinary presence of the divine. May we all have the courage to say yes when that presence arrives at our door. May we have the wisdom to honour it properly. May we have the faithfulness to continue making room for it, day after day, in whatever form it comes. This is the legacy of Obed-Edom. This is the lesson of blessing through reverence. This is the promise that still stands, that God's presence, when welcomed with proper respect, transforms everything it touches into a source of abundant life.